how are we all doing on this fine Tuesday morning? How you doing all? It's time for another stream, but a fun one. I totally slipped my mind to mention yesterday because, well, you know, we were still kind of in the middle of body recovery here. But now that we are recovered, and we'll stay that way and rejuvenated, thanks to good old Protein Works, it's a good day. Not only is it a good day because we are going to be partnering with Protein Works for another month. Oh, that's always a good news. But also, we have something fun coming up later today. In, I believe it's 5 hours' time, we're going to be kicking off with, I believe it's going to be a best of 5 or play of 5 rather, Showmatch to show off another new Civ because Hosen is an absolute animal who just does not slow down. There's actually another Civ coming. And that is going to be the Vietnamese Civ that he created. Really big shout out actually to Hosen for like just plowing away at that in the background. We can actually have a little quick look at that Civ. In fact, give me a sec. And I will pull up the deets because I do, in fact, have a Pdoof. That's definitely the absolute correct term for it. If I switch over, in fact. Can I capture? Yeah, of course I can. You guys ready? This is what we're going to be checking in on today. Yes, the Vietnamese coming to Age of Empires 4. Courtesy of the hard work the Hosen put in getting it into the game. So yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We're going to have a show match with Dragavan and Gully Deckle, so we're bringing our toddlers back. Because you know how we feel about child labor around here. Apparently, we just always throw the kids in. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if Corvinus just comes out of the woodworks midway through the match. And he's like, "Can I play a game as well?" But if I'm recalling correctly, I think this is. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Host will remind me. I think you have to like select China, so you won't be able to pick China if you pick this. But this is really cool. So Chili 5 designed the Civ, or at least to point out. Oh, did he? I don't know. I didn't even know he did, so thank you for that. I know that Hosen made it. I don't know who designed it. Okay, so Chili did design it. That's cool. But Hosen put it into action. He actually cooked up with it and put it in game, which is really cool to see. So if we have a look at this, I looked at it. I actually have been a bit busy the last few days, so I haven't been able to dissect every single detail. A few of the things straight away stood out as kind of going to be busted to me, though, because this seems quite interesting. They have some really quirky elements, such as the fact that outposts are not outposts, the hideouts. They build a lot quicker, but they have less garrison spots, less health. But they also, all their defensive emplacements, shoot poison arrows. So I've already got a feeling we're going to basically see Mongols janked up on like some outpost juju from the old days, which is kind of wild to think about. I already, by the way, am predicting this is probably going to require Spim and lock behind Age 2. That's one of my early anticipations, and Horsemen as well, because the fact that they can get... Wait, can they actually get Horsemen in? Oh, you've just used the pips. I see, yeah. So they only get Spearman Age 1. I think maybe there's going to have to be a switch up here where Spearman isn't the option or you need something more expensive, because I already have this sense that the outposts are going to be kind of insane. But that in mind, they also have a bunch of auras. They're basically going to have the Bannerman aura coming in whenever they're near home. They have a movement speed aura. They have Yam, right? It's interesting, actually, that they replaced the Chinese because they're kind of Mongols in a weird way. But on top of that, they do have the booby traps, which I love that we're getting explosive traps. I don't know how I feel about them rearming. That might end up being a little bit insanely strong. And then the other really cool thing I love to see is the worker elephants. This reminds me of something like I talked about, I think, it was a year and a half ago, that I always love to see in AoE 4, which is the idea of like a moving refinery type thing, kind of like what Yuri's Revenge has. This isn't fully that because you still have to build the workers as well, but the whole idea is you have elephants that will move around. So it's kind of like a Gur, but you have to unpack as well. So it should be really, really cool to see. They do cost quite a bit, though, 150 resources, but the trade-off is they are a universal drop-off building. So they work with any resource similar to Gur. So yes, you're paying 50 more than you pay for a Gur, but it's very tanky. I do wonder if people are going to try to use that in some way to kind of like tank defenses or whatnot. Other than that, they have these really big farms that are 3x3 squares, but they tend to be a lot better, right? Yeah, 30% better right there. They do cost 100 wood, though. So unlike olive groves, they're actually quite reasonably balanced there. Outside that, there are some other kind of cool things here. Like, you can even upgrade those traps we talked about in multiple ways, which I think is going to end up being pretty bonkers. I don't think I read this one. Worker elephants boost nearby villager build speed by 33% for all structures. It's like you want me to outpost rush with this civ. Let's go through the landmarks, though, because I was glancing over this last night between like sorting my meetings and whatever. I didn't get a chance to scroll down to landmarks. Crazy, the civ also is going to get culverins, by the way, so they'll be pretty strong in that late game. But so you've got the one pillar pagoda, which acts as a mill that trains worker elephants at a 50% discount. I have a feeling that's going to be quite popular. Also provides access to 2 unique technologies, elephant trainers and lumber carriages, which buff worker elephants. The alternative is the defensive. Of course, you had to have a defensive landmark. The Po Min Tower acts as a hideout with 6 garrison slots. Hideouts can now train all light infantry. I mean, it does take 75% longer, but they can train all light infantry. Because here's my thought, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong. This is the one that people go for. Because the value in this is actually like more to do with the devalue in this. I don't know if you start with a worker elephant. If you don't, then you will be less likely to go for like one pillar pagoda because your value point has already been reduced, right? And you can get wood to start off with. That's fine, but food's going to stay on your TC for a long time. Then you've got gold. You'll always have to build an elephant or have an elephant with gold at least. So like maybe we'll see some Pomin towers coming out. Tier 2 landmarks, we actually have the what? I'm sorry, what? All right, if this is Chile Empires that designed this, we got to talk, dude. You're fetishizing defensive landmarks way too much. Back-to-backers? I don't think that exists in AoE4 anywhere. Yeah, that's kind of busted. I think, I mean, we'll check it in a sec, but I think you might actually have an extra one here. But yeah, so the Imperial Citadel, which is basically a tiny Great Wall gatehouse, acts as a keep, enables nearby military units to use tunneling abilities. I am actually a really big fan of this. So you instantly teleport units from the Citadel to any of your landmarks, town centers, or keeps. This reminds me of Dawn of War. So Dawn of War had something very much like this with the Imperial Guardsmen. The Imperial Guardsmen had the ability to send their troops from different barracks to different barracks and different like structures. So you could very quickly kind of whack-a-mole your way around the map. So that's really cool to see. Probably a good idea that you can't do it with Siege, though. And then finally, in the H2, you've got the Resistance Headquarters, acts as a TC. Nearby villages and traders within 8 tiles are stealthed. So there's literally no downside to that TC. I am a bit worried this is going to eclipse this. And I don't like that. I wish it didn't, but like I think that the Resistance Headquarters is just going to be the go-to. The stealthing is actually kind of really nice, considering that, you know, if you snipe the enemy scout early on, a lot of people forget to re-add scouts, so they're going to be kind of at a complete disadvantage to hunt you down. But I think the other thing is just it being a TC with like no downside at all. It kind of sucks that you won't be able to get that re-garrison ability with the tunneling, but I think the reality is having a TC at the start of H2 eclipses that. Like what you have to realize is actually, and this is kind of nuts when you dissect it this way, you're getting a second TC while paying less than what someone else would if they had to build the TC after going H2. So that, I think, might end up being a bit too strong. On the H... Oh, sorry. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm not playing... Well, dude, this H3. Yeah, sorry. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. Okay, no, that's reasonable then. That's reasonable. I don't know. Why is my brain like the 1, 2, 3? Ignore me. I'm having one of those days. So, no, actually, scrap that. This will be fine. I think this works. In fact, you might actually see some decent Imperial Citadel choices instead. But like H2 and H3 keeps. You're crazy. Then finally, H4 landmarks. We got it right this time. The Imperial Garden produces the powerful rocket elephants. Yes, you heard that correctly. So the rocket elephants, I think, were defined up here. Here you go. They just have a very strong rocket launcher board on top of them. I don't know how high the base damage is. I'm hoping it's not a Shogunate castle on the go, as that will end up being broken for 1,000 resources. But other than that, you've got the Trong Foundries, which all gunpowder units and upgrades are now 20% cheaper. That's... Wait, no, but that would that not... Isn't a rocket elephant a gunpowder unit as well? And also, wouldn't that make... Wait, no, this Civ... Okay, well, we gotta talk. This is a very strong all-rounded Civ. That makes Bao Chuans cheaper as well, right? Because Vietnam is skinning Chinese, so they'll have Bao Chuans. It gave lower damage. Oh, okay, it doesn't work for that? Okay, so that probably needs to be reworded then, because all gunpowder units, that's not true. Because, like, you've got like, tooltips matter a lot, right? And that'll be a contradiction in game, because remember, you've got Divine Defense, for example, in AoE4, like AoE4 and Juji, which, to read it correctly, gunpowder units gain +1 range, right? So, like, war is not changed? Yeah, okay. I would specify that then, because that the wording on that is going to get confusing for people. Small changes, but definitely matters. And then the Zhaozi Arquebusiers. Yes, I know how to say that word properly. So they were the ones that had AoE, right? Yes, area damage, but has significantly less attack. Interesting. I mean, this might be good more because they have Colvs. Wait, isn't this the only Civ that gets Culverins and Reboldequins without the landmark? Oh, no, you need the landmark, right? Yeah. Okay. So that is locked behind. I was about to say, that's a very unique thing you don't see often. Sup, special kind of person. This is a new Civ that we're going to be showing off in a show match a little bit later today. In fact, in just under 5 hours, we're going to have a show match between our toddlers. I believe it's going to be a playoff 5. In fact, let me double check because we did list what the maps are going to be. So we're going to have Pigeon's View again. That'll go brilliantly with Dragavan in again. We're then also going to be having Canal, Golden Heights, Dry Arabia, Fog of War, which is a modded map, Water Drake, and Gorge as possibilities. So it should be really cool. So new DLC coming. I mean, if the devs bothered to listen to the modding community, maybe. But this isn't actually created by Microsoft. This is being done by the community. Yeah, I think the Rattan shields as well is quite intriguing to me. Like this, I actually think this Civ might have a really strong time without even going Castle Age because of archers. A +1 advantage is kind of nutty. And you don't have like an attack speed advantage, right? But your spearmen can be pretty useful to kind of like blitz through. I also just think the towers are going to be strong. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if the meta quickly becomes spam archers, get Rattan shields, and then build hideouts and crawl into the enemy base. I also do think the hideouts, by default, providing the movement speed, is probably going to be kind of busted. Right? Like, I kind of look at this Civ, and I can just imagine a Mongol guy off the side. Like, Philsbo is just standing somewhere going, am I a joke to you? This is literally just a better Mongols. I mean, I guess you can say they haven't got the double production, right, with the stone. But I think that's a small thing to sacrifice for everything else they get here. Like the archer fire, the arrows already in itself is going to be insanely good. Oh, and that was the other thing. They also get more wood right here. So the lumber techs give 5% more per level, right? So like you will see a lot of archers and a lot of outpost spam. Yeah, the place trap thing isn't too bad. I don't think it's too crazy, though. What was it? It was 25-25, right? If I remember correctly, for a trap. Oh, sorry, no, 25 wood. That might be a problem then, yeah. I wonder if explosive trap should be like 25 wood, 10 gold, or 25 wood, 5 gold. Because that seems quite generous. What is going to be interesting, by the way, guys, is this is a Civ that thrives around the stealth forests, actually. So they have a few quirky things around there, right? Like if I could find it here, because I remember reading it before. Wait, didn't they? I could have sworn they had something that got buffed by stealth forests. I mean, one big thing is obviously going to be the traps already, is that you won't be able to see the traps easily when you're in Stealth Forest. So that's where it's already going to be annoying to be up against them. I guess the other logic is you can just run into these defensive structures everywhere, right? With poison arrows, which could be problematic. But that will be checked out in about, well, now it'll be 4 hours and 45 minutes-ish is when we're going to have that show match. I'm excited for it, man. It should be really cool, though. I swear there was something to do with Stealth Forest that I'm forgetting here. Are there any other weird things that I think could really make this kind of nuts? I haven't checked the health on worker elephants, actually. I'm kind of intrigued by worker elephants because they could form a kind of peculiar front line, especially if they have very big hitboxes. Especially considering you can get this 40% quicker movement speed so cheap and so fast in the game. Thought Chem was the stealth. Yeah, maybe the Chem is the Stealth Forest. I think I could have sworn there was something I read with these guys that had Stealth Forest related things. I remember when I was reading it, I was like, nah, these are going to be pretty busted on Stealth Forest. Because like the reality is, like the traps as well as all of the different hideouts are just going to be strong because of that. But yeah, excited for that, man. Should be fun. I wonder if we'll actually like try to get. No, that's the only sucky thing I was about to say. I wonder if we can get them to actually have to play like Persians against this, but you can't, right? Damn, I hate the way the modding tools are set up in AoE4 that you can't stack like that. Oh, sorry, just quickly reading something there. All right. So, with that in mind, we still have a few hours to go before that happens, which means we're going to have to find some entertainment in the meantime before we get into the main entertainment today. Not often you end up saying like Beasty's not going to be the main form of entertainment, but that's where we're going to be starting here. We're going to have some scrims that Corvinus and Beasty played yesterday that we're going to be checking on because they did actually play a bunch of the maps that are going to be featuring Master Realms. You know me, guys. I'm getting sick and tired of Highview. I mean, if they just added pigeons for you to the game, it'd be better. A big tuning pack. That's kind of cool. I think that's, like, it's tough, though, because once you do that, you can't, there's all these civs you can't play, right? And it's tough the way that they've limited how modding can be implemented in AoE4. The tower costs less. Towers cost less, they build quicker, but they have less HP and less garrison spots. 3 instead of 5. What was that civ I was showing? That civ is the Vietnamese. So it's a design concept that Chile Empires came up with and Hosin has sprung into action with. And we will be having the first official cast of here on this channel later today. Okay, so first things first, actually, let me... wait. I said we're going to do Beasty. But there... Oh, God, no. I refuse. Like... No. We don't want... What? Like, no. No to this, right? Right? Yeah? No to this? Okay, good. I'm glad we agree. Yeah, Don has been grinding again, so we might check out 1 or 2 of his games a bit later. But for now, let me open Corvinus's profile, because him and Beasty had a bunch of games. And god damn, Zuby0T has been sacrificing something to the Blood God. 35 stream streak? Holy crap. I appreciate your lack of life by finding a life here. That's wild. I think, what was the record on this channel? Was it like 54? You're getting there. I think some people got reset when we, like, you know, had to take a week off for holiday and then they missed the first stream back. So you might be actually on course to have the #1 spot. So there are some Archipelago games. We can start with one of those because someone interesting here is we've got Juju versus Abbasids. Someone that EGC TV chat was arguing with Don. I mean, of course you argue with Don. What was it? Did he calibrate his platinum in the end? No. He was definitely having a hard time after that break. What were they arguing with him about? Chile's other concept is not possible to do with the editor. All of them need state tree. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And I'll be totally real, I don't think we're ever getting State Tree. I've given up on that. Without being too much of a negative Nelly, a lot of these things I've surrendered over as futility at this stage. It's like, it's just never coming. Which is sad. It's okay to float resources while aging up. The Denton chat was saying how inefficient it was. Dude, yeah, you should build spears against like all of his archers. Invest, invest, invest. You made a mod where all ships have double health. You may have just made enemies in the chat with that one. Can you do low elo casting every day or some day of the week? We need to find some sort of spot for it. It might be more feasible in the next few weeks, considering like with the way EGC's tournament is formatted, all the games are cast now, so we'll see about that. If people do have replays, they can drop them in the respective chats, and we can give it a go. I think someone had one in there from the 30th of May. Maybe we have time to try and check it out today. We'll have to see how it goes. If not, if they haven't played too many games, there's always the possibility of Thursday stream. Because I think Thursday should be a long stream. Because just a reminder, guys, we will be streaming Thursday, Friday as well this week. But Friday will start earlier than what we usually start streams. Because I want to go and exercise. It's kind of, something I should have as a goal. I realized with how slow and inactive this year's felt for me, I've just kind of been being really unhealthy, and I don't like it. What's up, DB20? How's it going, buddy? I mean, this is the thing, like, people saying combat and how micro-intensive it is, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't know, mate. I worry that if they were to, like, demicrofy water, with the way that it's been designed, the layer of complexity, it would just make the game really boring. Right? That's my take anyway. Hey, sup, Jones? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea, don't get me wrong, right? And, people who want that more casual experience, but I don't think it should become a core thing. Because I notice people very regularly have issues with that. And I think there's kind of a disconnect where I've personally been the opinion for a long time that I think AoE 4 would benefit from going the other way with land. And what I mean by that is that land was a bit quicker, right? Like, water has its own issues, and I think one of the big issues is that it's do or die. You don't have flexibility of options, even on maps where water is a variable and not a de facto. Like, for example, Archipelago is de facto, right? You have to engage with it. But, at the same time, I have said for a long time that I'd love to see a game mode for AoE 4, a turbo mode, where the whole simulation plays out at 1.25 speed. But that has to come from the dev side. I mean, good for you. You don't have to want. That's the point of it being a different game mode. You put both out there and see which one's more popular. And the other one still exists. Like, this is my whole point. I think I said the other day where there's this really, wild misconception around it. Like, Jeanne, right? We were talking about Jeanne yesterday and how it grabs the Warcraft audience. And how, the AoE hardcore elitist who only cares about AoE can't understand why that's a good thing. Because they're like, this civ is not for me. It's like, good. Not everything has to be for you. Because when you create stuff for other people as well, that invites them into the game, you grow the game. And then you have more people. And then everyone wins, right? Because Microsoft goes, we can justify another expansion. Whoa. EGC goes, wow, I don't have to think about packing up because there's not enough money in the scene. Now we can actually stabilize and we can see income. Things like this, right? It's really important. So, I genuinely think that's also where they went wrong with the Empire Wars idea. Is Empire Wars doesn't fundamentally change anything about Age of Empires 4 other than accelerating the opening phase of the game and completely flipping the design of the game to do so because balance is off, right? So, you need drastic changes to the formula. 1.25 speed, some people might that doesn't sound like a drastic change, KP, but, it is. Fundamentally, the way you play the game, the way the game feels, would be very, very different. You could even then use that as a more experimental game mode where, like, for a long time, there's been a debate, a discussion. Should we have, for example, a auto queue for villages, auto queue for production buildings? You could test that in that mode. Because in 1.25 movement speed, the argument of like, oh, well, you know, it's like I'm distracting my opponents, so I overcome them, they forget to build, doesn't matter as much, because instead, how you beat your opponent is more focused on the fact that you can actually genuinely, like, do things much quicker. So the punishment point is much faster, right? But I definitely think from a viewing perspective, 1.25 speed would be a godsend. And from a playing perspective, it would definitely be a very interesting thing for them to explore. Okay, so I think we're about ready to start hopping into some games, though. Good little chat as always. Let me switch us over. Oh, by the way, like there was something else we did test around rebalancing water that I worked on with Woprox. I don't know if it still works, but people are welcome to try it if they want. I think it might just be called ship mod or something like that. The whole idea is that ships had a separate population to land, and they were attached to docks. So docks were like houses for ship population. It's quite an interesting idea. Put more onus on docks as well. The thing I don't think I'd say it was missing. You probably needed to decrease the health of docks so they felt a little bit more raidable to control the numbers. All right, let's get underway. Oh, it's Meta Watch time, baby. We are ahead of the second weekend of EGC's Master Realms tournament, and we're checking in on the one and only Beasty doing something weird. Like, really, really odd. For anyone who's been watching Archipelago, this is kind of unheard of. An Abbasid's pick coming out. Meanwhile, on the other side, a familiar face, Corvinus, on the Kings of Archipelago. The Kings of Water right now. It's the Zhu Legacy. What an intriguing matchup. So I saw this in the match history, and straight away I was like, I need to check in on what the plan here is. Because, like, BC wouldn't just pick Abbasids with no idea in mind. So I'm curious to see what he's going to be up to here. This isn't going to be a random from Beasty because, like, we are... Is it random? I doubt it. Oh, sorry, you mean is a random Beasty? Yes, random is Beasty. This is Beasty here. He did not random in this, though. They're playing in custom games. Possibly one idea that could be quite intriguing on this map is the idea of military wing into a transport ship and sneaking with the enemy island. I'm curious if that's the play here. It's a creative idea. The more standard route we've seen Abbasid take is actually to go for the culture wing, because preservation of knowledge does actually decrease the cost of naval arrow slits, and that means a 40 resource saving per emplacement on docks. I'm not convinced that's the way you play this, though, right? Like, Zhu can get into those naval arrow slits just easily. Even if you get naval arrow slits, this type of design on Archipelago usually backfires against you, I think. Maybe on a line formation it would be better, but unfortunately, Beastie spawn, the way this has come out, building arrow slits into these docks isn't as beneficial because it's a concave towards you. And that means that you just aren't getting as much push out to hit boats coming nearby. Like, you can easily camp here as Corv and shoot the fishing boats. Beastie's been saying he's not sure about the delete scout thing on this map. Efficiency, right? Getting the next one is absolutely fine. On Abbasids, it might be kind of a bit weirder because, like, you know, building extra houses earlier to get into House Wisdom quicker is not too bad. Also, if I'm looking at that military wing play we talked about a moment ago, then yeah, you shouldn't delete your scout. But considering the scout is gone, this is where I'm expecting this to just be kind of a standard influence and the culture wing rather play. I'm wondering if there's any other way he could maybe play this. Yeah, for those wondering about the scout delete and thinking they're memeing, it's legit because of housing population, right? It's efficiency. Because it means you can just pump one extra fishing boat out instead of having to build a house sooner. So it actually does help. Pretty much every civ's been doing this. I think the exception to the rule will probably end up being English, and the reason for that is the king. So, well, I'm trying to think what other ways he could play this. Eco Wing doesn't work for docks. And honestly, it wouldn't matter if it did, right? Like, I don't think it works for docks with Fertile Crescent, but even if it did, you're only paying 75 wood as it is, so the savings isn't really crazy here. Preservation and knowledge definitely feels like it makes the most sense, unless you get things like Teak Mask much cheaper, right? So maybe that's just part of the thought. BC's like, okay, you know, extra 10% HP on my military vessels, already up. By the time we're in the mid-game, I'm going to have Golden Age 1, which means a 15% gathering rate, which offsets the Imperial Official, also kind of offsets some of the other nice little discounts you usually get. There's still a big issue of the Meditation Garden. It looks like Korf has got a decent one over here on the food and the gold. Hope he takes that. I don't want to see him leaning into the wood one here. You would think that going for the stone, wood, and gold here is good, but you should be the aggressive party here, and stone tends to be best when you're defending. He's going for it. Yeah, I was about to say, let's not go past that. There's no way sticking it here is worth more than the stone over here. So he doesn't value the gold that highly. I mean, in fairness, the initial boats are wood-focused, right? Like, it's more food and gold heavy when you go a bit deeper. But for now, if you think about it, like, you usually need that extra wood because you're pumping fishing boats alongside this, right? So it kind of makes sense where he's coming from. I think in this particular matchup, though, gold and berries may have made a lot more sense. Because remember, that's not just your standard berry patch with the 36 food. That's an 8 berry stack, which means you get the 48. So this right here would have been 98 resources. Instead, he's probably going to get about 30 woods, 25 gold, and 25 stone. So it was Culture Wing. Preservation knowledge is going to be the big priority here. He's already calling the docks. So it is what we were suspecting, the Naval Arrow Slits play, and he'll just try to kind of hunker down on this corner, I think, is where he's going to have his kind of strong point defense. There's still a weak point here, though, right? Like, Corvinus can just weave around the back, and he's already got an archer ship on the way to do exactly that. Now, the nice thing actually about Abbasids is they can be more eco-focused than most civs or mortar. Because remember, with those docks only being 75 wood, it's actually just a cheap garrison spot, if nothing else. Right? Like, look at this. He went up to 9 fishing boats, and he can garrison them all. That's really important when you consider typically Abbasids are going to have a later tech timing than pretty much any other civ playing on a water map. Beasty. Chill out, mate. Ooh, just about done that. That was sick. He pulled the fishing boat to repair the most injured one there. So yeah, like, sometimes it's actually better to just keep your fishing boats together longer instead of pulling them back one by one. The reason is you're just gathering with all of them, and the interesting thing about these galleys is the galleys, they can only hit one target with each archer shot, right? So if you have fishing boats next to each other, they basically absorb the blow together. If you have a fishing boat on its own, it dies really quick. A nice snipe out there. That was sick. He actually gets the kill on the archer ship. He's actually committing under the bag. What? Oh, sorry, or the war junket. That's insane. I'm actually impressed. I think Corvinus maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew here. Needs to get more reinforcements in, because right now this defense is looking pretty damn good for Beasty. Demo ship is now on the way in. Demo coming out the other side, though. Bagler. Oh, come on, man. He's actually getting dismantled by this double archer ship opening. Is Corv dead? I mean, he's in bad shape, that's for sure. He's got 3 archer ships, only 1 bagler. Remember, archer ships move quicker than Springwell ships, by the way, so he can chase this down. Man, the sails was already used. Okay, yeah, Beasty's just going to hunt this down and finish it off. I mean, I don't think you can even turn around quick enough to get the kill on the Dow. So he's going to repair, repel. Archer ships do go in with a dive. A double villager strike comes out there. But it is going to cost him 2 more archer ships here. I have to start wondering, like, is this worth it? I mean, in theory, militarily, apparently Corvinus is a mile ahead. Economically, I don't feel that's the truth, though, right? Like, for him to be militarily ahead, he has to be sacrificing a lot of potential fishing. This is wild, though. It's crazy that I'm looking up Beasty's numbers, and he looks militarily so weak. We have got preservation and knowledge coming in. Finally, fresh foodstuffs is on the way. And he did get the teak mask, right? Which makes a world of difference in these fights, especially when you were starting to feel outnumbered like this. So Beasty, does he escalate the dock count? I don't think so. Ooh. Okay, for fishing, yeah. But not for military. Oh, speaking of fishing! That was one hell of a gut punch. Corvinus sneaking in with those demos. Reduces the fishing count down to even Stevens. Now, the interesting part to me actually is the fact that somehow Beasty is still economic. Capture Age needs to get his crap together, man. I can't even defend this anymore. I've kind of just looked the other way on so many things, but you guys did just see that correctly. The eco count should have been even. It was showing Beasty as, like, what? Was it 5 ahead? I don't know if that's because of the time it takes for fishing boats to despawn, but whatever it is, it's kind of unacceptable. I mean, at this point, Capture Age is failing to do basic counting. And I'm going to keep referring to Capture Age because it is their code. Corvinus will wallop like that, though. Has to breathe a sigh of relief. A reset that gives him a shot here. Numbers in his favor as well. Beasty. They need to consider a good time on the demo because Corvinus is getting cheeky. The free villager pull to the front side here. Dock being built right next to Beastie's. He's going to reveal that detail. Too little too late. So now Corvinus healing on his side. Beasty, he has queued up the demos. Fishing needs to move away from the front line. He already set up the docks around the outskirts though, so he'll be fine with that. Demos. Beasty needs the hard outplay here. Backlist do go in. They're baiting themselves though. There's no way you're catching the archerships like this. Demo does come in now from the south, and he gets the connect on the south side of this fight. Oh my god. Okay, so Aristitz is now in. Account has been reduced on each side. Demo. Ooh, just about in time. The return fire. A big hit. And Corvinus, like, how is this falling apart? My brain is sitting here just thinking, is Teak Mars really this good? And the answer's starting to look like, yes, this is insane. 45 extra health really is making the difference here. Corvinus. Also idle villagers on the front line. Looks like he's meant to use them to repair. Meant to be the key agent there. Oh, this is not going to work, man. He's actually kind of slipping. The demos 1-by-1 is the quickest way to lose this game right now. Archership timing perfect there to counter out the demo. Corvinus just kind of burning resources at this stage. These villagers not even gathering for him, right? So, like, economically, he is far down. New Doc did sneak in, actually. Wait, how? Juji build speed, folks. Demo. Beast is just so on point. The worst part still is Teak Mars. Teak Mars makes it impossible to get a demo kill with Archership follow-up. And you're just seeing why, right? He couldn't even get it close there. A transport ship play now. Oh, that's interesting. So I think the idea there from Beasty is to scout the map, find his opponent's base, and then know, is his opponent investing fully in military, or is he trying to go castle? Because usually around this time, like usually, if they have a slight edge, they'll try to all impress you, or they'll try to go for a tech up. Demo. Chaos on the seas. And that is how you split them. Demo's not stacking up too hard here. Corv trying to send his own one in. Not going to work out, though. The chase continues. And the fleet being split like this. Corvinus will keep most of them alive, but starting to lose ground here and lose numbers. Beasty. He's got another demo pump ready. Where did all this resource suddenly come from? Cool, got those demos again, but unfortunately, I mean, the thing that Beasty done to recalibrate from the mistake before, all these docks means he doesn't have to have too many fishing boats on one location anymore. It's not worth dropping double demo to kill 3 fishing boats. It's a terrible trade. Beasty now just removing that sore Chinese thumb pressing on his economy here. As the docks are going to start to fall. Archer ship does find the double demo. Well, good luck getting out of here. Northside has at least taken out one of the docks. It's going to be pushing towards the gold. Demos, Corvinus! That's it. Dude, that's GG. There's no getting out. An overextension. Last time, it got him villager kills. Last time, it extended the eco lead. But this time, it just cost him the game. Corvinus now a mile behind. What a patient read there by Beasty. Pristine timing to pull away the villagers as well. I think what was happening there is Corvinus was banking on the classic of water maps where people just don't get wheelbarrow, but that detail saves Beasty's game, right? If it wasn't for that, I think the boats at least get in, they trade out, they kill like 8 villages maybe, or close to, and you're probably still going to lose the fleet, but you still at least get some in return. But in this situation, he gets absolutely nothing. Now, he's got absolutely nothing left to really fight with. 22 to 47 military. Beasty queuing up even more demos again. And they march. Corvinus. Where's the archer ships here? Oh my god, he knows they're not here. Beasty scouted him on the backside. The body block's coming for the transpo! Corvinus, by some miracle, keeps 3 of the 4 boats alive, but that is the 4th dock now gone. And Beasty swelling up with a double military advantage. Corvinus, this has to hit. There's no way you reboom if it doesn't. Archer ships blocking out the rotation in, though. He can't get a touch on anything. This is over. Beasty's still a man of talent on the water and here to clearly prove it. I mean, it's crazy. Corvinus, what should be the dominant, the stronger pick, but just completely outplayed, outclassed by Beasty in this one. I do start to wonder, though, you know, I mentioned the extra health in the bag list, but even on the demos as well, I think it makes a slight difference for the Teak Mars, how much it takes to kill. It's starting to make me wonder if we talked about Abbassid's resurgence on land, maybe there's something to them on water as well. Ooh, that was all right. I'm kind of impressed. Let me quickly name that one. I think it's more the micro. Yes, but also like the Civ does have perks that help for sure. Beasty Cuties villagers play a dangerous game, but there we go. ML's village should be more unit variety between civs and water. Combat on water maps feels so one-dimensional. The problem is there's like you don't actually have many maps like Archipelago. A lot of them are actually hybrid, not water. So the unit uniqueness does tend to come out because you still have land options quite often. Archipelago is, I'd say, in the minority when it comes to maps. Definitely not the majority anymore. Early days, you'd have a warranted point because you know in the early days, like Archipelago, War and Islands, but not so much these days. I don't think it shows that much on Holy Island actually at all. I'm gonna have to disagree with that statement. Like on Holy Island, you have the opportunity to get unique units on land, and quite often players do lean into that. I think there's even obviously the unique perks that different civs have. The argument you could make is every civ should have some sort of perk because some civs are just outright better than others for that detail. So it looks like they played some Water Drake games. That could be cool. Let's have a look at Water Drake. Japanese versus Jeanne. Ship formations would be nice. Just AP him higher, bro. We're going to check in on a few matchups on a new map. This is, of course, Water Drake, created by the Observer Cow. And this is Beasty going up against Corvus. Yeah, it looks like they're doing a few back-to-back Japanese versus Jones. I figured it'd be kind of cool to see what the openings are, because if you guys haven't seen this map, it's really fun. Water Drake has a lot of water, has a little bit of shoreline fish, but doesn't have that OP water eco you're used to seeing. In fact, the water is actually more about combat. So it's why I'm quite curious about both the Japanese and the Jeanne pick. Because Japan on one side, they really benefit from the eco element. They don't really benefit from the military element. On the other side, Jeanne, I've started to feel like recently this is a civ that actually is meant for maps like Water Drake. Maps where you have ships that are going to be very close to the land. Because Jeanne can farm up an insane amount of XP very quickly in games because of how expensive boats tend to be. So we'll have to see how exactly Corvus wants to approach this. He has started by moving Jeanne out onto the gold. That makes a lot of sense. You want to get level 2 as quickly as possible. So he's going to be going fast feudal. Meanwhile, Beasty's slowing himself down with this play, right? The interesting thing about what Corvus is doing here, by the way, by going in for a fast feudal, the whole idea is he wants to unlock level 2 Jeanne as quickly as possible, because with level 2 Jeanne, you have an ability to snipe down boats fairly effectively. The reason is that whenever they get low, typically like a high-level player with an injured boat will pull it back to heal. You can't do that easily against Jeanne because she can just smite it with the Divine Arrow. And yes, you can walk on all this water. So the whole design on this map was the whole idea is you can walk. There's a lot of buildings you can build on these types of shallow water terrain. It was meant to kind of give this open access element. And because it's shoreline fish, scarcely spread out, you don't just have this classic 4 lake style game, right? I think we all know what I'm talking about when I say 4 lakes. Do you like fishing boats? No? Don't pick 4 lakes, right? It really is how that map feels. It's all about just booming up as much food as possible. Whereas maps like this are actually the opposite. In fact, we've got another one currently in rotation called Floodplain, which has that similar feeling. Like, that doesn't even have fishing at all. But you can play docks solely for the value that you can attack your opponents. So Skull Carrier in the way, and yeah, it is most definitely about the optimal level Jeanne. It's even just Jeanne on her own. The reason you can get away with this, by the way, is because Beasty, playing on the Japanese over here, has chosen to go for fishing. That slows down his timing. So it looks like Corvus is using Beasty's plan against him here to get away with a Jeanne build that kind of fell off, actually. Like, Jeanne 1 is not done very often anymore. Typically, Jeanne always ends up being assisted by 2, or rather 1 or 2. As in, the total count will be 2 workers or 3 workers. The reason is that it gives you an optimal timing to almost get Jeanne to level 2, but get your first night out at a good timing, right? Because what players noticed very quickly, and yeah, here we go, he's going to do it anyway. The thing that players noticed very quickly about actually just having Jeanne do it on her own is while you do get level 2 Jeanne, you miss out on a night. And your first night is actually kind of worth more than Jeanne. Because the timing in the game, you get it, there's not really a good counter out yet, usually. So you get an opportunity to kill eco. Whereas Jeanne isn't really going to kill eco quickly. She takes a long time to get in position, and she has to stand there attacking you for a long time as well. So you get plenty of time to react to it. Coca coming in. Interesting Beasty didn't try for the Kura. Might work out to his merit here. Looks like we've got a sneak in with a dock, and Corvus is getting cheeky. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Beasty definitely played this the right way. There would have been no value in rushing Coca Township here because your opponent didn't have a dock yet. His timing isn't too bad, but considering the tech up timing with 3 from School of Cavalry, he's going to be idled up on food. Comes through. First night isn't going to be queued up, right? No, because he went 125 gold. So is this a Warcog? No. Okay, so that's kind of intriguing. I thought this might be a Warcog. For those who don't know, one cool thing about the French that usually gets overlooked is that their junks are cheaper. So you can see that there's 110 food there, but Warcogs cost 75 food, right? It's pretty important on a map like this in particular as well, because if you're late to fishing, and in fact aren't going to be fishing at all, being able to get your Warcogs a bit cheaper means you have an ability to contest water without necessarily fishing on water. One ship comes out though, so Beasty. Ooh, he's gonna likely lose 1 fishing boat here. It's gonna be very just hard to stop that. So free garrison aside. Beasty Another problem, he's on his way now with the Shinobi, but I mean, that Shinobi should never be able to get close to this. No. Archer ship now coming out. Villager actually hanging around shoreline fishing is kind of interesting here. Jeanne has leveled up. She's on her way. Shinobi looking for the burn. We'll be able to get it. We'll not be able to get out. Villager, though. Needs to be careful here. If he pulls back and lets Jeanne come in, he can actually bait this and get the kill. Villager needs to dodge. Jeanne has now arrived, and this is where Beasty needs to be very careful. Because this is where it can actually snowball easily. This is a lot of XP in one entity. That's basically the same as what you get for a knight almost, right? It's 23 XP, and there's the Divine Arrow coming out. Final shot, though, the Pathfinding working against Jeanne. Shinobi needs to be careful. That's actually 12 XP. Uh-oh. We might have a problem here for Beasty. Warcog's out. Beasty now trying to get the reaction out, but it's going to take a little bit of time here. It's going to cost him in the meantime. Archie ship starts tugging down the fishing boats. Jeanne. Demo's going to come out. Actually could get a good wallop here onto both, but nice split there. Demo coming out. Interesting choice and very unnecessary. Corv needs to continue backing up. Shinobi does get in, but Jeanne will make sure he's permanently out. Actually, I think this is fine. Like, Beasty's in trouble. Really big trouble here. He's not going to be able to get the kill on the Warcog quick enough. And that is a lot of XP, folks. So what was that? Was that like 3 Archer ships? So that alone ends up being 69 XP. Then the 12 times 2. Now it's going to be times 3. And this is bad, guys. I actually think Beasty's lost this game. By the way, I really want to praise Corvinus. I think he's the only person really paying attention to just damn well how good Jeanne can be on water maps like this. We saw it in the testing of, I believe it was Scandinavia, where he was the player picking it out, and we're seeing it again here. And wow. Wait. What? Why did he call GG? I'm assuming they just agreed to go next game, because there's no way I'd say Beasty is winning that at all. All right, let's check in on the next one. Yeah, they did play extra one, so I'm wondering if that was just like he just wanted to get into the next one. He was like testing the opening build order, and he wanted to see what it does next. There's no way Beasty's in a winning position in that game. His fishing has been blocked out after he invested in it. Jeanne hasn't really lost anything at all. Yeah, it's very one-sided. Sorry, just double-checking something. Okay, so let's get ready for another. Bit of a weird ending to that first one, but I'm genuinely going to just chalk that up to like Corvinus' excitedness getting ahead of him. He's like, okay, I've done everything I need to. Let's play next one. Because we're hopping in again. Once again, Japanese versus Jeanne. So how is Beasty going to adapt the build knowing what he's up against? Because you know, there was some suboptimal play on both sides, right? Like for a start, Beasty just played archer ships to his detriment. On the other side, Corvinus went for a demo, and it was completely unnecessary. So we'll see if there's any adaptations. Looking at the spawn already, it's a little bit further away for Jeanne to arrive this time compared to last, with the goal being more retracted. Beasty on the other side of this hasn't got as beneficial of a spawn, actually. If I remember correctly, the last game, he had stone and gold right next to each other. So what he could have actually potentially done is played arrow slits onto the dock very freely, because you could just switch between stone and gold with one forge. Wonder if he actually goes Coca again? I mean, you didn't really feel the power of that Coca necessarily, right? This map is silly. I don't know, man. I actually enjoy it. I think it's quite intriguing. There's a lot to solve, actually. This is just the early phases. I think the meta on this map will evolve a lot over the course of more play. Like, we haven't even seen anyone try and do land trade yet. That works, by the way. This might be a coastal trade post, but works for land as well, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if like maybe an Abbasid pick comes out and trade wing is an option. Because you can get cheap docks, and then you could afford to pump demos, right? So let's speed up the opening a bit, because so far it looks like we're just going to see the exact same thing we saw last game, right? Last time Beasty went up to 4 fishing boats. I wonder if he just doesn't this time, because it was a little bit greedy. School cavalry is on the way. Okay, so adaptation already. Last time Corvin has done this with 3 villages. This time it's 2. And he hasn't gathered the extra gold compared to that time. I actually prefer this. I think last time he just gathered way too much gold and there wasn't really a reason behind it. He didn't need it by the time he teched up. And he still won't need it with this build if he's going to go for a dock play again, right? Because he'll go archer ships first. Looks like instead, Corv might just be ignoring water. Okay, so what is it that Corvinus saw in that first game? Because now I'm starting to wonder, like, the fact he's ignoring water altogether, did he think he'd lost the game? Because to me, it looked really good for him, right? It's like, you forced a Japanese player to go cook a township. You've blocked their fishing. They've lost the fishing. You've got a lot of XP on Jeanne. I don't really understand what Corv would have seen as a loss at that point. And it's going to be another dock. This time, just out of vision. Unfortunately, Beasty chasing the scout back is going to reveal it. So no sneaky dot play this time for Corv. Well, the last one wasn't exactly sneaky either, folks. So tech up's about to complete. Rough timing here, though, for Beasty. Because you can't stop the archer ship coming out. Instead, though, it's going to be a warcog right off the bat. Now, remember what we said about warcogs. Warcogs are actually very cost efficient. Because you spend 305 resources compared to 230 for a galley, right? Usually you have to spend a lot more. Usually you have to spend 340 resources. It's actually a really easily looked over detail about the French and Jeanne, because this is a unique spring ship for them. And there's no way Shinobi's going to be able to stop it. First ship out. Oh, Beasty, man. He wasn't expecting this either. He was priming an archer ship. In fact, you have to cancel this archer ship now, or you just kind of don't do anything, right? I mean, the upside is that warcogs are worse at taking out fishing boats. Downside is you're kind of like playing now a very clear step behind on the composition. Shinobi isn't even going to get here quick enough to stop the archer ship either. So fishing boat's completely idled out. Archer ship is going to shift south side straight away. Shinobi is going to get chased, but should be able to shin out there. Unfortunately, that doesn't detract the spiral shots. Turns out that scout dropped a big chunk of metal on him, and we have magnetic spiral tips. It's real tech, I swear. I do love the way it curved as well. Like, you know, it kind of reminded me of the Mario bullets that have the faces on them. Like, you can turn direction, but if you call it a name, it's going to chase you. Corv has now got Jeanne out. A lot of Shinobi being built, though, and I'm not sure about that. I've seen the Shinobi build work really well against Jeanne before, because you just shin on her and she instantly melts. But against a fleet as well, it's a very different affair. Instead, I think Beasty is just going to go after the economy on land. Yeah, so he's content with the idea that he's bogged down Corvinus here. It's actually not a bad idea for multiple reasons. So for a start, you know, your fishing boats don't give much XP. They actually only give 4 XP each. And then this dock is only going to give like 150, right? Compared to if you built a ship, that already is going to end up giving about the same. And you get nothing in return. This way, you get something. School Cavalry, though, should give the early warning. Beasty. I mean, I know you're in green, buddy. You don't camo that well, though. Scout is going to pop in. A bit of a mistake there, Beasty. He forgot to use Shinshin. What? Okay, that was really poorly played. So Beasty should end up losing one of the Shinobi for this, if the TC can decide which one it wants to kill. Luckily, the Shinobi can't decide how they want to leave, so... What is going on in this game, man? This is so messy. Double Shinobi goes down. But messy on both sides. Demo comes out. Jeanne almost dead. Warcog is going to be going down at this rate due to the dock, so the village has to be pulled to repair. This is such a messy game for both players. And Jeanne has indeed gone down. She got picked. Looks like the Sprinkle ship came back in. So Beasty definitely mismicroed on land, but looks like it was for a good reason, right? Corvinus reacted to that, but Beasty took advantage on the sea. And now he's going to take full advantage. Demo comes in to clean up the Warcog. And one Shinobi made it back in time to sabotage the dock. Another kind of crazy thing about Japan on this map, by the way, you can Shinshin into these tree lines very easily. So, you know, compared to other maps, you don't really have a safe alternative wood line. Like, you're basically gathering wood towards your opponent's base. And that's very advantageous for Shinobi. Demo does at least take out the Springwood on the other side. But now it seems to be an archer off. What worries me is the timings on these things. Like, the Shinobi should be able to get a sabotage out and Shinshin away before the galley can kill him. In fact, it might be even worse. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? That was like a 0.1 second difference on getting that galley out. Still, I don't think it's going to count for much. Corvinus needs more docks. Yeah, I think Beasty's kind of taking control of the game now. Corvinus is scrambling to find a way back underwater, but having to go on the wide flanks like this from this position doesn't feel good. Shinobi are already splitting up to look for you, so he's going to find the attempt at eco on the north side. Oh, that's rough. It's crazy, right? Because, like, if you think about it, BC already came north side, and he's already hunting south side. So, like, you know, there's not really an area that which BC shouldn't logically tread here. So, like, sneaking back underwater is very, very difficult for Corv in this game. There's already reasons for BC to move south and north, right? The south reason was your ship went down there. North reason is that's where your gold is. Oh, Shinobi will not be able to get a final one out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Beasty. It seems like he keeps forgetting about Shinshin in this situation. Like, he could have actually Shinshin the other side of the dock and then sabotaged before he died, which would have been, you know, definitely more optimal here. But he does have full, strong control of the center, right? Double dock down. Naval arrow slits will likely come through on that second one soon. It's going to be very hard for Corvinus to kind of breach this. And what worries me is this gives Beasty a direct line to the main base of Corvinus. Love the consecration. So here's the thing, actually. Warcogs being so food efficient already, it kind of makes consecration suck. France feels better for that reason, right? Like, you inflate your eco on land. Consecration feels worse on water because of this detail. Like, it's kind of nice for galleys. You do save, what, 20 food? It's just not substantial, though. You know, it's weird in a way. Like, the one kind of saying here is, if it wasn't for the fact that Warcogs were cheaper by food, as they are, then actually, yes, consecration would be really good. Jeanne would be a decent water civ. But because of it, they're not really. It's double dock north side. Corvinus. If he just uses the full fishing boom, like, Beasty really has choices here. He can either just chase you, or he can look to just go castle. And it looks like Beasty is not going to give a chance for this game to go deeper. Fleet on the way north now. Corvinus, not with much to defend. First night finally coming out 11 minutes into the game, but I mean, this late, I'm wondering what your target is. It's going to be very hard to sneak in unnoticed. And the new civ is a civ created by one of our modders we're going to be checking out later called Vietnam. So be sure to check that out. DC is not rushing for that end yet. He's getting the demos to delete because Corvinus was forced to make an error here. He put two docks right on top of each other. Actually, I don't think he was even forced. He could have walked and placed it here. It would have stopped him from losing double dock to demo pump. But this demo pump is going to be able to find both for the price of one. Not a good sign. Shinobi also marching forward for the fleet. You can't really afford to snipe them down either. Arch ship does get taken out. Corvinus, if the sabotagers connect here, he's dead. And that's it. That has to be the demos. They go through. Warcog's just trying to escape. It's simply not going to work out, though. I'm sorry, what? You get XP for that? What? No, that must have been a UI bug. We were on BC's perspective and XP was getting given. I do not think Jeanne gets XP for detonated explosive douse. She's not meant to anyway. But Sabos did connect here. Fishing is non-existent. I think this game is just, at this point, not recoverable for Corvinus, bar some very big errors coming out from Beasty. Like, Beasty has some fishing going on around here. He's setting up pockets everywhere for that very reason. Blocking any way Corv can get back in. Demo ships once again showing up. Divine Restoration doesn't work on buildings, folks. It's, yeah, no. So with that in mind, docks are going to start to crumble. It feels even worse because he did, in fact, consecrate these. Yeah, it's kind of a snowball effect in the other way. I think that's something that people don't appreciate about Jeanne, is when you lose consecration buildings, it hurts your scalability so much. Jeanne immediately flops. Rebuy comes in. Looks like he was starting to save up for Castle Age, but the problem from here is if you do this, Beasty can still beat you to it. Spinman already being prepped. Looks like he was idled out on the gold, so he's going to look to push that knight away now. A little bit early on the move out onto the gold from Beasty here. Might cost him a few villages, but not as much as Corvinus has had to pay in this game. We'll finally realizes 2 villages do go down for it, but knight is now removed from the checkerboard. Villagers are being pulled out into dangerous territory. There's still double archership here against Jeanne, which doesn't work. No. Leave the game. Oh, he actually listed. Oh. That hits you right in the jubblies, doesn't it? But yes, for those asking about the new Civ, we have a show match coming up in a few hours between Dragovan and Gully Deckle to test out a brand spanking new Civ created by Hosen, designed by Chile Empires, which is going to be the Vietnamese. So it's not an official DLC for anyone like tries to say we're clickbaiting or some crap like that. We're actually not. It's something new added in. So let me have a look at this. Wood Drake Jeanne 1. Wood Drake Jeanne 2. Make Shinobi disable building primary weapons when sabotaging? Dude, that would that's such a bad idea. It's a really bad idea, trust me. Like, trust me, you don't want to do that. You're thinking for keeps, but it ruins the balance around TCs and outposts. Hey, sup, Sven. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, excited to complete the family later this year. Kids should be arriving at the end of September. Just before the big Red Bull kicks off. So, let's have a look at a different angle. Because it looks like they semi-flipped civs here. Beasty's going to try Jeanne. I think part of it is Shinobi just need a way of scaling in the late game. I think there needs to be a way of like producing them from something other than the Coca. The thing I recommended to the devs is TCs and castles should be able to produce Shinobi. It's pretty reasonable. Especially considering you don't get castles until Imperial. We're back for more of the brand spanking new Water Drake here between Beasty and Corvinus, and Jeanne is making an appearance again on a water hybrid map. This time not up against the Japanese. Corvinus instead opts for the Abbasid. So maybe taking some sort of inspiration from Beasty's Abbasid plays earlier on Archipelago. Yep, Abbasids are pretty good on this map, actually. The docks are insanely cheap, so you can set up very efficiently compared to other civs, right? Like, you only pay 75 wood per dock. On top of that, this is a civ that we've seen actually have some value via the cheek mask. The extra health does go the distance, and I think something that often just gets slept on with the Abbasids is once you're a few minutes into the game, that age kicking in, the Golden Age effect, 15% gathering speed buff is quite ludicrous in a lot of these games. Especially in a matchup against someone like Jeanne, where you don't really have many eco perks yourself. You do get your eco upgrades cheaper, of course, and you do have consecration discount, but something I've been noticing is, like, for the things I love about Jeanne on water maps, the biggest thing being that Jeanne actually escalates levels very quickly if you play it well, because she gets so much XP from boats dying. The negative is consecration has less value because the docks don't really save much, right? You save 20 food on an archer ship. It's not bad, but it's not much when you consider the total cost of 230 resources. And warcogs, you don't save much either, because remember, compared to normal Springle chips, the warcogs for the French and Jeanne faction cost less food. It's kind of unfortunate, really. Like, if warcogs had their discount in wood instead of food, then actually consecration would be really, really strong here. Thank you very much, Heckler. When I pass my chain to the kid, not too soon. The jaw might just hit the floor, right? It's proper silver. We want them to hunker down, be stuck there. Be like watching a little baby T-Rex try to lift his head for the first time. It's a Beasty. Let's see. Wait. Okay, so he didn't send Jeanne out. And oh, what is with Beasty and all this cock? I just, dude, he's so obsessed with it. I've seen him do this multiple times now with Jeanne. I think he's one of like 2 or 3 players that tries to do it with French on Frisian Marsha still. He keeps trying to find a way. It's comical because I always have my flashback to when they made the change to Chamber of Commerce, where now when you research Ecotex, you get a trader for free. And I remember Beasty being absolutely zealous about the thought that this is going to be OP, because I remember watching his patch notes thing. And I'd done my patch notes thing before I'd seen his. And I love that we had just absolutely polar opposite opinions on it, because I bluntly recall the statement me making was, this changes nothing. This is still an absolutely terrible landmark. And you know, I keep wanting him to prove me wrong. I keep wanting someone to prove me wrong, but so far I've yet to really see the Chamber of Commerce build really take off. And that was back with French, right? Maybe Jeanne can use it a bit better. In theory, the reason why Jeanne does Chamber of Commerce better than French is that by going Chamber of Commerce, you force your opponent out onto the map because they have to shut out your trade. And if they have to come out onto the map to shut out your trade, they're out of their base. They're playing the feudal age, which is something that Jeanne absolutely loves. And the position seems terrible because he just wants it as quickly as possible and keeping Jeanne near the center, right? Like, if you walk out here with Jeanne to build this, it's GG. You need level 2 ASAP in this matchup. Military wing is on the way from Corvinus, though. And that's already going to be a little bit of a sore sight for the trade wing. Sorry, not trade wing, the Chamber of Commerce wing. Especially if he reads it right. Has Beasty already got the... Yes, he has. Okay, good lad. He did actually go for the correct tech here. You always want to be getting your hands on the easy, cheap forestry tech. It's something like... I'm trying to remember now. Is it 75 or 100? It's not much. And then immediately follows up with the broadaxe because we are going to be getting to water quite quick. Interestingly, he prioritizes broadaxe here over getting some sort of food inflation because you can't just go fishing straight away, right? And most of your cost is going to be, what, food? Nah, I guess it is wood, right? Even more so with the warcogs. Dude, I literally just talked about it a few seconds ago and then I forget to bring it up here. So it makes a lot of sense why he wants to prioritize that. I wonder if Beasty's strategy revolves around the idea of adding in knights or just pumping a lot of demos, because you need somewhere to sink all of this gold. Sorry, all of this gold. Okay, I gotta stop. Well, you know where you can sink all this gold? To the bottom of the river, I guess? And someone can dig it up later, because it looks like the military wings have found it. Spinman going to chase this back. Archie, in the meantime, did get sniped down, so the Warcog does find some value there. And level 2 Jeanne has now arrived. You know, when you think about it, she's even more equipped for these water maps than she is for land. I feel like those are very much the type of boots you want to wear if you had to go paddling. Kind of like swamp boots, you know? So, big difference in this game I think we're going to see is it looks like Beasty's going to try to be aggressive with Jeanne onto land, maybe? He's moving far south. It's possible he's worried about the Spearman. But I'd love to see him now turn this into a beneficial play by going after the economy here, right? because then Corvinus has to come back with the Archer and Spearman and also build more to defend. Double Warcog versus one Bagler. Remember, one side is playing into this at a notable discount compared to the other. Demo is now coming out, and they need to get Jeanne back to help with this right now. And the sales does come through, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to protect. Detonation is a solid hit. Yeah, but even that feels less valuable compared to what you usually get, right? Like Spiral Chips, you know, the cost's pretty high, right? You're usually spending 160 resources to kill 340 resources. But instead, you're spending 160 resources to kill 305. It's still a beneficial trade, it's just less. Right? In a way, you kind of feel bad afterwards when you think about that detail. It's like, man, compared to other civs, I'm just not getting that good of a deal. I guess English has that same impact on people, right? With their 10% discount. Jeanne has backed up into the main fight here now. She's not actually bad at defending with her body against this count. Like, 2 Baglers are not instantly going to kill Jeanne, so you can actually absorb some blows to give you an advantage. Corvinus. One thing I thought he might try here is a ram, but he hasn't bothered at all. I think that's a little bit disappointing. From this position, I know you have to build a lot of boats, but a ram makes a lot of sense. It gives you a way of actually just removing any sort of naval escalation near you, right? It also removes the healing aura that comes in on these fights. And it's a very popular play now on water maps. Like, we've seen a lot of maps like Kawasan, for example. If your opponent's all in on military navy, he doesn't have anything that can actually burn down a ram. Cool. Going for a pretty ambitious dock here. Villager almost gets sniped out immediately by Jeanne. Archer ship does get taken out, but there's no demos to play with here for Corvinus. Spearman getting a bit ambitious as well. So Corvinus really struggling to actually get this dock up. But Beasty struggling even more right now, right? Like, the Spiral count looks good for the moment. Extra baggers are coming in. The demo ship can't get around, though. Oh, Beasty, not like this. Archer ship goes in, gets the clear. Will look to back away. Jeanne not able to get extra XP out of this yet. Demo is going to come in. Good connect. Hits one of the Warcogs. Hits the dock as well. Now, the Villager did go down, right? So this dock is never actually going up. That does go down. Unfortunately, it looks like Jeanne was out of range here. Now, as it stands, we've got, what, 3 traders? Yeah. So they're not really returning much. But now with this dock going up in the corner, yes. This is really cool from Beasty. Remember, you can actually trade to these docks with the traders because this is all shallow water you can walk over. So he's going to maximize his gold gain up here. And he can also set up fishing later. That's a really cool play. That's something that Abbasid can do, though. We said about the trade wing element, right? This is another civ that should be looking for this play. It's actually even better for the Abbasids because the docks only cost 75 resources each. And thinking back to how this military wing played out, I'm starting to feel like trade wing would have just been outright better. And there it is. The true substance revealed. 82 gold per trade. Back on the season in the meantime. Another Villager trying to get it up. In fact, 2 flop dead. Nice snipes coming in, but it comes at a price. Jeanne is taken out. And confidence now surging as Corvinus looks for the push in. A big wallop. Decent damage done. The Warcog's low on HP. With the Teak Mask, this is an easy cleanup. Corvinus, he's done it. GG gets called Beasty. A good idea, but he needed more minutes than he was given in this game. Damn. If he had, like, maybe 4 more minutes, I think it could start paying off. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like this idea around the trade transition. I do think it's better for Abbasid, though. I think, like, if they play that again, Abbasid should try doing that. I think it was a meme build. Not necessarily. I think Jeanne has some relevance. It's just not fully fleshed out yet. But trading like that definitely works. You park a boat on top of it, but the whole logic is, like, in that situation, why Beasty's seeing value there is if you're parking a boat there, that's one less boat you have fighting him, right? Similar to trade wing logic. Same thing, right? My grandmother gave it to me, so I'll give it to my grandchild. Maybe. No, I mean, I've got one from my grandmother and grandfather and one from my grandfather. So, bit of both. What's the thoughts on the map? I think it's, like, very messy right now. It needs a bit more time to be figured out. But once it is, it should prove to be quite an entertaining battlefield. That's how I feel about it. I think it's going to feel very memey in this tournament, though. It's interesting because moving out doesn't feel memey out the gate, but it's a very different style of map, right? Like, moving out has you kind of play away from each other initially, whereas the way Water Drake is designed, you play towards each other straight away. Okay, so they also had a game on Kawasan. Abbasid versus Order of the Dragon. Okay, I have to check that out. That just feels like such a weird matchup, right? Did you know when you move the Silver Tree landmark? Yep, I know it updates in real time. It always has. Right? It's just you didn't notice it because, like, you're waiting for the drop-off, right, with the old system. But yeah, it's always worked that way. And I need to turn on my backlight because I'm fading into the ether. And Frey jumped up and said, Dad, hey, Frey. It's one of her favorite things. She sees you, she goes, hey, Dad. And you go, hey, Frey. And she goes, hey, Dad. And you go, hey, Frey. And then you get where this is going. It doesn't stop. Actually, it does eventually. She eventually just asks for something like food. But yeah, the interesting one, by the way, as well, is that, and it's another thing I like about the new trade system, is you can actually just manually click traders anywhere, send them all across the map, and then go to drop off, and it'll calculate the distance between the 2 points. So, like, we saw a really cool game. I think, yeah, it actually uploaded on my YouTube channel just the other day. Definitely worth checking out. Anatan versus Puppy Paw. And he legit sent one trader. So he diagonally traded on the map, which is just really weird anyway. And he sent it all the way back towards the corner of his base and then all the way down again. Because he knew against Delhi, it would get sniped otherwise. She's yapping away to me. I can't hear you, Frey. I can't hear you. What? Speak louder. Time for more Meta Watch. We're heading to the scrims between Beasty and Corvinus. And you knew I had to click on this, man. Beasty, we know him for his HRE. But you know how it is, man. You get a little bit older. You get all the success. You start to pile on a little bit of weight. You're no longer an HRE. You're a dragon. He's on the dented boys. Meanwhile, on the other side, Corvinus looking to stay trim and stay a little bit cheesy in this one, as we have got Abbasid, a very popular pick at the highest level of play. Still very ban-worthy in a lot of situations, competitive, but a very unorthodox pick on a map like Kawasan compared to something more established like the Abbasids. Is in theory cool, though. I think there are some intriguing builds here. You still do get the cheaper docks, just like your cousin Civ, the Abbasids. But there's some interesting plays with Advancement Wing giving more aggressive timings than Abbasids to reach Feudal Age. There's even intriguing ideas such as Industry Wing that gives you a quick way of getting into rams or initial boats to attack with. So I have to see which way Corv is thinking and leaning here. I believe Corv has actually ranked up pretty highly recently, by the way. His main account is ranked 10th in the world. He's got 2,123 elo. Meanwhile, Beasty, obviously his main is 2362 elo first place. The random account, 2170 elo. So like, quite impressive, actually. Corvinus has been on quite the grinder. He's been filthily spamming the Abbasids. I don't know if you guys know this, but like Corv has been doing these 30, 40, 50 game pumps of different civs. So like he went through the Japanese, he went through Order Dragon. I think recently he's been doing Ottomans and Abbasids. Corv. Okay, I like this. He hasn't gone advancement wing. Neither of them have gone fishing either, by the way. A little bit surprised Order the Dragon didn't try to do that, but I guess it feels really bad. Because the problem right here is that if you send a villager straight away, you're getting so much idle time, right? Your villager force isn't that big to begin with, right? So it seems much better just to get into the feudal age. And I think the other thing he's worried about is that if the Ibeds are going for feudal as well, they'll beat you to it with advancement wing. But as we can see, no advancement at all. Instead, it is going to be the classic military wing reinforcement. Oh yeah, you know, I've heard his rants about Japan. The hilarity to me is he's like, oh man, Yumi suck, like feudal Japan sucks. It's like, yeah, buddy, don't put those two things together. Just go fast castle and Yumi spam. So military wing reinforcement here against Dragon. I'm wondering if he's trying to bait his opponent to just react with Gilded Archers and then go for Fast Castle. I mean, Gilded Archers all horsemen, right? But like Corvinus, he could quite easily tech up here, right? You can move forward for the stone, or rather grab it on the retreat, and then you go castle. Maybe just play a little bit of water as a distraction. The interesting thing actually is if Beasty doesn't have any sort of defenses at home and doesn't have any military production buildings, he could be completely idled out on gold and potentially half of this tree line, right? Because the camel is quite ridiculous. I feel like a broken record right now. This unit is way too good. Like, I'm still shocked that I'm saying this all these months later. I think when the expansion first released, I looked at what Desert Raiders were and I looked at what that wing was. I was like, this is just not going to be worth it. But now that we've had time to breathe and people have optimized, the delays this causes to someone else's reaction to you is huge. It's that narrative control, right? Like, you're flipping the script and saying how someone has to play into you. And that's a powerful tool. We've seen it for many civs, right? Abbasids prove it. The king right now proves it for the English. Play onto the second dock. Yeah, and Beasty couldn't mirror this, right? Like, his villages, the way he's gathering up, he's trying to get the Sprinkle ship out first, and Corv, he's going to mirror him here, but this means he can inflate eco elsewhere. This is really important considering right now, Corvinus' economy is very weak in comparison to Beasty's, right? Beasty has got a 43% buffed eco. He's only 2 eco behind, right? Meanwhile, Corvinus doesn't even have the Golden Age 1, which, remember, is actually worse than the Abbasid 1. Okay, guys, I'm just going to stare. Yumi are actually good, all right? Chill. Desert Raider. Ooh. He almost actually gets the kill on Beastie Scout. He does get the villager, though. Yeah, I see you trying to die in the green, so I don't notice, but we see you. That's huge. A Gilded Villager kill like that is big. And you could lose the second one here. Water side. Moves in with the to the Gilded Villager now. Bag like... No, dude, you need to click it. So he gets the second kill. It does cost him the Bagler, though. Desert Raider doesn't really need to be coming here now. Now, the interesting thing is, yes, Corvinus is probably going to have to allow his opponent to have this pond, but he's got the other one now. And it's fully safe. He went for a Dow first. Double dock play coming in. This is looking pretty bad for Beasty. Now, that's interesting, actually. I think if Corvinus had stuck at that straight away with the Archer shots, we may have seen another villager going down. Second Desert Raider is now on the way. Move your ass. All right, he clearly doesn't speak English. Remember what we said about these Desert Raiders, though, right? Like, if you don't have a reaction, this is how annoying it gets. And because he spent so long trying to deal with the Navy threat, he never built an Archer. He doesn't have a solution to this. And yes, the Desert Raiders auto-spawn every 2 minutes. He just forgot to rally them, which is a little bit of a blunder. Oy, oy, oy. So Beasty, what is his play out of this? Do you just now swell eco and go castle? I think you have to. The problem is you need to access gold, and that's going to be difficult. So he's probably just going to have to get a gilded villager and accept it. Going horseman is also an option, but it sets you up to just have nothing against camels, right? At least this way you have gilded crossbowmen down the line, and you already have the buildings for it. This is so annoying. Actually, funnily enough, yeah, I was about to say, if Corvinus just goes round to the other side, he'll be able to snipe more villagers. These units are so tilting. There we go, he does see it. Beasty, ooh, just about gets out of range there in time on 2 HP. He's just creeping, waiting for his opportunity here. More walls are at least coming in, so Beasty, while Corvinus is distracting, you can see him, is taking the opportunity to secure the full flank. He needs this, by the way, because if he doesn't secure the full flank, accessing gold is going to be difficult. For all he knows, Corvinus could very easily be adding in additional units to attack on land. Like, I'm kind of surprised, actually, Corvinus didn't consider just adding 2 horsemen here. I think it would have been a very strong play and very hard to counter. In fact, Beasty's expecting it. He went for a Rax as well. Good Archer just trading out. Yeah, I think he jumped the gun here. 2 Desert Raiders will beat 1 Gilded Archer, as they quite rarely should, for what they cost. Oh wait, these guys cost nothing. Yeah, I'm really salty about this unit. So he gets the kill on the Gilded Archers. That's actually big, 160 resources down the drain. 3rd Desert Raider is now here. So I think you just peel this Desert Raider really far back, maybe go hunting on the flank for eco. Ooh, you could send him to the afterlife as well. That is an option. And we've now got Men-at-Arms added in. Now, it's interesting, right? Because if this was Camel Archers, Men-at-Arms would be the dumbest thing you could ever build. But actually, against Desert Raiders, Men-at-Arms are decent. They have a high enough base damage that the 5 melee armor doesn't shrug off enough for the Desert Raider. And because your range damage is quite weak on Desert Raiders compared to Camel Archers, you don't really kite and kill quickly. So after the back and forth aggression, we now have an 8 eco lead for Corv. Remember, that's going to build over time as the Gilded Villages do take longer. 4 seconds actually longer to build each one. But they are very much better. And because he's got the Archon in range of the gold and the wood, a lot of his economy on land is still being buffed. Now, there was a lot of stone being gathered by Corvinus. It's starting to look more and more like 2TC, which is a little bit surprising here. And I'm not sure if it's entirely necessary. Wait, what? Okay, I'm sorry. What is happening? Did Corvinus just forget he's got 2 villagers down here? I'm genuinely lost right now. Maybe he was thinking of going 2TC and then he got forced off of it when he saw units coming out to fight. But now this just feels terrible, right? I mean, he's going to go for the arrow slits, so that at least makes it a bit better. But if this was the logic all along, there's no way you ever gather this much stone, right? Like, this seems like a miss macro. In fact, I'm starting to wonder if he still even knows the villages are there. This is crazy out of Beasty. I'm actually really impressed by the way he's navigated this problem. All of a sudden, Corvinus, with that little bit of panic, that reload, and the way he split his economy, it's looking like Beasty's going to be the one making it to castle first. By quite the margin. Dive in. Looking for the eco kills. Does get himself to. Okay, really well played. Does cost him the scout, but that's absolutely fine from this position. Especially considering it continues to keep Corvinus on the defensive. It idles him out. It guarantees he doesn't have the gold to really do much here. And Corvinus is vesting. Okay, sorry. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. I forgot. We're watching Abbasid. We need to check the House of Wisdom. So he has got his tech up. And was this a growth wing? Yeah. Okay, so we went for... Wait, no? That must have been advancement wing. Yeah, there's no camels out. Okay, that explains why it crept up on me. So it was an advancement wing play. The stone still makes absolutely no sense here. Regnant's now on the way from Beasty, though. Then arms are going to back off. Because remember, they only have 3 melee armor. You don't really want to engage with this right now. I mean, sure, you have 2 TC, but I don't think you want 2 TC this quickly. 2 TC feels really bad here, right? Because you're not going for relics first. You're in a map against Order of the Dragon, who have Regnants, right? Relics is your biggest priority, not TC. Because by going 2 TC, you're saying, I'm not going to be out on the map to stop you, right? Go to crossbowmen have been queued up as well. The tech up complete. We should start seeing prelates pump out shortly. You can already see that. Actually, yeah, Beasty thinks it's going to be a play for relics as well. This feels a bit too greedy because Corvinus is doing relics and 2 TC, but he doesn't have much of a military force right now. He's got 4 golems in total. It's not a great force to be frightened by, right? Like, you know, 2 Gilded Crossbowmen should be able to mop that up. Yeah, this is a terrible trade. He didn't really even idle out the gold much, right? Just loses 2 golems, gets nothing in return. He gets confirmation on what he's up against, but I mean, he has bigger problems coming now. Okay, if this is free TC, I'm getting even more worried, man. Maybe the thought here is if I'm so greedy, then Beasty will try to be so greedy and go past the Swabi instead. Free TC and leave relics be? That's true. That's true. If you don't acknowledge the relics exist, then Beasty wouldn't acknowledge they exist, right? That's how it works. Because you know how it is, right? Like, the Holy Wars only happen because those native living Middle Easterns wanted the region first. If they hadn't wanted us Europeans wouldn't have went there, you know? Corvinus's base is about to get very claustrophobic. He has at least secured the second gold vein now, so he's got an alternative place to gather from. But this relic situation to very quickly just inflate into 5 now. We have got archers coming, but honestly, Gilded Crossbowmen aren't bad at dealing with archers until you snowball. And because Corvinus is gathering way too much stone, he's not exactly snowballing fast. Dervishes move at the same speed as warrior monks with relics. But it's kind of more confusing, right? Because, like, on a warrior monk, you stick the relic on the ass of the horse, so it like drags down and makes sense. But like camels, they stick in like the center of the humps, right? I think. Or do they stand on the side? I've never paid attention to where dervishes stick their relics. That is not a euphemism. Oh, there you go. He genuinely just piggybacks it. So he crams himself and a relic between the 2 humps. Once again, not a euphemism. Flash in the center, though, and a bad one for Korf. He did pull the relic towards the archer ship. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to matter here. Potato Aimer Gamer means the prelate pulls it back. And that is the 2 most aggressively located relics now on their way back home for Beasty. Interesting that he stopped at only 2 prelates. I'm not a big fan of that. This is a relic race. You have got plenty of gold. You could easily be going up to 4 prelates here to lock in all 5 relics. So it's kind of giving an opportunity, actually, for Corvinus to get something. And I really don't like that from Beasty. Hey, it's not 51 army supply. It's less than that. Let's be totally real. I mean, they are better, but... Yeah, it should be a 4 relic game, but it could have been a 5 relic game. I feel like he misplayed a bit. Because he was mismacroing gold, right? I think he was worried he was going to need to invest more into military faster. So he wanted to keep it in reserve. But 4's still good, right? Okay, now this is getting worrying. Like, this shouldn't be happening. Like, this really shouldn't be happening. So it's going to be a 3-2 split. I'm kind of impressed by the fact that Corvinus was able to get away with this. Like, the 2TC into the mosque when he had no units should have been more punishable. But Beasty did back up entirely, and I'm getting this really uncomfortable feeling he's just trying to play into Imperial. The problem with that is, like, while it makes sense that you want to get to Imperial, because you know that, you know, Castle Swipe is always good, and you know that Ivids don't really have a great Imperial Age, what they do have is a really strong Castle Age. And if you fail to respect that timing, they could kill you before you get any value out of Age 4. Mangoes. No, I love that, man. We rarely ever see it, but remember, mangoes hit hard. Look at that damage. 36 times 3 means fishing boats insta-die to a mango shot. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? They're already loaded up with fish. Now you're dropping rocks on them. Of course they're going to sink. Fishing boats have their limitations. Scrum ship. Mango needs to help out here. You know, one thing I've been wondering actually is incendiary shots, because I think incendiary shots, is it bonus against buildings or buildings and ships? It actually might be worth it against ships. The only problem is this mango sucks against land. Especially with aim like that. Men at arms, I'll just get chased away the Springwood here. Gilded crossbow will clear this all up. The Corvinus, I mean, it was a cool fight to begin with, but now it's really bad. He has at least still got the 2 TC situation, right? So his eco lead is getting pretty big. This is where we need to start seeing Corvinus kind of inflate up. And what is up, McCormy? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. Sorry, I just want to... You think Beasty could go Imperial Age? I will look... Let me look at the numbers for you. You are correct. If I take the income and swap it with the current, he is close. Yeah, no, like there's no way Beasty's gonna rush Imp here. You have to do damage. Corvinus is already economically too far ahead. Can we dive in, Beasty? Look towards that mango and a choke point though. The one spot where these Guild Crossbowmen can pay a high price. And arms now with the dive in, and Corvinus, he needs to repair right now. Villagers pull just the nick of time. The problem is you're throwing away everything else here. The mango is needed to attack. Shot coming out, but not a good one. Army not looking too scary either. It's getting mopped up by the Raymond crossbows. They're sticking on top of the mango. It is only a threat if we get out from underneath its nose. Villagers. Well, it looks like they're going to be next in the chopping block, right? Pretty much the entire army has been reduced to nothing. Gulem's just running out into their death. 2 men at arms still diving in. This looks so creepy. This is like when you watch an FPS where pro's up against a newbie who can't aim, and they just, you know, when they just kind of jump around them, they dance around them, and they just like, you know, they don't kill them, they do something worse than killing them. They shame them. Not in a mean way, but more in an entertaining way. And that's exactly what's happening here. That Manjanique feels like that noob that's never picked up an FPS before. It reminds me of those recordings where the pros see someone who they clearly know has never played the game before, and they try to help them, right? Let's seeing a little kitten stuck in a well, and you're just like, oh, we gotta get the kitty out of the well. Only, I guess in this situation, you're getting out of the well to stick it in the oven. But okay, that got dark. Let's focus on the game. We've got a bunch of men at arms still, more crossbows coming now from Corvinus to counter this. But he's definitely felt the sting, right? Like, the eco lead has shrunk, noticeably so. Less than 20 between them. Sacred sites have also been locked in, and we're already over 2 minutes into that timer. Looks like we have at least got Sultan's Mamluk, so this can actually be pretty good. With the Mamluk Bravery, yes, you can start to clear up these men at arms. Beasty, I think it's finally time for attack up. Does he just swab you at the center of the map? You know what, guys? I actually think you do. 11 villages will do this really fast. It's swabification time. No! No, Beasty, no! We were so close. All the berries, I mean, it would have had multiple angles of value, right? Like, the Ibis would have no food then. You'd have easy food for inflation. You'd also have kind of like an established area for a central base. But instead, he chooses the safer option. So 18 villagers working at home. Tech up about to complete. And this is where I imagine we're just going to see immediate switch into hand cannoneers and spears. You know, your opponent could be going golems, but if you have hand cannoneers, gilded hand cannoneers especially, it's not going to last long. And the spearmen are really good at just dealing with crossbow mass, right? Instead, wow, he's actually going to stick to gilded crossbows. So you're probably wondering, like, why would you not just switch over to hand cannoneer straight away? I mean, there is a viable reason behind it, and it's because when you go for hand cannoneers, you put yourself in range. Even though you're very tanky, you're still trading health, right? With Gilded Crossbowman, you're not in range, remember. This is a 6-tile range crossbow. Very powerful. Sacred Sight, win condition is about to be decapped finally by Korv. Love that. He actually went for a transport ship, not to waste time here, so it does get the quick D. Beasty is on the way. They shouldn't be quick enough, sure. Oh, no. No, no, no. Don't get baited by the villager. Korv. He needs this decap to stand a chance of still being in this, but no way. Beasty. He's going to block it. He moves in. It's a massacre straight away. He can't get the decap. And yes, Swabia would give E-repairs because it's a TC. Remember, it's a globally shared cooldown. All right, guys, we have a problem. I don't think Corvinus is going to be able to bust this. Castle drop now coming in the right side. And the left. And dive in the center ain't an option because of that. A cannon placement already in with a relic inside. Yeah, you see what happened. You, even just trying to dive this is a mistake. This game's over. Order of the Dragon being Abbasid? What alternate universe am I living in? How do I get home? I don't know if I like how this feels. It's quite interesting, right? The Order of the Dragon still kind of maintain this advantage off of their range units, not the melee units. The Gilded Crossbowmen really are the single best unit they have. I think Gilded Archers are still being slept on in certain particular matchups, but Crossbowmen are just much easier to justify. Much safer unit. Counters a lot more in the game. Doesn't die as quickly. Has that extra range. It's basically like a javelin. Unless you kind of focus on the bread and butter of HRE life, right? Which is food, gold. You only gather wood, so you can get more food. And this isn't a series. This is actually a bunch of scrimming between Corvinus and Beasty. So the results have been fairly Beasty skewed in their engagements, but they're only going to get more skewed from here right out. I think we're close to the final Ura for Korv. Tell me you know you're dead either way without saying it. Subscribe to Only Rams. We are going... Are we going to go double digits here? I mean, hell, at this point, you might as well, right? If he builds 30 Rams, he'll still die. So actually, Order of the Dragon are pretty good at dispatching Rams because compared to other civs, the melee units don't like clown around on each other, right? Because there's less melee units, but the damage on them is higher, they don't waste as much time going around each other to get on top of Rams. And a handful of men-at-arms will clear this up fast. And Cannoneer's now being queued up as well. Corvinus. The march of death begins. I gotta respect Corvinus for at least putting it out there and giving it a go, right? He could have just said, nah, this game's over, but I think he's gonna now. Elite Men-at-Arms upgrade just came in. Rams can barely reach around into the outpost anyway before they get splintered down. Horsemen do try to wrap around the back, but it's elite Gilded Crossbowmen. They'll be fine. E-repair... Oh, dude, it's the most orderly layering of houses I've seen in a while. Corvinus' one hope was like, he won't be able to E-repairs this. I'll take it. Oh, no. 3 rounds left over. I feel like you're going to be bogged down here for another 2 minutes. And that's 2 minutes too long. Gilded villagers are now killing up on the Rams. And the crossbowmen are going to clear up the rest of the army. GG called. What a cool game, man. I think that was really intriguing. Corvin is so close to getting what almost felt like just a default win with that Desert Raider play. But Beasty finds the route to recovery. And what I loved here was the fact it wasn't just greed. He played that castle very aggressive and made Corvinus look like a clown. That was brilliant. What do we call that one? How to make mangonels look bad. All right, there we go. No, it wasn't live. We are watching, so that is the scrims they were playing yesterday. So I think that was all of them. There was one or two others, but I think they were like 5-minute games. Actually, there's another Archipelago one they had, which was HRE versus Abbasids. We can give that a quick ganders. So let's load that one up now. And then we do have some cool games from the ladder to look in on. I'm hoping Louis is awake and queuing right now. I think Louis changed his play point in the day. I'm guessing it's because he's scrimming maybe with like Marine Lord. And sup, Binak? Oh, Takanum. How's it going, buddy? I haven't seen you in a long time. And yeah, the new Civ will be not in 3 hours. So reminder people, we've got a show match coming up on the new Civ. Let me just quickly pull up the Civ that we're going to be showing off. So Persia? No, not Persia. We've got another new Civ. Boing. In fact, have I got a Nightbot command? Did I create a Nightbot command for Civ or something? Let me double check. No. So there's nothing to update there. Oh, but I should probably update the show match one. So play all 5 show match for the new Civ Vietnam. So yes, we have got a new Civ that was designed by Chile Empires and then brought to life by the wonderful Hosen. We've got the Vietnamese coming to Age of Empires via the modding community. So this is actually a really cool one. It's interesting. I think we're actually going to have some really cheesy outpost shenanigans going on because this is a Civ that doesn't have outposts. They actually have something called hideouts, which they cost less, they build quicker, they can only garrison 3 units and have less health. So really intriguing. Another really cool detail is they basically have the Malians' poisoned arrows on their static defenses, so their TC, their outposts, their castles, they will have them. And this Civ, the way you pick it, you can actually try it yourself now in the game. If you check the mod area, check for Vietnam, you look for the mod that was created by Hosen, and it's a tuning pack. And what you do is you activate the tuning pack and you pick China in a custom game, and you will get this Civ instead. They have some really cool things, though. They've got AoE hand cannoneers, so they basically have kind of a little bit like Ozitsu. They have worker elephants that are like Gurs, but instead of unpacking them, they're always drop-offable at, right? So you can just move and drop off as you go, which is really cool to see. They've got rocket elephants that I'm anticipating are just going to be broken, like basically the equivalent of having a tank in these fights. Outside that, they have some very interesting farms. They've got the rice terraces, which are bigger farms, which gather from quicker. And then most intriguing to me is this, the explosive traps. So they can actually build little traps around the map. And if you walk into them, after a very short delay, they'll explode and do 30 damage. It's like a mini demo ship on land. They recharge over time, by the way. We are going to be featuring Pigeon's View, which is the new and improved version of High View. So this play especially is going to be broken on that map because stealth forests. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things. That show match is going to be happening in 3 hours. So definitely hang around now. Enjoy the games we've got. And then we'll get into that play all 5 later on in the day. But for now, Let me close this, and we can get ready for another fun old match between Beasty and Corvinus. The Vietnam War inspired. Well, you say that, yeah. They've literally even got a landmark that lets you garrison units inside it and then ungarrison them at another landmark. So kind of. Shame you can't do it between the hideouts. That would be broken though. It's funny because I was saying when I read that the first time, it reminded me of a particular RTS you guys may be familiar with, Dawn of War. Dawn of War had that with the Imperial Guardsmen, where they could garrison the guardsmen in the raxes and then ungarrison them in different barracks. It's really cool. All right, I actually turfed up one more cheeky little practice match between Beasty and Corvinus. I had to check this one out because Corvinus has whipped out Beasty's old signature civ here. The HRE used to be, what, a top 3 civ on maps like Archipelago? Meanwhile, Beasty seems to be believing more and more in the Abbasids, which is surprising here. He did show us the power it can have earlier on, so I'm willing to give him a pass and see how it's going to play out this time. Admittedly, in that particular game, I felt like it was a bit of an outplay. These civs should be more closely matched, because in the outplay game, he was up against Zhuji. Zhuji, for those that have not been following the meta on Archipelago, is broken. They are the best civ, hands down. I've seen nothing that contests them. But Beasty was able to pull out a win there. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in this one, though, because HRE, to me, just doesn't really feel that good on Archipelago anymore. You have the buff on the initial tree line, and you have the coin flip on whether the gold's close enough. Now, thankfully, this game is going to be competitive because Corvinus did get his gold in range of the Archon. I'm glad for that. I hate it when this happens. I've seen a bunch of spawns recently where the gold is nowhere nearby. Like, imagine if the gold was here. All of the golds, and you just had to choose the wood instead. At that point, HRE just feels like a B-tier civ. A little bit like Nidus Worm? Yes. Yeah. GLA Tunnel Network? Yeah, I can't remember. What came first? Was it Dawn of War or Command & Conquer Heroes and Generals? I think it was Dawn of War. The Winter Assault expansion is the one I'd be looking at. So, Dawn of War Winter Assault came 2005. I'm pretty sure CNC Generals was either 2004 or 2006. 2003, really? Was it that early? Huh, I never realized that. I mean, in fairness, I will say, this is about to get me mass unsubscribed. Command & Conquer Generals is overrated. Red Alert 2 is a better game. Anyway, back to the game. So Corvinus, oh, he didn't send 3 villagers over. I still think the way to do this is sending 3 villagers over on the shoreline fish, and you want to get a good tech up timing. Abbasid's on the other side. House of Wisdom's already down, but you know, we're nowhere near a tech up. Kind of surprised he actually built it that early. 2003, you're a 12-year-old boy? Damn, Fat Blob, you old. Wait, okay, I'm sorry, I've got to shame him a bit. I don't know why I'm doing it. He's such a nice fella as well. So, 2003, you're 12. So that means that you are, what, 2 years older than me? And you have the name Fat Blob. I thought my name was immature. I had this the other day when we were doing the charity quiz thing, and my friend's like, "You have a subscriber called Fat Blob?" And you just found it very comical. Yeah, dude. Growing up is overrated. You know how when you're a little kid, you're like, I really want to grow up. And but the thing is that the kids are really naive on why they want to grow up. Because you've never heard a kid go, oh boy, I really want to grow up so I can pay taxes. Oh boy, I really want to grow up so that I can have a crippling anxiety about debt that I can't pay off my whole life. Oh boy, I really want to grow up so I can think about all the aspirations I had that I didn't achieve. They're like, I want to grow up so I can drive a car. Never, oh boy, I really want to grow up so I can drive a car and then realize how expensive insurance and fuel is. You know what's not expensive, though? These docks. 75 wood each, I think, is a big part of why Beasty likes this play. He's able to inflate fishing at a ridiculous rate and then cover it by going for the docks to garrison if his opponent goes for a faster tech up. Yeah, dude, that got dark. I need to pull out the hanky banister. And I'm not gonna resort to it. Instead, I'm gonna drink something a bit more tasty. I'm gonna drink some more of my protein works. Did you guys know, by the way? We just signed with them for another month. So perfect time to go click that link and buy yourself something. I should have some more goodies arriving probably in the next few days. I've told them to send me some different products. I want to try the new Tropics range, actually. So I'll let you know how those are. And maybe check them out yourself. Go kill a pigeon. So Culture Wing coming in is pretty standard here. We've seen this before out of Beasty. Makes a lot of sense. Like, Teak Mask sales much cheaper. You want to eventually get fresh food stuffs. This makes it justifiable. The Eco-Tech upgrades. He's probably going to wait to get double broad. No, I don't think you can actually wait for double broad axe. It's tough, but sometimes you just have to accept waiting for POC is bad, and double broad axe is one of those things, considering the amount of wood you need to amass a fleet in the first place. Archon coming in, Corvinus. I wondered if he would do this. He did go deeper, but he didn't go deep enough, in my opinion. The problem with this Archon is, like, you don't want to go deeper because it's too much walk time to get on the gathering, although I'd argue it's not. What he should have been doing is dropping this Archon here, because in the event this game goes past, like, 15 minutes, he's not going to have the buff on the second tree line, right? If he went 2 more tiles down, he buffs this entire area. He played Tibia and Tribal Wars. I don't think I played either of those. Although there's someone you'll get along with. I think we had someone who played the crap out of Tibia. Still does. I mentioned his name a little bit earlier. And this has got me thinking about cool mechanics I want to see actually coming through from, like, older games like Dawn of War still. Okay. So people are going to hate me for saying this because, like, how do you even fit it day before? But I really, really want to see the Troop Cannon from Supreme Commander 2. For those unfamiliar with the Troop Cannon basically allowed you to launch your units across the map. It would be incredible. Like, I actually do not know why Marlins do not have a unique Treb tech that fires cows. Actually, that's fair. I think Marlins are cows sacred to them? I think so, right? Because I believe they're a Muslim Civ. Or is it Hindus? No, Hindus find cows sacred, right? Yeah, so screw it. Marlins can load up the cows. That's my stronghold feelings wanting to come through. The tech up's complete on both sides. Demos are being pumped by Corvinus. He sees the double Baglan, wants to try and contest it. Wheelbarrow is on the way, so really smart choice here. Remember, usually on this map, quite often your gold's going to be right next to the shore, and if it is, Wheelbarrow is not an option, it's a necessity. Because if the dive comes in, you won't be able to move away quick enough. That being said, Beasty did get kind of a beneficial spawn from that angle, right? Like, he's very deeply embedded with this corner. It's not like he got a short little, you know, stub towards his opponent that would easily expose his economy. Corvinus is feeling very confident in this game, though. Notice the way that he's extending docks. This is a little bit unorthodox. Typically, you want to set up docks further on the backside so that you are able to move your fishing eco away. He's more or less just turning his front line into a farmland. Cool. Going pretty hard on the Sprung count right now. Remember, Preservation Knowledge was taken, so these techs aren't too lucrative of an investment coming out from Beasty. He does already have the Teak Mask, which is why you see the extra health coming in. It's actually crazy how much difference this can make. I need to double check the maths on this, because, like, archer ships is something I'm curious about. Because you do the 5 bursts, so you do 90 damage, and then the base is 30, right? So you do 120 damage per strike to a demo, but it gets 15 extra health. I can see situations where that make a difference, though, considering how unreliable Galle's attacks are. Like, they just kind of spread out, right? So I think you will see situations where Abbasid sneak through with a borderline dead demo, and the only reason it's still alive is because that Teak Mask tech that the Abbasids get. For those who don't know what it does, it's basically military boot camp for boats. Okay, that is the most extreme form of hopium I've ever read. Cataract, come on. Corv just needs 10 galleons to bombard both landmarks. Yeah, you mean the carracks, right? Let me just reach into my pocket and well, first of all, let's find the 1,800 resources for Castle. Let's then find the 3,600 resources for Imperial, and then let's find the Just casual 6,000 resources for Carricks. Damn, dude. I tell you what, if someone's willing to give you that type of loan in a game of AoE 4, 2 seconds later, they're going to come in with a baseball bat and break your legs for not paying it back. Whew. Unorthodox? Nice wordplay there, J-Morg, but wrong Civ. This is not the Byzantines. See, that was a religious pun. You could have went for Rus as well. This is a lot of Springles from Corvinus, and not a lot of archer ships. Demo pump's going to begin. I actually think Corvinus has misread this. So the play now for Beasty is you just want to start spamming demos, right? 5 to 8 should be good, because you have justification now. Double archer ship is not going to stop it. I mean, Corv, he's trying to do it himself now, but there's a balance to this art. I'm worried he's going to just look before he runs. Spring ship's coming in. Demo! An immediate hit. Does just about get away with them alive. Barely, mind you. Ambitious docks coming out from Beasty. Not going to work out here. God Gathering needs to ramp up though. Beasty needs more demos now. Queues up more Springles out of the forward dock. Demos moving in. A little bit too clustered. Count Demos trying to play into it. A retreat comes in and Beasty, you see the power of this Teak Mast. Just keeping them pretty healthy here. Corvinus, soft reset coming in. 15 Springles still looking strong, but Beasty swelling his numbers up now. Yeah, this is the problem. Corvinus actually needs to trade with those demos, because if it just turns into equal Springle and equal Springle, you'll lose. Yours have less health. You're statistically behind, right? And your economy is not much better for much longer, right? The primary wood line is about to run out. That Archon buff will disappear. And at that stage, you're up against an Abbasid gathering rate buff that you actually can't match as the HRE. All Beasty needs to do is survive. Demos. Now hunting in. Good snipe coming out there. But archer ship count is non-existent here. Additional demos could just end this right now. Beasty just needs to release them. Demos go through. Corvinus. Heavy hit. 5 ships down for the 2 demos. A worthwhile exchange. And now Beasty with an overwhelming Springald lead. Corvinus getting a bit angsty. He's trying to just inch out a lead here in return now, right? All these injured bagglers he should be able to easily finish off, but when you're desperate, you become predictable. It means even the remaining demos are just still getting great value here. Corvinus, there's only one hope to recover this. Castle note. It's going to be mass demos. 3 downs here makes that hard, though. Even the baggler count makes it hard. Beasty. Sends a demo in again. Decent detonation, not crazy. Ooh, nice sinking return, but the return fire just keeping Corvinus a bit too small here. I think this is turned into just a limbo on the edge of death that Corvinus can't get away from now. He's pumping demos, he's holding way too much food. He needs to be adding in more Springald ships, more archer ships, but it's simply not happening, and these demos will chase him to the end of the earth. That is it. Beasty, great dodge out of the return fire coming through. But I think, you know, at this point, Corvinus looks a bit lost. 1,500 food and none of it being spent. The problem has arrived. It's the wood. He's got a few trees left. Once these are gone, the buff is removed. I mean, I don't know if he's intentionally trying to go for Castleys to get out of that problem, right? I think that's what he was looking for. But then after the fact, he didn't recalibrate to use the food at all. He just kind of stuck. And if you're wondering, like, well, why would Corvinus be greedy and try to go castle? You have to here. If you play this longer in feudal, it just gets worse from here on out. With that buff gone, you're just a worse civ than practically anything else on this map. Cool game. Atria used to be a top 2 water civ. Not anymore. Oh, there we go. Archery had always been good. I don't think they're that good anymore. I actually think they're pretty bad now. Definitely on maps like Archipelago, they really suck. There's just so many better civs now. I think picking HRE on Archipelago is a waste of pick. What's up, Simsicle? This game's really hard to get back into. Really? I mean, my advice is pick a civ and just engage with it, dude. Trust me. People quite often overcomplicate these getting back in these type of games. It looks complicated when you're trying to dissect everything and figure out everything that everything does. But if you just find something that looks intriguing to you and learn it, is the best way to approach it. And thank you, Lamette. That is correct. Protein works, guys. Why are you not taking advantage of this? Like I said, back for a second month. Whoop, whoop. What are they going to send me this month? I think some of the things I requested, we'll see if they all come through. I was like, I want to try the salt caramel and banana ones. There was talk of them sending me some of the savory meals and some of the, maybe the soups as well. So I need to actually label that in. Soups as well. Let me just message my guy on that because I kept asking about the Thai green curry. The soup looks yummy. Yeah, dude, I really want to try the Thai green curry. I told them to send me the blue raspberry or the green apple nootropics to try because I think that would be really cool as well. You can place relics in docks. Yeah, but it very rarely gets to the point where it matters. And it sucks on that map because there's only like one relic when you're starting island, right? So you don't go crazy. Okay, who have we got online? Yo Mumbo. Okay, don't know who that is. Voldy? Oh, let me have a look. Has Recon been playing some more today? Who you been playing against, son? KJJ. I think Recon... Who was he had a game against? Because I was glancing at it. I was like, maybe we check that out. Oh, was it against... I think it was against Ral? No, Ravane. Who's like... He's ranked 10 before. He did have a game against Donai, actually. Let's have a little look in on our boy. It's been a while. You had a good game versus Gully 2 days ago? A whole 2 days ago? Let me know what civs after this one. We'll have a ganders at it. Oh, whoopsie. There we go. Use the Mongol one trick. Yeah, like so like quick like mention before we get into this one, just on what sorry, am I saying right? Is it seismical, right? Yeah, is it seismical or seismical? So I'll go with seismical unless you say otherwise. It's probably seismical. But yeah, to what seismical is saying there, a lot of people do just overcomplicate things. Because they're looking at the whole picture. When you look at the whole picture of something, you actually make it impossible to digest. It's very difficult to do in certain games. Like Dota 2 is probably the most obvious one. Because in Dota 2, there's just... It's so much of the game is intertwined, it's very hard to pull it apart and focus on one element. But it is even doable there. And if it's doable in Dota 2 to a certain extent, it's definitely doable in AoE 4. Right? And the way you do that is you choose a civ, focus on that civ, focus on like following a build order. Like actually starting off following someone's build order isn't a bad idea. Because the whole idea is you want to get comfortable with the idea of doing almost like muscle memory behaviors. And then you actively start asking yourself why you're doing things. And then you start to figure things out as you go. Right? Because when you're like seeing someone build archers with HRE, you got to be like, oh, why are they doing that now? You're like, oh, marching drills, right? Why is marching drill so good? Oh, look at that movement speed difference between him and the men at arms, right? You start to take these interesting little informative tidbits that you add into your play. But when you try to like approach it as if you're meant to know everything, you're gonna fail. I think one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give to people is do not be afraid to fail in life. Because the sad reality is we all are now, especially in the 21st century, when you see everyone else's successes all the time. Scattered everywhere. Because like if you think about it, the way that social media works is you're going to see success stories, not fail stories, right? Because a fail story doesn't like really get the notoriety you're looking for. A success does. So then you compare yourself to it. Don't think about gaming that way. It's not an immediate return proposition. It's an over time see results type investment. He's back. We got him. That's right. Don Artista is back on the grind. My boy's returned. He's up against Motherboy. We've got Recon versus Don Artie. It's going to actually be Delhi up against HRE. I'm excited to see what Don's got in mind, you know, because we are playing on Cliffside, and that's why I had to have a look at this. Cliffside is such a great map for a player like Don. It's an aggro-focused map, and he's playing a very aggressive Civ right now. However, it's not going to be against the pushover of Civ, right? Like, we are talking about the Delhi, who are typically the Civ that force other people to play defensive. So, curious to see how this particular one is going to play out. Looking at the resource spawns here, we have got a Ford gold, but that shouldn't matter too much. I'm just thinking about it right now because I know Don Artie is the type of person that would just outpost rush you and go men-at-arms early with the opening. Not going to see that type of play in this game. But on Don's side, he's got a really good spawn. Holy... What? Okay. Is this like one of those welcome back spawns? You know what I'm talking about, guys? You know when you like you open a game for the first time in X month, and it's like welcome back. Here's a nice little buff for you after you've been away so long, right? Here's a 2x multiplier coupon for you being away so long. It's kind of like that, right? Because the gold stone berries wood like this, I mean, you can almost just buff all of them. It's unfortunate there's a few too many trees here. We could just drop the arc in here, and you'd have the perfect 4-resource boom. Instead, in this game, I'm expecting him to drop it, what? Just golden wood should be good. You could lean food. You don't go this far out to be ambitious, but you could go for a deer push in. So Recon might want to consider just sniping out a few of these deer, because actually a deer shove here would be huge. Especially considering what Don's got on top of this as well. He went double scout. I'm hoping this is not Don's fast castle build. It's definitely going to be his minework build. But I think minework with a feudal all-in makes a lot of sense. Fast castle might be a bit too greedy here. I mean, it depends on the sheep count there, right? He is at 18 sheep right now. He scouted the entire map, bar the right and left side corner, but there's nothing left in those, right? So everything's locked in. If he brings the scouts back and shoves the deer in now, actually Burgrave's kind of acceptable. You just have to rush the gold pretty hard. He's got 5 out here. Now, don't read into this as it's definitely going to be a Castle Age rush, because with Minework, you need gold immediately to start just utilizing that landmark. Otherwise, it's kind of a worthless investment. Ooh. Guys, I think I know what Don's doing. This is going to be the increased melee armor for horsemen plus archers. No, this is... I don't think this is just speed archers. I think this is horseman archers. Because if you get the increased armor for horsemen, you basically are as tanky as Ghazi. And you have a better economy, right? I don't think... At that point, I don't think you need spears. That's kind of cool. Tower Victory coming the other side, just more standard from Recon. Dude, I'm excited for this. He's got 3 on stone. That's going to be for an outpost. Oh, Don. You never change, do you? I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you could block the primary tree line and then he can't get into archers. What else could this possibly be? I'm imagining it's just going to be an outpost on the gold, right? Yeah. So outpost is coming from the gold now. And this is going to be the arrow slits, right? Considering the spawn, you legit could just go castle with this many sheep now. It's 18 sheep, right? You don't have Archon buff, sure, but I mean, you can realistically just go for fast castle. The reason it can be really broken here is you just end up with the Bloomery, the Undermesh, the melee defense, the Instant Helms, like all of it. You end up with all of it so cheap. Remember, Mindworks discount is not small. It's a 50% faster tech timing and a 50% discount. That's also especially important for a Burgrave Rush because it allows you to get your ranged armor level 2 insanely quick into the age up. If it sounds like I said insane a lot, it's because it's pretty insane. Do Ghazi Raiders counter the extra armor on Mindwork Horsemen? No, it kind of balances out, right? Because you get the +2 armor, and it's 12 damage compared to 9 damage. But also with the Mindwork build, you're going to get the Bloomery much quicker than your opponent gets the Bloomery. So you're usually at 10 damage when they're at 12. So then you mitigate 2, you're even, but Ghazi have a worse attack speed than Horsemen, right? And then the only benefit for Ghazi is they have a bit more health, but the point is there should be a lot more Horsemen in the formation because you have additional economy. But it's not going to matter. This is 100% the castle build. You could tell the moment that Don's stuck on one villager, he does this when he's going for fast castle, right? The logic is you can get Undermesh and level 2 ranged armor so quickly, it doesn't matter. You don't really miss out on anything. Why do you like losing so much? I'm sorry, Recon. What? I'm sorry, what? You're gonna have to etch this one out to me, dog. Like maybe against a long feudal, maybe, but against a fast castle build? What? Alright, dude, he's so dead. He's actually so dead. He ain't quitting. Recon, but this is the point where Recon, he's a very polite boy. He's probably like, oh no, I'm in quite the pickle. Okay, I don't think I've ever heard Recon use the word pickle. He would be much simpler than that. He'd just say, this is not good. So Burgrave on the way. Sheep count is still at 15. Undermesh has already been pumped. Honestly, I'd say Bloomery isn't a bad idea here as well while you wait, right? You've got loads of gold. But it might compromise your ability to spam, spam, spam. I mean, actually, realistically, you can just justify it. It's not that bad of an idea, considering overall your gold count is way too high for the men-at-arm spam. Unless Don wants to go Landsneck, maybe? I mean, Landsneck's kind of intriguing here. I just don't think it's really necessary, and your opponent has no military to speak of. Instead, it's just going to be the men-at-arms. So, pump begins. Now, you might be wondering, why is Don forgetting to upgrade his men-at-arms? Does he not realize HRE have feudal men? Yes, he does know. You always want to build between 3 and 5 men-at-arms first before you upgrade them. The logic being is that if you upgrade them first, then the men-at-arms are here, right? But if you upgrade them afterwards, by the time they're upgraded, the men-at-arms are here. MA now marching in, and the upgrade comes in perfectly timed as the first shot from the TC comes through. And I think Recon's going to need his first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shot after this one of alcohol and also rabies, because this rabid dog is looking to put him down. Idle out underneath the primary. Moves over to the secondary as well. Recon is just trying to hide. Recon's like, no, 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 no. How could the 2TC build have failed me? Oh, that's why we call them Recon. Sorry, Recon. Dude, this is eternal sadness. I don't know what Recon's meant to do against this. So let's try and like think positive, right? He could survive. Could. Very, I really want to emphasize could. What happens if he does survive for 5 minutes against this? Because at some point you have to stop to build a compound defender. Okay, so he's found the spot that isn't seen. That's good step 1. What does he get from this tech up though? No, really, someone please. I'm not sure what this gives him. He only has 1 racks down, so he's got to build more production at some point. You actually think he's going to get enough time to gather food for crossbows? Because Don, he moved out onto the deer. He blocked the deer here. You can't gather boar. I don't know if you know this, but Delhi kind of aren't that big of a fan of bacon. Right, so the crossbows is definitely the correct answer. You're not wrong there, but it does require that you have food. I guess if he built a blacksmith already, he could have been trending towards steeled arrow. I mean, there's always that, but yeah, this game is over. Wow. Don back on the form. I mean, it really shows as well. Remember when we cast his games, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago? I think he'd admit, he was looking way out of shape. It looked pretty rough, but he's already back at it and up to 115 for the ladder with 1,750 elo after 48 games. This guy doesn't wait around, and I wouldn't be surprised you give it another week or two, probably in the top 50, top 40 again. Then again, you know, he did pick the HRE to do this, so yeah. I actually kind of feel bad for Recon. I really want to see this 2TC build and see what it does. Because people are going to look at this and go, this is why you never 2TC as Delhi. No, I think there are some like intriguing builds for it. Just not ones where your opponent is fast castling with ample food to do a Berg Grave Rush. Tech up complete. 2 knights have just been queued up. Good luck with that. How many of Don's games went over 25 minutes? I think the better question is, how is it that with his total of 48 games, his playtime this season is under 4 hours? Okay, I don't know if that's true. Probably is. I love that he just goes, like, no. Recon. Touch a tree, please. You literally can't even get the Lancer out to protect you. He's back! Oh, the boy has returned. I think we call that the 100%. Okay, actually, no. That's not true. The 95% aggressively, because he did build a tower, guys. 95% aggressively optimized Burgrave. Oh, yes, soldier, we have a new civ. We have... In fact, it's a good time actually for me to download it. I like how everyone else is like snooping on the new civ as well now. Look at this. Hostin's getting a little bit of a fan club. Vietnamese! You can go subscribe to it now. Courtesy of Hostin, who also has created the Persian mod as well. This is going to have a show match later on today. So in about, I think it's 2.5 hours from now, actually, is where we're going to have that show match. Between Dragavan and Gully Deckel are 2 resident toddlers who are both very capable players that are easily capable of being the top 100 of the ladders, are going to be facing off in a play of 5 to test out this new civ. I, for one, am buzzing for it, too. Okay, have we got any people playing live? I think Don's playing a little, taking a little bit of a break before playing more games. Me and Micah is queuing. That could be cool. I love that. Dude, how does Protein know to do that? I sip my Protein Works and then it pops up on screen. To let you guys know that you should have some in your hands to sip as well. Okay, it looks like Mia Micah's doing some TV2, so we don't care. Sorry, Mia. One sec. Alright, so let's back out of this. We'll check the live ladder 1v1s and see who's fighting who. You had 2 games over 25 minutes. How? Why? Get out of here. You're contradicting your own feelings. Oh, there was a map we needed to download as well. Was it Fog of War? I think I had this one before and then deleted it. I did delete this one before. I distinctly recall not rating it highly in the map competition. Sorry, Kivayu. The lighting, because I got in it straight away. I was like, I'm usually quite forgiving of lighting, but this feels really disorienting. And new players would hate to play it because of it as well. "25 minutes feudal." Okay, yeah, that's respectable. That's actually not too bad. That's acceptable. We nodded to that. All right, so 2v2. Let's have a look. Oh wait, sorry, it's customs. Whew. So yeah, what I'll do is in about an hour and a half-ish, I'll go and make myself some quick, easy food so that we're ready for the show matches at 6. But for now, more live content. Your opponent had 328 APM. Thon, come on, dude. Like, up it a bit, bruh. Beasty game? Who's like? Jesus, what's Beasty doing on this early anyway? Touch some grass. Or some boobs. He's up against an HRE spammer. I mean, dude, he's playing Mongols against an HRE spammer, right? Wait, is this Ezra? Oh yeah, that fits. Because it's an HRE spammer. How old is Ezra, by the way? Is Ezra also one of the kiddos? I never asked that. Oh, your opponent. Okay, I got you. Ezra, he scrims with a few of the players a decent amount. I think, like, Dragavan? Is it Dragavan who scrims from regular? Or was it Gully? He's usually, like, I think 200 to 300 range. That's right, we're live from the ladder, folks. We've got Beasty Cutie queuing into someone who loves HRE more than Beasty. Because I checked his data, and it's all he plays. In fact, you could say he likes them. And apparently he likes spearman rushes in the feud against Mongols? Okay, actually, guys, this is a good idea. Because Beasty's engaged with it as well. So I remember saying when this patch dropped and marching drills was there by default, I actually said that Dark Age spearman rushes for HRE are going to be broken. At least when your opponent engages in the Dark Age. And Beasty may have just made a mistake. Oh no. And worse still, this villager... I mean, he could have easily lost that, actually. Blue could have kept chasing that. Remember, it's a 1.12 movement speed. Marching drills puts you at 1.38. And yeah, they're broken... Well, they're not just broken because of the movement speed, guys. They're also broken because of the eco-inflation. You know, even though if you scale, like, 10 minutes into Dark Age, you don't have many units being buffed by the Prelate, you still have a better economy advantage than a Civ like Mongols, right? But usually, by the time you're that deep, you've built such a big advantage. Because like the problem with Mongols, they can't play this matchup in Dark Age. It's terrible. And the reason it's terrible is because anytime an injured spear is about to die, H3 can easily pull away. Anytime a Mongol spearman is about to die, you can't pull away due to that movement speed difference. It's so insane how big of a difference it makes. And you know, even when you pump the maneuver speed arrow to try and gap close, it's great for about 2 seconds. You get one stab out, and then the H3 just keeps running away, and then can choose their fight, right? It's the difference between having a stronger marching drill for 5 seconds versus having marching drills all the time. I take it all the time, every day of the week. All right, we're going to speed this up a little bit because we're only a minute or two out from live. So, BC is going to start moving in. It looks like Blue did shy away from continuing this. I don't like that. That's a huge mistake, actually. Like, you have a scout. In theory, they should be able to get enough of the tech up, but feels like it was an unnecessary way of doing this. Prelate is going to heal. That should be able to make the difference. In fact, they need to target him down. So, Old Man is in a bit of trouble. Villager the shivs out to try and assist, but all of a sudden, Blue looking pretty suboptimal in his timing, and look what Beasty's doing behind this. Okay, that's actually wild. Beasty got what he needed from this play. He did build a lot of spears, yes, but he's now on his way up the silver tree, and he even delayed the timing for Like a bit. So Like is ranked 250th in the world, by the way, and I gotta say, if he just added 2 more spearmen in, probably be ranked top 100. Because this player is really strong up against the Mongols, but I can't fault Beasty. Pedal to the metal on this, right? Just to get enough value out. Just needs to make sure he retreats now. Maneuver speed is going to get him out there. That's true. He did almost get the prelate, but not quite. It's like a person who outpost rushes Beasty, keeps in his base for 10 minutes, and then loses the game convincing he's like, I almost beat Beasty. Almost never counts, unfortunately. This prelate's going to be safe now inside of his Archon. Beasty, now the silver tree in the way. We haven't even talked about that yet. The trade post is very generous. I don't know what's been happening recently with these spawns, but I feel like more and more often we're just seeing really desirable trade routes on offer for players on Dry Arabia. So Mongols have kind of seen a resurgence on this map, unsurprisingly, with that detail in mind. And yeah, Don, I was already keeping an eye out for the Khan camping, because I thought he was going to die from this side, but Like done a really good job mirroring and blocking the scout and the spears. No opportunity to go in here when the Archon's this close, though, so... You do your lot. I know you would. Unfortunately, the issue is it's just way too close to the TC, right? Like, I actually think Blue played that really well. If his prelate was a bit too far out, it would have been GG. Well, hello, look at this. So the Archon was forced to be placed more defensively. But Blue does want to go Castle Age. He's got a second prelate coming out to buff that gold line. I don't mind that idea, actually. It's not the worst of ideas here. Like, you might wonder, okay, surely you want the Archon up here then. It runs a risk if BC's still investing in spears. The other thing is having a second prelate isn't bad because that second prelate can start heading out for a relic as you tech up. And also, because that prelate is almost dead, you kind of need to add in a second prelate to go out for a relic, because at this point, if this guy stubs his toe on a berry bush fawn, he's going to die. Archers are indeed on the way, so Beasty... What? Is this really the play against Fast Castle? I think Beasty was expecting a feudal all-in, because that's what a lot of HV players do right now. I mean, it counters the spearman, right? So it's not terrible, but men-at-arms can contest you reasonably well with marching drills from this age anyway. Mongols, landmarks, and unique units are bad. I'm sorry, what? Have you actually met Kurotai? Come again for Birdbrain? What? I'm sorry, I'm a bit flummoxed about that. There's a lot of things you can, like, maybe units, but landmarks, no. Silver Tree exists, Kurotai exists. Like, you know, there's areas where Mongols are very strong. Their issues around, like, the Dark Age, early feudal presence now, and they basically are a civ that doesn't have the flexibility to attack or defend, which makes them predictable. If you ever have to defend, you lose the game. Regnet's now on the way. Yeah, I think Blue didn't want to go Burgrave for that classic reason that he's already built a production building, right? It's only one, but I've seen players be picky like this. The bigger issue is actually he just doesn't have enough food. Like, I appreciate the idea of Burgrave, Dom, but how do you Burgrave when you've got 3 berries? I mean, you have admittedly, as free sheep rub, you have admittedly got berries in range as well, but it's not a substantial amount of food. And there is always a risk that your opponent's building Keshiks. So I kind of get why he went Regnets instead. But it is going to make him a lot slower to get out of this base, especially with this outpost. Like, how? Dude, how does Beasty get an outpost that deep? Blue's in trouble. You don't actually have much wiggle room to gather wood. You do not have much wiggle room to place farms. Your Archon is atrocious now. So you need to prioritize dealing with this outpost. Behind this, Beasty looks like he's starting to stockpile resources as well. Trade account already up to 5, so we're starting to see some impact coming out from that Silk Road as the food has been added in. I think Beasty's got this, right? Like, if you just go castle, you upgrade archers, add in crossbows. I mean, maybe you just go straight out Keshiks here. You do have a lot of gold after all. Product count up to 3 now. Villagers on the move. He's out of food, right? So he has to play onto this deer. That's the problem. He has so many liabilities here. You're meant to protect for relics. You're meant to protect for your eco on the west side now. You're going to lose something here. He hasn't checked for the south side. Okay, I've got to give it to him. That was really crafty by Blue. He went all the way around to the south side to sneak the closest relic. And Beasty wouldn't suspect it, right? Like, he's just going to garrison this outpost and assume he'll see anything coming. So, cool little play there. Beasty, about ready now for the tech up. Where is his army? Oh. Oh, wow. He dove straight through, huh? Worker kills are kind of becoming a problem. 4 already struck down in favor of Beasty here. And we're looking at a 17 eco lead. And when you remember that the Archon is buffing practically nothing in this economy, that's huge, right? Like, okay, it looks like he's still got the wood for the time being. But yeah, this is why you can't. Ever since the Mongols got the Khan's Falcon added in, I feel like there's been this subtlety of OP-ness to their outpost placements, right? Like, you don't see full-on outpost cheese outs in 10 minutes very often anymore, but you can see incredibly oppressive towers now on tree lines, more so than you ever used to see. So tech up's complete on both sides. Crossbows now coming in. I think Blue's dead. He's not stopping trade at all, and the trade is completely outscaling him. He's got 1 relic on the way home. He can't even easily get it back here. He's playing a dangerous game because Beasty is camping this area. This is actually really smart by Beasty. He hasn't had a reason to vacate the area. He even snipes one of the villagers with the dive. All of a sudden, now up to 7 worker kills. Oh my god, just get this poor guy out of this game. Blue's just here saying, yo, I just came to practice my HRE. I really feel like I've come far on this. Oh, it's Beasty. I mean, I just want you guys to process that we are 12.5 minutes into a game. HRE has 30 villagers, and the Mongols have 54 workers. And oh, you didn't even get the wall up. And the Prelate walked straight into it. Beasty just seems to have his number. It looks like, finally, Blue's going to be able to sneak out for something. He actually gets the west side, so that's actually big. 2 relics are coming home. There might be signs of life. For, like, you know, a few more heartbeats before he flatlines. Because he has got a significant issue here. It's up to 14 traders now. The 3rd tier of the Silk Road is about to unlock. And the army, the real army, hasn't even arrived yet. The Kurotai hasn't even got involved yet. That's about to change. Food income on the other side is looking grim right now for Blue. He has got 2 buffed food gatherers. In fact, a grand total of 2 buffed HRE units underneath that Archon. So he's going to dive on that outpost, and that threat is going to be removed, but the real army is now on the way. Spearmen are just going to shift out of there. A good timing as well. So we'll be able to back off and provide a front line for this crossbow mass for the upcoming fight. Outpost. Ooh, he actually went for arrowslets. I wonder, does Beasty consider just going into Rams, or do you maybe look at Trebs here? I think Traction Trebs are actually being slept on right now. Traction Trebuchets are a lot better than people give them credit for because they do get buffed by Kurotai fully. right? Kurotai used to suck because it only buffed base damage. Ever since they buffed it to the point that it affects bonus damage, really effective tool, especially for traction trebs, because what it does is it essentially gives you a geometry tech that's worthwhile. I'm not saying you should research geometry, I'm saying Kurotai's buff to treb damage is what geometry should be. Post now coming up. I don't know how that's going to stop this, though. Because Siege Engineering Improved just kicked in, so moment of truth here. Probably just mangoes from this position. His opponent's starting to scale crossbows. Ram is going to come in to start with. I mean, double mango feels very hard to contest for Beasty here. For Blue here, rather. I mean, I guess he does have 15-minute arms, but the dive feels almost impossible. This dive feels very easy. Remember, Rams do get their damage buffed as well. Everything pretty much gets buffed by Kurotai. Orbs coming through. Mango has been built as well. And a choke point created. Dude, that was so creative. Beasty, he can easily just pull back and defend this area now if he needs to. If there's a dive around, but it's just not going to happen. This is GG. You know, there's something kind of karma-oriented about this. I mean, it's not because Beasty did start with the racks as well, but like the way that H3 began this, just trying to cheese out with Dark Age Spearman, to the way it ended. An act of beauty here. One of the most underwhelming civs on the ladder right now. Absolutely crushing one of the most dominant. We do have to attribute some of this towards Beasty being Beasty, but you know, at the same time, it's interesting to me because in that early game, you saw an opportunity where Blue looked like he should have been ahead, but just losing sight of the next step for just a few seconds is all a player of Alex's caliber needs to take advantage. Ooh, cool game. Yeah, no, Mongols are considered like absolute trash right now. The only reason Mongols look viable at pro play is because of the map pulls making them look decent. But on the ladder, they look really rough. Like, they will end up getting buffed. They look okay in the tournament because there's interesting maps for them. No exact reason for them to be doing not so good. I mean, the only eco option is kind of predictable and vulnerable, right? You're talking about a meta where people play more feudal aggressive and they scale archers. Can't think of anything worse for a civ that trades. What changed to make them bad? Their stone generation got hurt. It went from 80 per minute to 70, so their timings got hurt on the early aggro players. And a lot of civs now can just kind of outmass them on spears to contest. And then, like I mentioned in that game, and yeah, it's coming up from Exterminate in chat, it's a civ that just can't defend themselves. They absolutely suck at defending themselves. Alright, let's see what we've got on the ladder. Has he gotten a higher ranked opponent there? I have to check these type of names because I don't know who that is. Let me have a look. Who is like? I don't know. I thought maybe it was... I thought it could have been Ezra, because Ezra was the one who used to always play H3, right? Okay, so the person he's up against now, they used to be Diamond. We're not doing that. Ooh, Scarlet Devil's up against the chess piece account. Where's Scarlet now? 89th? That's not too bad. And I think the chess piece was like top 200, right? 44 from Austria. Who is that? Yeah, I thought Ezra was one of the players who spammed the crap out of HRE as well. Yeah, dude, I'm looking at his profile right now. He spams the crap out of HRE. All you Germans, you're like, we really like HRE. Rep our country. Whoop, whoop. I think we could probably check out these two. So what did I say we had? Ranked 89th and ranked 44th. $1,700 Showmatch Greenwich. Yes, so from when I'm speaking now, just a tiny bit over 2 hours from now is when the Showmatch kicks off. Mostly Delhi and French for a long time, but yeah. Like these days, there's HRE. Yeah, HRE English. Most people are. Ezra played JD against you? Oh, look at him donating ELO to you. I mean, Exterminate, I'd say someone like misplayed that for you to be able to do that. Because if you built 7 longbows and 7 spears against me after my king, I'd just go like archery range and build 10 longbows. Actually, like 7 would beat you because defender advantage, right? Sounds like he just misplayed that a bit, to be honest with you. But good job on stomping that king. Like the king is really powerful because it forces reactions to it. Oh, so what ranks did I say these two were? It was 89th and 44th. Who the hell are these guys? Names we should be paying attention to. Welcome back to the AoE for Action, folks. We've got Scarlet Devil ranked 89th in the world right now in the English, going up against the chess account, which is actually ranked 44th in the world. And yeah, I think you might be right. Noosh will be the first one to come to mind. This account is from Austria. And I believe Noosh is the highest ranked player from there. Scarlet Devil on the other side is a Chinese player. I believe this is not a Smurf. This is just an OG person. They started to appear, I think a few weeks back is when we took notice of them. The previous season, Season 6, they actually hit 51st on the ladder. And then this season, they've been constantly in the top 100. So definitely always fun to check in on. They have some really kind of intriguing builds. They definitely have some habits that kind of reeks of maybe a newer player, where there's some things that an older player would have figured out that they fall for. But it's pretty cool if they are a new player to see them doing this well so early on. But yeah, it should be a fun one. HRE versus English. An HRE favored matchup, actually, especially on a map like Cliffside, because of the way you can aggress. I'm expecting the English player just to play very defensive and turtle down here. So expect Abbey of Kings, expect 2TC, and expect a White Tower afterwards. Sorry, guys. Did I say everything you've seen in every single game ever? Wait, is M7 from Austria as well? I didn't actually realize that. Whatever actually happened to Noosh? Because he sometimes plays in the tournaments, but he just doesn't very often now, right? Who's M7? You know, Crackety, that really talented free-for-all player. No, this is Noosh. Yeah, we were talking about other potential people this can be. I'm pretty sure this is Noosh. So, Ark and Chapel on the backside. Buffs both the gold and the wood. This is Fast Castle. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, there's no point trying to play feudal aggro against 2TC. It's just... It's like banging your head against the wall. I absolutely hate the English attack speed aura. I just don't even think they need it at this stage. There, I said it. I said it. Once again, another action today that is going to get 1 million people unsubscribing me. Which will put me at negative 996,000 subscribers. Boom. And no stone gathering, by the way. No, I don't think this is a White Tower rush. I think this is going to be King's Pass rush. I do really like the king play against Fast Castle H3, by the way, because it just gives you a free knight to intercept the first prelate, which really sucks for Noosh, because it means you won't be able to actually just walk out of a prelate before he's aged up and got a unit out. So that delays his relic gathering timing by about like 50 seconds. Jesus, Don. What did Corv do to you? Where did that come from? Has Corv ever got a decent tourney result? I mean, it's actually a good question. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. Like, what has Corvinus' best result been? I'm kind of curious. Didn't he have like a top? Was it? I think he said like top 32 finishes. I don't want to say he's had beyond that because I can't recall any in S tier tournaments, but maybe the early days. So he had the Brothers in Arms. Went pretty well for him, right? In 2022. But yeah, his best results would have been Outback Octagon 2023, where he got a 4th to 8th finish. King coming in. Gonna force him out of time. Castle Age is going to be quick on the way, and I imagine in this situation, you just go for racks instead of stables. Best S tier was 17th. Yes! Thank you, Crackety. Look at that. So yeah, it was in the top 32, not top 16. Damn. My brain stores the most weird stuff. But, is there a world in which Scarlet Devil considers going for a white tower? Because it would give you knight escalation beyond what H3 can achieve. I just don't think it's worth it for what you sacrifice. You can still go for relics, even with an Abbey of King's play into King's Palace, right? I swear, whoever decided there should be Abbey of Kings into King's Palace was griefing. The King build. You know, sometimes I read things Don says, and I don't think he means it, but it just genuinely sounds like... We went from what sounded like a random shot to Corvinus to now being like, oh yeah. I made Corvinus as good as he was in that tournament. Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, as anticipated, King's Pass now on the way. We haven't got any farms set up yet, so like one negative for Scarlet Devil is there's going to be a very slow surge at the start of the age up. Spearman already being added in is the correct call by Green, by the way. You can't rush out with knights and prelates here. You'll just lose the prelates, right? Because the king will ignore the knight, kill the prelate, and then go heal. So this gives you a very reliable way of moving one relic to the other. The first priority for Green should be to go north side. They have scoured every relic on the map, as you almost every relic on the map, as you should. But what is it with players in this, man? I mean, in fairness, like, it's kind of weird. Okay, sorry, I was on the wrong vision. He did scout it, thank God. Yeah, but I don't like the Scarlet Devil didn't scout everything, though. I get that you want the king there, but there's no spearman coming, right? You've already scouted the important details. Go find all relics, because that's the point of contention. King is going to try to contest the first spearman marching out. This should be fine. The problem is the next one is going to guarantee the prelate can move out safely. God, I'm starting to realize how much I hate living near a train track when it's the summer and I want to have the door open due to humidity and then a train comes by. But no monastery drop is kind of surprising. I think you actually kind of have to be greedy here if you're blue to make the strategy work, and you have to rush relics as well. Stables though. This is what I mean about Scarlet, right? Like, very talented player, frequently in the top 100. But then they get in games like this where they just make unnecessarily odd choices. You've seen Spears already. There is a total of 0 reasons to drop a stables. I get that you just kind of don't want to be like on a racks, but like if you're going to make the stables play, I agree. Like the timing feels weird. You should have done this straight away. Or you just go like what, racks, archer ranges, and you kind of layer in archer plus men arms. You force the transition, then you go crossbows. This is going to be 4 relics. He's gone for that. So, yeah, another weird element, right? Like, I just don't... I don't... It's hurting me and scrambling my brain. Because it seems like a small detail, but it's really not. And this is... I feel like this is a very cut and dry build order for the most, right? You should know what you want to do. You should know what your win conditions are against HRE. They want relics with fast castle. You are going fast castle. You are either blocking relics or you are taking relics. Doing delayed stables into delayed monastery achieves neither of those goals. I don't know if it's that he put too much faith in the king. I mean, he can theoretically raid the main economy. But with the timings as they stand, what's likely to happen here is all the relics can be pulled home in time for the spearmen to be home. And then you can't raid anything. Probably being hunted. Oh. Noosh. Needs to stick close to this one, but should be able to get it home now with 4 spears here. King is heavily injured, so if you go anywhere near this, he's just going to die. In fact, he's going to dive in. Does get the stripe. The king... Are you kidding me? Now, in fairness, this is all Noosh's fault. This is way too greedy. You should just get veterancy. If he had veterancy, this doesn't even happen. That's such a mistake. Like, he's trying to go Imp is the problem here. Imp's great, but you do not need to rush it at this pace. And what is up, Ice and Fire 1989? Thank you very much, man. Glad to see that I am the 1989th Ice and Fire's favorite person. Welcome this one. So this prelate will now be able to return it. There's a shift to the right side as he just realized he got beaten. Noosh, not even going to try for the wall. There's no point. The knight's already coming. I can't believe that. If you just had those veterancies in. Because if you had the veterancies in, the king and the knight are dead, right? So there's only one knight over here. He can still contest this, though, so this is still looking like a 4-relic game. Welp. Interestingly enough, while we were looking over here, guess who picked up even more relics? It's already 3, it's about to be 4. He does snipe on the right side. Boom. So this one isn't going to get intercepted, but the right side one should be very convincingly in the hands of Noosh. Unless... Greed. There we go. Okay, so I was wondering when he was going to do this. He made a mistake over here, where he didn't leave anything behind to kind of intercept. This time he's going to see it, though. And I swear, these wolves are just against Scarlet. Wallow's going to come out. Good time to charge in. Decent damage done there. But now you're definitely going to lose the relic. I mean, it's 5 spears versus an injured king and 2 knight. What? Please kill the king. Please kill the king. Please kill the king. More spears are on the way. Just in the nick of time here. They have got double prelate now, so this is where the knight should not be able to contest. And we will have a trigger of Imp very soon after this. Yeah, this has been a messy game. I forgot how much I kind of like these ones though, right? Like the orderliness can kind of get repetitive, right? Noosh was kind of old school greedy about this. I don't think you needed to think about Imp so bluntly, right? Because if you think about it, by being so fixated on getting the resources for Imp, he actually, I think, delayed his Imp timing by 30 seconds. Because he could have actually got away with this with less spears. But relic now on the way home. Not to mention he would have had the relic in the bank sooner, which equals more resources. Wait, are people really trying to argue that English beat HRE in Feudal Age? Guys, no. Like, HRE destroy English in Feudal Age. Unless the English somehow have a 25 eco lead and HRE have done nothing, but like, if you're in a game where HRE is doing nothing for 25 minutes and they're not Imp, then you need to submit that replay to my low elo legends cast. House of Swabi now coming in. Spearmen are going to be there just in time to deter this. That's coming through now, but I think it's too late. Scarlet. Yeah, if he'd gone in straight away and just ignored the spears, he actually could have delayed this tech timing, but now it's undeniable. Green, up in Imperial H. This dive is not going to work. But the King might end up going down for the second time this game. Oof. So what does blue now do? Because going imp straight away feels a little bit hard in this type of game. You know what will happen if you do. If you just accept this is going to be imp on imp, your opponent is going to surpass you in eco count. It looks like instead Scarlet Devil, I'd say he's making the right choice here. You're going to keep scaling your eco lead while trying to dent your opponents. At the moment, Green isn't truly Imperial Age. He's faking Imperial, right? He's got a good TC. He's going to have a cannon placement or two. But he doesn't have much more than that. He has Spearman with elite status, great, but you've got Lombos to contest that. We're not at the stage where he's got mass men at arms. We're not at the stage where he's got full horseman upgrades. His farm transition isn't too bad, but it's not out of this world. This is definitely the time to try and strike, especially on a map where you're so close together. Wait, I'm sorry. Is someone challenging Donai to a 1v1 in my chat? Because I'm pretty sure what I'm reading there is Showmatch. Oh, so let me just screenshot that for later when I clearly need something for the thumbnail. Just look away from my chat for a second and someone's just full on laying the gauntlet down with Don. So, Heavy Mace is on the way. We are getting a men-at-arms switch up, but Crossbow's already prepped. Scarlet has the correct call here. One sucky thing about this build, and it's another reason why White Tower feels better, there's no network of Citadels, right? Like, you don't have a keep to do that yet. So, your attack speed aura is going to be kind of limited here. Stone is being invested in mass into these cannon placements, which... This is the downside of having to go crossbows here. Like, I think Scarlet is a big disadvantage now. Because the problem you run into is that you have to go mass crossbows in reaction to mass men arms. But that means you actually have no good solution to the outpost with cannon placements. So it looks like we've now got a move into mass rams. And I mean, the only issue with this is usually around the E-repairs. If there's other nearby targets that are high value, it's not too bad. Like if there's double cannon placement, you switch targets. But the way these have been split up, I have a feeling he's going to be kind of tunnel vision on the one target. Spearman. Okay, the freest of ram kills I've ever seen. King. Like, wait, where do you all go? Come back! When you select all knights, but forget the king's a different group. Fast coming in now. Underneath the outpost. That was a brave king, I'll go give it to him. E-repairs needs to be used. Oh my god, you... Oh! Why? That was so unnecessarily greedy! It's 5 rams! Give it the respect it deserves. It's in on the farms now. Raid on the west side. Outpost being rushed up by the villagers. But let the massacre commence here. Scarlet may have found the time and hit onto the primary TC. A little bit ambitious here. Villagers are being pulled to try and torch it down. Men-at-arms are coming, though. I don't see Scarlet Devil being able to break the base here. I mean, this is a good wallop, but my worry is, you know, there should be enough food behind this, right? It's 1,800 food in reserve. So men-at-arms spam will continue. Another ram goes down. E-repairs, 25 seconds away. It will get off cooldown. So Scarlet Devil, a sick first move, but one that feels like it's not going to bear the fruit of a victory. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board, but damage most definitely done, right? A heavy hit here, resetting green down to 67 eco. Now 30 villager lead for Scarlet. Now my worry is, next time Scarlet tries this, it's going to be Unitex. So, do they now just go Imperial? Because one big problem seeing what Scarlet is doing is they're just kind of A-braining into the base now, right? And this has a point of diminishing returns. We're starting to reach it. You just don't have men at arms anymore. Which means your crossbows are going to start getting rolled down. In fact, they already have been. He's got 2 in total. Longbows here as well. I just don't see how you meant to break him anymore. At this point, yeah, keep drop, wall up behind this, and go imp. Thank you very much, Capital. Feels good, man. Second baby pigeon on the way. I'm gonna have enough to start my own professional Apex squad soon. That was a cool idea from Scarlet, though. I think they just needed to probably flood to the back with the Knights afterwards, not send them in first in the spears, but send the Knights in the back. Deal with the front point defense, because that was a drop of the ball. Like, Green made a critical blunder there. When that outpost went down, this could have easily been over, because he could have been idled everywhere. But credit to him, holding on to 1,000,001 food seems to be a beneficial thing in this situation. He just needs to start spending it. I actually think there's just not enough production. Like, Green, his build kind of reminds me of when I started playing AoE 4 and I discovered the fast castle, fast imp HRE, like back in the beta. And I would never have enough production buildings for my economy. He needs to fix that. Military Academy is a good start, but actually dropping like 4 more Raxes is much better. Scarlet. Second keep coming up. Network of Citadels is being prepped as well. Ooh, I do not like that timing. Oh, Scarlet, no. Guys, a little tip. Interesting mechanic. Yeah, let's call it that, because it's a nerf to Network of Citadels at least. Watch what happens to the buff here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, did it not disappear? Oh, wait, did they stealth patch something? Ooh. No, they didn't. Okay, so it still removes from TCs. So a little tip about Network of Citadels. Basically, when you upgrade Network of Citadels, it gets removed from existing landmarks. It was getting removed from keeps as well at one stage. But it seems that keeps aren't removing it again. So that's nice at least. Yeah, always build outposts as soon as you get Network of Citadels is my tip to people. But bark shit in the enemy base. Dude, I actually think Noosh might be dead. This is such an aggressive placement. Trebs coming out on both sides here. E-repairs used early. Men at Arms, like, I can't believe he's actually eco-challing Men at Arms of HRE. I mean, it's wild. His economy is better for it, right? What a crazy one here. I mean, it looked like he was going to be playing from behind. The crisping is still up against 4 relics with only 1. And remember, those are HRE Regnitz relics. Why am I seeing geometry in this game? This tech is such a keck. Other side, Scarlet's a bit more tame about it. It's like, yeah, no, we don't do geometry around here. We like winning games. Man, geometry is such an underwhelming tech. I can't believe he's even paying 325 resources for this. I guess you don't have many options when you're up against a Berkshire. You need some clean way of getting through it. Watch this damage increase, guys. Wow! A whole 8 damage! Geometry is one of the most depressing techs in the game. Paying 325 resources? I just forget the number because even 100 resources is too much. For 8 extra damage. Get me out. I'll say it again. Kurotai and what that does to Trebs is what geometry should do to Trebs. Because if it was a 20% damage increase on 375, it'd actually be a decent tech. And Arms now marching in. a lot more for the English as well. He's trying to bait him in range of the Berkshire to activate the aura. Because that's a really good fight then, right? With the attack speed increase, you actually offset the damage increase from the heavy maces. And we do not have the correct Unitech on either side yet, right? Like, no EAT. Whoever gets Elite Army Tactics first can just win this. Outpost goes down. I heard you like arrows. Yeah, Dom, because you have to remember, most percentile damage increases do not inflate bonus damage, right? That's why Camelanese is actually less effective against Horsemen, for example, right? Because there's only a 10% reduct if they're attacking archers. The only thing that actually buffs bonus damage reliably, completely, as far as I've seen, is Kurotai. This is so obnoxious. How is this game, after what looked like a slip-up from Green, a recovery after dropping the ball, just turned into this? Scarlet's got this, man. He's got hand cannons on the way behind this. The men-at-arms are not attack speed aura'd up, but they are at least being supported. Yeah, there you go. The Berkshire doesn't have the aura. That's the problem. If he actually just builds an outpost right now, this is over. That's the only reason right now that Green is not losing. Oh my god, dude. He actually needs to build an outpost. Reminder, this Berkshire got built after Network of Citadels, so it's even more bugged and dumb than I even thought. Culverin getting a little bit overly anxious here to move forward to its death. Pregnance is down. At this point, most H3 players hit an internal crisis point and start crying uncontrollably. That's true. Blue really would have benefited from that council hall, man. Like, if he had a council hall, he could have built so many Lombos against these men-at-arms. Can you imagine how quickly he could have died to them? Whew. Berkshire is close to going down. I can't believe this, man. Another game where a player forgets the aura and it loses them the game. Like, this is a bad situation once the Berkshire goes down, right? Like, he's only now getting into hand cannons. It's not like he's 20 deep already. So like, there is still an opportunity now for Green to easily break out. Now, the good news is the next step is much harder for Scarlet Devil to lose. Because he has Network of Citadels on these two, right? So Green is going to have to take a slower approach to this. Because of that. Aura gets activated. This is now officially a bad fight for Green. Or is it? Elite Army Tactics in on both sides. Yeah, it's going to be a wipe of the force. And the hand cannoneers are surviving. Remember, that's the most important detail. Hand cannoneers are king here. Castle's almost down, but sadly not quick enough. They're going to flood through. Men-at-arms going to the Culverin. Trebuchets are next on the chopping block, and I think Green has some serious problems now. If these Trebs go down, that's going to reset him entirely. Tries to pull him back. Difficult to run even from men-at-arms with these units, though. Scrims are also now being added in. Chemistry is also coming through. And I think gold is going to become a problem now for Green. He's got 2k left over here, but then everything else is kind of out beyond the territories, right? So he might be able to sneak here. In fact, it looks like he already has. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake made there from Green, not just kind of doing, actually, Blue rather doing what Green has done here, right? He didn't set up outposts, he didn't control the area. No, landmarks, when you get Network of Citadels upgrade, all your landmarks lose the aura. Your primary TC, your White Tower, your Berkshire, they all lose it. Another reason why Berkshire sucks. Oh wait, no, this is the perfect time to say it. Another reason why you should not build Berkshire. I think it's actually sad, because this would have been a Berkshire win if you just built an outpost. I wholly believe that. Horseman switch now coming in, though. Just building a tower is one thing to say, but think about for how long you didn't need to just build a tower, right? Like, it's a bug that was in the game, got fixed, and then got brought back in the game. So, like, imagine how easy it is to forget to do that when, like, for over a year, you go muscle memory of like, yeah, do this, do that, but don't build an outpost, right? Alright, it just kind of screws you over. What would be nicer than just build an outpost is just fix your game, lol, you know? That's true. Wingard is better, categorically. Military Academy now in the way for blue. Now, keep in mind that Green's been holding with Military Academy. This is actually a really big difference coming in. Oof, keep goes down, though. Perfect time for the fight for Green to take. Can he break through, though? He needs to get on that backside. Corrin, he's going to start sniping out the hand cannoneers. Treb's also surprisingly accurate there. Not often you get to say that. Lines are thinning quicker on the side of Green, though. So Scarlet Devil keeps enough hand cannoneers alive here. Has enough men-at-arms now to push this back again. Outpost upgraded, but no cannon emplacement either. I feel like this is just going one way. I mean, Green, he's doing a good job of holding on. The issue I see is at this rate, you're going to have food, wood, and the gold trickle. And that's it. He can keep playing flank resources. Just I don't foresee him getting away with that for much longer. Because in the next, like, 3 or 4 minutes, you know, a player that's top 100 should be sensing that something's not right here, right? Like, the number of men-at-arms coming out can't just be gold trickle. So that's when they'll go looking. Although this game may not even last 3 more minutes. He's on the farms. He's getting pretty deep as well. There's no men-at-arms left over. Now, this worked to defend last time for Green because it wasn't hand cannoneers. It was just men-at-arms, right? So him trickling out his own MAA works. But when hand cannoneers are camping the production, this is the quickest way to lose the game. Because you're just throwing resources into the wind. Castle on the back line of the farms to try and reset it. But the eco lead is insane. 40 villages ahead now for Scarlet. I'd love to see some more full production here. Berkshire is now being repaired, but you know, cannon emplacement is coming in. With Bombard now on the way, I think this is where we'll start to see things get permanently erased. And guys, look, see, what did I say? Build aura, win game. Woo-wee, wow, wow, wow. What a hard civ to play. Are you struggling to win with the English? Have you considered building more outposts? Is men-at-arms better for English than knights in this matchup? Yeah, I think they're more sustainable. Because you have a lot more food than gold, right? And also, men-at-arms get the full pure attack speed increase, whereas knights, I think, get something like 2/3 of it. Because remember, for some reason, people at Relic don't know how to use a calculator. So the attack speed aura affects units to a different percentile. So men-at-arms, I believe, was the most pure one alongside spearmen. And then knights were something like, I think it was 14% instead of 20. Keep drop now coming in because the Berkshire weren't good enough on its own. Oof, we've only now got Elite Horsemen coming in, but I think it's too late. Green, half his farm's just idled at this stage. Sparrow's moving in for the snipes. No culverins to try and defend against that either. Men-at-arms are going to be baited into the engagement. And Scarlet, where were... He's going for another kill. What? Dude's just diving cannon emplacements like it's nothing. He's like, oh, yeah, dude, I need more military. Can we just get rid of these guys? Thanks. Villagers with the short bows out. As Don would say, these are not economy units. These are military units. Green is reluctant to give it up. In fairness, Scarlet hasn't done like the absolutely decisive thing in one foul swoop, but it's been small decisive move after small decisive move, right? The hand cannon count has at least been reset. That's a potential sign for life, but the problem is Green has nothing to contest what remains, right? He has half the men-at-arms count. He's fighting in the network of citadels. His farms are about to be completely idled out, right? Like, he's on the very edge of having no villages buffed by Arkham whatsoever. Trebs. Also now starting to be reached by the men-at-arms. And without the attack speed on their side, you could argue maybe the German men-at-arms can do something here, but the numbers are just too far gone. He's under 1,000 food. This game is over. At this point, Green, you're pretty much just burning yourself out staying in this game. You know, the nice thing about these type of streams is even when you have a moment where it's like, oh my god, yeah, the game's over, why are we focus on this anymore? You can just keep looking across at my Twitch chat. And that provides a new source of entertainment. What an interesting game, though. No, definitely not the cleanest by Scarlet Devil. I think we can agree that castle timing and the initial transition was honestly terrible. But everything past that, I think they executed really cleanly. The one exception being the lack of outposts, but he recalibrated quick enough before it cost him the game. Now, outcome is completely undeniable. Castle going down. I imagine the moment that falls, Green will just concede. It's another keep in his face. Is Green just the king of pain? I don't know what this is. GG finally comes out. God damn. Get a safe word next time. Yo, what is up, Marv? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. You absolute legend. Mwah. Look at that. Guys, follow in Marv's footsteps. It is the true way of life. If you haven't subscribed, you got primes as well, or, you know, just one independent sub, definitely do it. I was just saying about this the other day. It's like, right now, Twitch has this thing where if you have 100 unique subscribers or 300 unique subscribers, they give you a bigger share of the subscriptions. So, always worth considering doing. Thank you very much, Marv. You do go above and beyond. 26 subs, though, Node. Does ranged armor upgrades protect against cannon emplacements? So cannon emplacements, if I remember correctly, are range damage. So no. Well, yes, rather. Hey, sup, Wickeds, guys. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the Swarm once again. But yeah, basically, the way you can tell, ranged armor will affect the damage you take if the type of damage is ranged. You can actually hover on it to tell you. If it's siege, then you just take pure damage. No type of armor will help you there. Not even damage reduction from like ranged on zone works against siege, by the way. Okay, I legit can't tell at this point. Dude, this exterminator guy is 100% meme. He's gotta be meme. Yeah, Don. No one else of relevance but you goes Wingard. Like, dude, a freaking puppy is the only other person that does Wingard. A puppy! A puppy! Deep breaths, KP. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yeah, Don, there's a reason you don't go Imperial Age, isn't there? Because you don't want to admit that Wingard that you build is bad. Oh, Jesus. I can't. I can't. Alright, there we go. Let me put my tie on. You've got to have the correct attire. Wait, no, I didn't even want that. I just realized I don't have a groan noise on this. I need to add a groan noise. Stream me versus this. I mean, if Dom wants to, dude. I mean, usually I don't bother with 10-minute games, but you know. Hey, Don, you up for one? I mean, I'm not going to put the pressure on him, but let me know. I'll happily cast it. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. What a waste of time. Yeah, but like, okay, Don, let me inspire you. You put them in their place, right? You love that. Remember when Philly was doing like the Trip TC Mongol camp build? And you're like, let me just send my villagers in. You like that, right? You put him in his place. We've got a very special, unscheduled show match on the way. English versus HRE. You doing Cliffside, right? Yeah, I think you do Cliffside. It's only fair, right? You go Rangers with H. So hold on a sec. Do you want him to do the exact build order you request? Hold on a sec. Let me just message Beasty. Beasty, you're a pussy, and I would really like to have a 1v1 with you. Here's the deal. You pick Japanese. You can only play feudal and only build spearmen. I will play HRE. I may build archers and do whatever the fuck I want because I'm your daddy. Deal? Question mark. Send. Oh shit, I actually hit send. Sorry, Alex. Grudge match? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we could go that far. We get in this game? Hey, this will be a very quick show match. We don't have to waste time on the draft format. Like, you know, drafting is for vegans, right? Ugh. Just double checking my messages because I got bumped on something. Wait, do we permaban whoever this is? What the fuck? Jesus. I mean, if they want to agree, it's up to them, but they want to agree to the terms. I mean, let me check. Wait. Has there ever been a subscribe? No. So I'm not losing out on anything. Okay, yeah. You guys want that term? Do we have live odds? I don't know. Like the problem is, Twitch doesn't let you customize the odds. You know what I mean? The greatest pre-show match game now happening. There we go. Let me just go. The title. Yeah, dude, his username's right here. This is literally him. Woo-wee! We could have fought one on the way. There we go. You guys hyped for this one? You know what? Like, this is a perfect time to remind people. Because I saw, like, not that many subs came through on the weekend on EGC, which means you've all been holding back your subs. And I assume it's because you want to be loyal to the Killer Pigeon channel. This is a perfect time to get those subs in. Primies especially, subs as well, because you do not want to miss a second of the upcoming show matches. Not only have we got Don Artie versus 15,000 ELO Twitch chatter in a scripted English HRE build order game, but we also are going to have a show match today, an hour and a half from now, featuring the newest Civ created by the modding community, the one and only Vietnamese. It's all going down. It's on like Donkey Kong, baby. 15,000 ELO, how are you supposed to beat that? Just get robot that can't count past 10, I guess. I don't know. I think he's screwed. I mean, Don's going to be retiring to AoE 3 after this, clearly. I mean, how do you stop him? I mean, you know, maybe it depends, because I don't know if he's added Don yet. Maybe he's like that good in game, but like the issue is he doesn't like know how to add friends, because like he hasn't got time for friends because he's so busy in game getting more elo and getting higher ranked, right? Like he's so busy being the absolute #1 elo player in the world that he doesn't have time to figure out how add friends system works. Am I late? Did Don lose? The game could be over that quick, so you don't want to leave. What's up, Dabston? You had to pause your workday, dude. I mean, yeah. You know, like someone comes in, is like, I need help. My cat's stuck up. Fuck that. All right, I need help. Can someone resuscitate? My grandmother's dying. Look, I don't care. Don Artie's about to beat Twitch chat, or Twitch chat's about to beat Don. All I know, I ain't got time to stop the Grim Reaper from beating your nan. Peace. Pre-match interview in boxing? Oh no. Really need to start doing that with show matches in the future. I'm not going to do it for the Vietnamese one, but like more normal ones, I'm genuinely going to stick people in a lobby in my show match and have them smack talk each other. Don, is he not responding to you? Look. I'll show you how it works. Here's how it works. Exterminate. You come in here, you right click, you invite to group, and you can go create a match. Or when you're in lobby, right? You can literally just hop on in one. Like this. Right? You can create a game. Now I'm gonna give some custom. So it's like what you want to do is you want to. Mine's set on custom. You don't want that. You could all dry Arabia or coastal cliffs, right? Like your choice. But you know, you come in here, keep it all nice and standard. Everything's good to go. And then what you want to do, you want to come down here. You want to. So I just invite Don to bait him. You invite Don. And then like you click like that. And then when he comes in, you go. Sorry. This wouldn't be fair. You're far too low of a rank for my time. Right? Don's not going to accept my invite. But no, like, by the way, recommendation, I would suggest it. It might help you out. You want to go in here, and you want to put this on, and then you want to go like this. And, yeah, game will probably go a lot better for you. Yeah, dude. I think he's gone. Is he gone with the wind? I don't think he even shows up in the chat anymore, does he? I don't know. You there? Bruh, I think you scared him so much, he just went all the way home and tried to climb back up into the womb and be unborn. Jesus, Don. What the fuck? Don, dude, we're trying to be, like, more wholesome of a community, include more people and bring more people in. And here you are, scaring people out of the community. What the fuck, Don? Dude. Don is actively scaring away my viewers. Oh my god. Yeah, -1 player, dude. Great. We're done. Like, you know, 2 years from now, when I do like my post analysis on why AoE 4 died, I'm just gonna review this stream, and it was Don Artie. Don Artie killed us. Oh, dude. Like, I'm actually curious. I'm looking at this guy. I'm looking at this guy's. Should we do like a quick chat review on this guy's like history on this channel? Like, 'cause I don't know, because he's followed me apparently since like November. Let's have a look. I definitely ain't gifting him a sub. Right, here. Alright, here we go. Oh, let's go ahead and move the in-game chat over here. Alright. Was this like almost all of this was today, right? So he was last in here in November. I hot my rust out, man. What the fuck? I didn't see this. Oh, okay, okay. Dude, if you read that first sentence out of like context, I just got back into the game since season 1. I finally found a good Mongol builder. Oof. Not a good start, buddy. I play way different. Most people may think it's bad, but I'm winning games. I'm a noob, so that... Bruh. He could have taken you, Don. This was back in November. He's not a noob anymore. I basically go 2 gold and everyone on food and rush feudal into Keshik and Mangada. Keshik and Mangada together at the same time. I've learned it's just devastating in feudal. Have you tried this build, Don? Dude, he couldn't teach you in-game, but we can learn from him now. I've been on some maps where I found literally 1 sheep on the entire map. That's the only reason he loses, is when he got 1 sheep. That 1 sheep is why he lost. That sounds believable. I saw that in a game once. Dude, guys. You know how, like, you know, I actually have a really good win rate in the last year of playing games. No cap. I rarely lose in 1v1s. But, like, when I do, it's 100% because your sheep's won. But, like, this was all today, right? This guy went hard in your ass. Like, so this was the Mongol game, right? Yeah, because he started saying he gave up on Mongols. But, like, this is the thing. You didn't stand a chance, man. He's an English main. He switches, dude. One pony to another. He was like, Manganai OP. Wait, longbows have how much range? Oh, my God. I guarantee he, like, done the Mangadai Keshik thing and lost the longbow spears. He's like, it's a pretty good serve. It's a pretty good serve. Oh, yeah, this is where it started, right? Yeah, no, my favorite one I glimpsed, this one. This was the best one. Dude, this would have went somewhere. I think this with the other Smack Talk would have went somewhere in the thumbnail for the video. English kind king gimmick is trash. Dude tried that on me yesterday, harassing me with the king. I was like, okay, I just built 7 longbows, 7 spears, all food, all wood, and went straight to his base and did 8 times more damage than his king harassing my villagers. That's inefficient, by the way. I'm just going to say, the king costs 200 resources, and you spend, what, 90 resources and 80 resources, so 150 per times 7 is, you know, you can do better than that on the multiplications. But it's like 8 times more damage, right? The interesting part is, by the way, little tip to someone. If someone in an English mirror starts building spears against you, you actually are so far ahead, you have enough time to stand up at your seat and go, we done it! We freaking done it! Woohoo! Okay, I better get back and just queue up 8 longbows. Yes, mods can see every message, streamers can see every message. So I can review any of you right now. He has no mod comments. He might after today. I don't know whether, like, it's a ban or if it's like you keep him as one of those pets. Do you know what I mean? The oh honey, like those ones. You know what I mean? I'd VIP him. I mean, the balls on him. He did duck from our impromptu show match, though. We're actually VIPing. Dude, I'm gonna put this into a serious poll. Gift him a sub. I don't know if we VIP him. We definitely don't VIP him. I don't feel like he done. I mean, I don't think he done everything too wrong. Like Don, I know Don wouldn't have taken it personally. He just would have found it comical, like how off that was, right? I don't think I'm gonna VIP. Did we VIP him? I thought, like, you know, is he a very important person? I'll VIP him if he comes back and plays the game. That sounds more reasonable. He plays for pre-game Showmatch. I mean, Don, I don't know, man. I feel like you wasted your time. Come on, do you want to play some? You want to try out Pigeon's View against Dragovan? He wanted to time me out when you said Fing. Yeah, dude. Like, how dare you say Wingard is good? I mean, things are never that obvious. That says win in the name, it isn't going to win in the game. Like, what are you meant to do with Wingard, Don? You're going to build some Rangers? Dude, if I build a Berkshire, I've got Giga Biceps Rangers already. Straight away. At the age up. Listen up, noob. Did you actually just give him a sub? Thank you very much, Marv. It's just like, you know, like that's like me with tasty food in front of you guys. I'm just like, get some. We'll see if it works. Dude, he's a celebrity around here now. Can we get Don versus Voldemort? I mean, Voldemort did offer to clean him up as well. That was the best part. Everyone wants a piece of his ass, but you know, like, I think he's too much of a celebrity around here now. He's like, people, please hold the photos. You're so confused about context. So basically, Dom was getting, you know, clearly out giga-brained and strategized and just clearly, you know, shown to be a washed-up player by Determined Exterminator, who was determined to exterminate Don's philosophy about Italy versus English. Sadly, Determined Exterminator also happens to be Clark Kent, and he just heard that there's a cat stuck in a tree halfway around the world, so he had to fly off. He didn't have time to come do the show match against Don. He'll have to reschedule another time. What's your Determined Exterminator score? Wait, is that website still a thing? Was it the Beasty score one? Does it work with anyone, though? I don't think it does, right? That would be incredible if it works with anyone. The Beasty number, right? Oh, man. Someone needs to make the Beasty number for anyone. That would be great. Yo, guys, what are your Beasty numbers? Be honest. How good are you at the game? You ready? Watch this. 4's not bad, right? Like, 4's not bad considering how little I play the game. That's not bad. What a noob. Wait. Wait, Don, why is yours 1 actually? You have beat Beasty before, right? No, Don, dude, Don, no, I don't know, man. I'm looking at, like, I mean, it's a website. When have websites ever lied? The number means the amount of players that you have to hop to before it says you have a win against them. So, for example, the way this works is Don Artie has beaten Galleries. Galleries has beaten Beasty, right? So, for example, you know, you go someone like... Is Marine Law not going to show up? Wait, does this not just have the most updated names? I'm so confused right now. Why does Marine Law not... Oh, isn't it... I think the issue is it's just for this season, right? I think it's a per season. Is that correct? I think it only tracks the ranked season and then unranked. Is that correct? Wait, you beat Myriad? No, that's not Myriad. Who else we got? Like, you know, who else? Recon. Oh, wait, Sassy? Sassy beat Dimu. Boom. There you go. Boom. There's my boy. Wait, mister? There it is, guys. There won't be a rematch in Rebel World Finals this year. GG. Pour one out for our boy Mister. It was a good run. It's a good run. Emerson? Not too bad. Dude, I think a lot of people actually connect through galleries. Anatan? Anatan has to be like no more than 2. There we go. Abbasid OP. Okay, so. Oh, one sec. Let me I quickly just need to go put some chips in so that food can start cooking. And I'll be back out in a sec. And I think we'll have enough time to cast one more before I go for food. Because I need to eat before we do the show match. So bear with me 1 second. I'll slap some music on while I quickly rush out. Be back in like a minute and a half. And then I think maybe we'll check in. I don't know if we'll do the Dragon and Gully game. They did mention they had a cool one, which was Rus versus French. The show match is going to be to show off a new Civ. In fact, maybe I should leave that popped up on the screen. It's probably a bit more productive than the Beasty number generator. But Chile Empire's concept for a new Civ, the Vietnamese, is one we're going to be looking in on. And we have a show match between 2 aspiring pro players to test it out. So here you go. Have a little read of that, if you can actually read that. If not, why have you not got a 102-inch TV? Get wrecked. All right, be right back. 1 sec. Y'all miss me? Did you all bother to read? Be honest. How many people actually bother to read anything? It's okay if you didn't. I don't blame you. Yo, you guys wanna see someone easy to read? Read them nuts. Nice little care package. Seems appropriate because the more I read this Vietnamese and how OP they sound pretty bull. Whew. Got some summer fruits flavor there, actually. I'm kind of intrigued to try that. Send me one. Oof. Sure. $20. Vietnamese should get textiles for free. Half my shirts are made of. I mean, either that or like, you know, when you do it, it has a custom animation where like a bunch of kids just hop into a little house and then they push a Nike box out. And then I'm never getting sponsored by Nike. Jesus Christ. Might now get sponsored by one of their competitors. So yeah, we are going to be doing a Play All 5 show match. In fact, I do have a document that shows off the rules about that if you guys do want to see it. In fact, let me grab that. Not sure in your past ranks. How do you find out an AoE4 world? Sounds like you never existed, Don. Sorry, buddy. I mean, I wish I could help you, but you know, if only I knew who you were. I swear I saw your name once upon a time in like a match against some guy called Determined Exterminator, though. I think that was his name. Like, this guy looked pretty strong. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. But yeah. So here is Le Formato. So map is going to be on Pigeon's View. That is for the first map. Pigeon's View, if you guys have not seen it, you will love it. It is high view, but actually not dog crap. We had Kaivayu make it. You may be familiar with Kaivayu's work because you've been watching his work on Master of Realms. He's the guy who created the moving out map that's been used in the tournament. So we'll be checking out the Vietnamese on that, where they will play a mirror Vietnam. And then it will be winner picking Vietnam, then loser picking Vietnam, or like the other person picking Vietnam, rather. And then for game 4, game 5, it'll flip back. But after that game 1, one player picks whatever civ they want, the other picks Vietnam. And the map pool is going to be Canal, Golden Heights, Dry Arabia, Fog of War, which is one of Kevayu's creations as well, funnily enough. And then we've got Water Drake and Gorge. And yep, Kevayu is now here, so I can once again like point out that I definitely did not rate that map well in the competition. Sorry, Kevayu. The lighting was too much, man. I knew players would absolutely hate it because of the lighting. Yeah, Kevayu has some really cool map ideas. The only problem with like Fog of War, I remember when I reviewed it, was like there was something offsetting about the level of fog and lighting. I was like, I'm usually open ideas and I feel weird about this. I know the players will feel weird about it. All right. Oh, I need to rename my stream because we never got the thingy. It was meant to be foggy. It was too foggy. Do I look like I want to be in a freaking sauna house? Jeez. Yeah, it can mean to be foggy if you want, right? But it's like players weren't going to pick it for competitive viability, that's for sure. The more techs like geometry that basically give just absolutely nothing. I think geometry is the biggest cardinal sin. I still think the HRE tech is like up there for really bad though, even though it does what it says it's going to do. This one right here, fire stations, where you get +1 health for every 2 seconds out of combat. It's so bad. I don't even know where to begin. Outside that, Japan used to have one, but it was fixed. So Japan actually has a unique dock tech called copper plating, but they actually fixed it recently. So copper plating used to give 2% increase to your fire and ranged armor on ships. It now gives +2. So they at least fixed that one. Outside that, is there anything else that's that bad? No, no. The Byzantine one isn't that bad, dude. The Trebuchet Fire is not worse than Geometry. Nothing's worse than Geometry. Because, like, yeah, you have to extend the Fort of Geometry. Look at the price. Dude, that's... No, because that's what you pay for Geometry. You deal 30% increased damage. Geometry is 20%. Look. Look. That's 325. That's an outrageously bad deal. Unlike Protein Works. I didn't even plan that pop-up. Dude, I'm excited for the new products they're going to send me. Like I said, I think I told them to send me like the nootropics, the apple or the blue raspberry. Honestly, they should send me both. But yeah, 20% damage versus 30%, right? Like, Is the H3 unique MA still messed up? In what way? What was the problem before? People always get both. Are you talking about the heavy maces and the two-handed? People always get both. That bug, I think I loosely remember the one you're talking about. That was a long time ago. People always get both now. Yo, sup, Chili Empire. There you go, folks. That's the guy who came up with the concept for the Civ. Hey, don't have to thank me, man. Hosen was the one doing the heavy lifting behind. I just said I'd be happy to cast it. Cast his last one with Persia. Happy to do this one with Vietnam as well. Used to be that if you've got two-handed weapons, your heavy mace... Ah, that's right. Yeah, no. That got fixed a long time ago. That's absolutely fine. That works correctly. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited for it as well. I think we have got just over an hour. In fact, I think, considering we couldn't get our impromptu show match going between Don Artie and Giga Chad, Twitch chatter that we all wish we could be, what I'll do now, I'm going to get ready for food in a sec. But you don't need to go anywhere. We will have entertainment here because you know how this works, guys. I basically will have a game up for you guys to watch while I'm eating. And then when I come back, we'll be getting ready for the show match, which starts in 59 minutes now. So it should be a fun one. He got his sub. He'll be back. That's true. That's true. That's how that works. You can't tell everyone that geometry is worse if faith proselytization exists. I mean, like, here's the thing. Proselytization is really good when you only have 20 villages. There. Yeah, proselytization is pretty bad, but like ultimately, at least it doesn't lie about, like, it doesn't feel like it's lying about what it's going to do, right? Whereas geometry, it adds 8 freaking damage. It's really, 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 really bad. Yeah, the problem with proselytization, by the way, if they actually just flip the tech so that you get it in Castle Age, proselytization would be a good tech. For those who don't know what proselytization is, it's the unique Abbasid tech that lets your imams convert a single unit without even having a relic. That thing that you never see because it's really bad. All right. Let me quickly have a look at what we've got uploaded. Actually, maybe we've got a game local we can watch that'd be good. Let me have a look. We've got some here. We had a... Who was Beasty up against? Oh, that one was cool. I can't remember who it was. It was Purple versus French OP. Was that Louis versus Beasty? Siren. All right, clearly, guys, Beasty already won this one, so we're just going to... Nah, we're back. Wait, on Lipini again? Oh, my... Right now, because Abbasid... All right, okay. I think there's a cool one that I can put up for you guys to watch between Beasty and I think it was Louis. God, I'm trying to remember now. So this was a few weeks back. Or do you guys want Zerton versus Vortic? No, I think we'd shoot that one. Well, shoot that one a while ago. Sorry, I'm just finding a game for you guys quick. All right, if you want to get your hands... Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's go for the... I think it was Louis versus Beasty. Yeah, no. Because it's like, remember, Don, most damage buffs don't affect bonus damage. Like I said, Kurotai is one of the rarer exceptions. Oh, he's got geometry before? GG. Okay, there you go. You owe me 10% of your future tournament winnings. You're welcome. But guys, what I'll do now, there was a really cool game. I need to actually close AoE4, otherwise the music's going to be playing in the background. And you won't just hear my obnoxious voice. That's right. It's very important that you hear my over-the-top, loudmouth voice. But going to play a really cool game. Abbasid versus Japanese. I believe this was... I'm pretty sure this was Louis versus Beasty. So... let me quickly add that to the title. I'm going to go eat quickly. When I'm back, we'll be getting ready for the show match, showing off Chili Empire's Civ that he designed, the Vietnamese, which was crafted by the wonderful Hosen, who's made a bunch of mods for us already. So we're going to have a show match between Dragavan and Gully Deckle. All that coming in 55 minutes. So for now, enjoy this really fun game. Actually, it's one of my favorite Abbasid Japanese games I've ever seen. And I'll see you all again shortly. Clearly, guys, Beasty already won this one, so we're just going to... Nah, we're back.
Why is it not full?
Wait, on Lipini again. Oh my god, back-to-back Lipini. Okay, this one's at least balanced well. That's an interesting Civ comp, though. We've got Japanese versus Abbasids. This is one I feel like I don't get to see enough right now, because Abbasids were trash when Japan was popular. And now Japanese feel like they're losing almost all their games that we witness. And Abbasids are becoming more and more reliable as time goes on. Now, I find this an interesting matchup because it's actually one of tech timing versus a gradual scaling. Abbasids tend to hate facing off against civs that rush towards Castle Age because they can't mirror that move. Instead, they have to be able to punish it. It's fair to say that most civs actually can't punish Japanese for fast castling. Not stopping them before they get the tech up, at least. I'm wondering if Beasty maybe has a solution to that. Maybe a civ that can build rams without even seeing the siege engineering could be the solution. So, let's check out the spawn and see what we're dealing with. Berries on the back, double D on the left side. You know, long term, deeper in the game, I do see an issue for Louis on a gold front. I actually think if Wham, I'm so sick of saying Wham with Abbasids. If Beasty in the teal called purple, that's so funnily confusing, decides to go for more of a feudal pressure all-in game, you could actually see Louis just getting completely gold starved. So we'll see if he wants to go for that approach. I'm expecting a second TC either way. First choice of the game is, of course, going to be whether we're going military wing. Military wing isn't the worst of ideas. It will guarantee the outpost is forced on both sides of the gold, which puts your opponent behind. And I legitimately think there's a lot of power behind the idea of just going for a ram fairly early. And I freaking knew that Dragavan, as soon as I started talking about that idea, would turn up in chat suggesting a proxy range. Legit? Yeah, actually. Like what? You go for, let's see, in this game, I mean, screw military wing. Who cares about that? Go eco wing. Yeah, still go the second TC, do the proxy now. In fact, you know what is possible here, guys, is trade wing. I really like trade wing because it ramps you up pretty quick. But it looks like it is going to be standard play. So military wing now on the way. Meanwhile, Louis should be prepping for an outpost after the tech up comes through. Crystal House is going to be dropped on the tree line. I like how B just came in for a while, basically made this, I want to say, like, close to meta, really. I think this is the optimal way to play Crystal House. Not necessarily right up against the TC, but definitely on the tree line. And then just buggered off to zero space, right? People just discovered a lot of value in that, because you have to remember this is a universal drop-off building. AKA, anything you build it next to, whatever the resources you're grabbing, can be dropped off in this building. So, for example, you could drop it on the stone. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we see a build that involves dropping a Kura storehouse on the stone to gather for a second TC. The idea of that's kind of wildly efficient, right? Because you could gather the straggler trees to get the second TC. Kura storehouse gets popped, and then you just gather the stone. And you can even quickly move across compared to dropping a forge, because you would basically move villagers from the food across, seeking garrison, and then you'd ungarrison the other side. Noka's farm's not under TC. Joke's on you, son. That's where my second TC that I'm going for with that stone comes in. Looks like we might be getting a second TC. 2 villagers out in stone. It's not all telling here. It could just be about the daimyo. But it would be an intriguing idea, right? In an Abbasid matchup, to not go for fast castle, instead playing along feudal. Early wing about to complete. No sign of stone gathering, but considering how many people we've got in the woods, I'm expecting it to still be a TC play. Oh, should we have predictions? Guess we could. There you go. Pop those predictions up. Get your bets in. Love that we got Takazaki in the way. I'm such a big fan of berry gathering, man. Like this Civ, once you get the tier 2, they are better gathering on berries than Abbasids. I actually think Japanese is like low-key pretty insane on Lipini. Doesn't get enough credence, enough credit. So stone gathering as it is, this is 100% just a daimyo play. There's no second TC to come, right? Like, the numbers don't really add up when you've got 7 here, you're building the stables. This is all about getting that Bannerman, so you basically have a mounted samurai in feudal age. A weaker mounted samurai, but still a mounted samurai all the same. The problem, though, is you haven't really shown the appropriate respect to military wing. Now, this isn't the end of the world for Louis, right? He's still going to have enough gold to get into that Bannerman where it's ready to go. The problem right now is he doesn't have enough stone for the Bannerman, and he's about to get blocked there too. This is a huge mistake by Louis. There is legitimately no reason to not build an outpost on a spawn like this to protect either the gold or the stone. Especially against archers. This isn't like you're up against lombos where you need 2 outposts. 1 outpost would be good enough. And because you're gathering stone, you can even go arrows. Like, arguably, you don't need to be on the gold. You just need to outpost the stone to get your daimyo and to get the gold trickle alongside for Bannerman. Instead, you have quite an awkward predicament now. Rax is being added in, archer range stables. It looks like we're actually getting a 1 TC all-in build from the Abbasids. A very rare sight. That's wild. It's been a while since I've seen a good old 1 TC all-in Abbasid build. I think, you know, in a way, Louis got kind of overly cute with this. Now he has to go trading. Horseman is wrapping around, but I mean, 1 horseman isn't really going to be that fearful. Your opponent already has a Rax as well, so you can easily guard against this as it comes in. You need the Bannerman ASAP. The problem is there is no ASAP to this. You have 205 stone, you're not getting a sliver more. He has to now commit double Rax for Onabagisha, which isn't going to feel great here because your opponent has got archery ranges. He's going to be scaling them. I think Louis might be dead. I mean, he has got a slight eco lead, weirdly enough. Something happened there. But now Beasty's putting more economy into military because he's staying 1 TC with fresh foodstuffs, right? So he's spending less food per minute on villager production. That means he's got more to oppress his opponent. There you go, Onabagisha queued up from 2. So, after some initial resistance, Louis is essentially playing the Neptune build that Neptune used to beat him. But it's not the Neptune build, because at this point, Neptune would have like 20 military already. The crazy part to me is Beasty did back up, but he didn't back up to go for an advantage play on economy, right? Like, he's still going all in on feudal. What a wacky game. Horseman now arriving. Only 2 spearmen here to defend. He's going to have to turn around. Tries to micro the archers away. Targets onto the Onabagisha. Good surround here. Louis should be getting a good fight out of this. Beasty going to do the best he can with the limited forces. Does bail after he loses the infantry. So Horseman will be able to get away from this successfully. A good pushback, and now access onto the stone or gold is achieved. In fact, Louis even adding in the outpost to guarantee the same mistake does not happen again. It's good timing as well, considering BC just arrived with the second wave. Do we just see 1 ram here? It's double outpost, so I feel it's the safer way to go. If you feel like it's critical that you break this gold, you need a second play. Like, you can't just rely on infantry and bio. A ram is the only way you'll break this efficiently. That was impressive, though. With such limited gold, he got just enough Onabagisha together to repel that. He even had enough stone left over for the arrow slits. Goes for the fortify as well. Beasty, what's the play now? It feels bad to have to go for a TC this late, right? Like, I think if you go TC this late, your opponent is just going to go Castle Age, and he knows it. And it'll be even easier for him to go Castle Age, because with the Kura Storehouse, and the fact he's already added in additional farms, he's not going to run out of food like he would in a different game, right? He still has 11 sheep here. So ram it is. Louis, correct call. Just trying to cut reinforcements right now. Can't take on the main army, right? Like, you are definitely outnumbered. But I think he did actually glimpse that, right? Scouting the formation, so he definitely knows about the ram coming. And he's already fortified the forward outpost. Arrow slits is coming in on the secondary. I believe he's just got the Onabagisha sitting in there. That's really smart. Onabagisha are the best unit to put inside because they can quickly be ungarrisoned and get a shot out with their attacks and get back in. Horsemen are a little bit different because their attack speed is a lot longer, so they might get hit by spearmen. But with Onabegisha, you can attack so quickly, you can swipe and then jump back in the tower, usually before the archers can hit. Beasty. Villagers going to garrison instead. Armies are similarly sized on this attack. A lot of Beasty's troops aren't even here right now. Ram going to get target down. Outpost is going to be fine. So Siege gets lost here. Spearman getting some good value up against the Horsemen. But now you're going to lose the army to the outposts. Villagers do have to shift away. Beasty not quite able to find a kill there. Sick read by Louis to get the textiles ahead of time. Definitely paying off. Torches are out to try and finish this outpost off. Begisha are going to have to run for the hills. Beasty, it looks like he's actually broken him here. Louis does not have much gold to work with. And this is incredibly frustrating if you're a Japanese player ever playing like this, because you are now sacrificing to stay alive. The most important tech to win you the game. If you cannot get Tatara, then this Onabegisha player is worthless. It's insane the damage increase you get out of that melee tech. Right now you're hitting for 6 damage, it's a +1. Then you can get the second level here. That's a 25% damage output increase on a unit that attacks insanely fast, every 0.875 seconds. Louis has indeed taken a risk here. Are you kidding me? There's no way. If Beasty somehow sees this, I think he's just patrolling around the back. In fact, Louis may have been a genius about this, because if he'd gone to the closer gold, Beasty would have seen him. Instead, the deeper gold, which Beasty doesn't even see, is going to allow him to get gold to scale Begisha. Oh my god. I can't believe that. There is only a tiny sliver of land in the center that has not been scouted. And that is the part he needed to scout. Begisha now trying to mop up the archers. Not too bad of a trade for them overall. Still a big lead now building for Beasty elsewhere. Most of the archers are camping onto the gold. I think despite that sick little hiding spot he's found outside the base, it's going to feel mostly irrelevant. The military lead is getting out of control at this stage. 25-7. He's at least cleaning up the Rams, so that is costly for Beasty, but still doesn't excuse the fact that he's almost 20 military behind. Give your villagers clothing is the lesson we've learned. That's true, dude. There's nothing worse than you should be out for like a straw. You're like, what a wonderful day. And then you just see this guy in like a loincloth that definitely isn't covering it all, gathering your food for the day. I wouldn't want to eat at that table, okay? Put him some proper clothes on him. Then I'm like, yeah, look at that. Look at that elegant worker gathering those delicious berries for us to eat later. All right? And you know, they're blueberries, not dongberries. That's what's important. Okay, so melee tech's coming in. The good news, at least, is your whole army is buffed by melee tech, right? The negative is we have actually now got camel archers arriving to offset that melee advantage. Oh, this is getting rough. Beasty, how has he done this? That's insane. I looked down for a second, looked back up, because clearly I got distracted by the dongberries, and all of a sudden, Beasty is ready to go Castle H. Honestly, Louis might just call the game the moment it attacks. Because now Beasty, I mean, he can realistically just keep gunning with archers in the meantime, right? He went military wing, so composite bows just breaks the game wide open at that stage. Another ram coming in. Love the fact he went trade wing as well. We mentioned in Feudal Age, it's a really good map for it. It's going to allow him to get all his tech ups very quickly. Another ram goes down. You'd think he'd just give up on this now. Okay, this is the point where Louis should be getting very suspicious. Like, Beasty has beaten him in several fights. Louis should be thinking, how is my army now as big as his army? Mathematically, something isn't adding up here. It's almost like there's 1,800 resources that he had that he didn't put into army. What could it be? Interesting that Beasty didn't actually add in more archers at all, by the way. Like, he's just completely paused on production. Begisha on hunting. Banner Menorah proving pretty effective at this stage, right? Especially when he's got the 2 melee tech levels. Beasty trying to get back into the base ASAP here. Raxes are being prepped because they need a little bit more time. Looks like it's enough to scare him away. Louis hesitating and backing off when he needs to be doubling down. You secretly love trade games because you're actually a member of the Trade Federation. That's a really deep and convoluted and sci-fi way of saying you're a bot. Horseman Beasty now looking to punish, but they have to be fast about this. Archer upgrades on the way in. Weirdly enough, not Gulem's coming out, more spears. Huh? That's more like it. Beasty, I mean, Gulem's just win this game instantly. Mass Beasty and Horseman against chunky units that thrive on attacking armorless units. Perfect. Is Beasty going in? No, he's just delayed in getting the production ramping up. It's now coming. Like, there's no reason you go imp here. You just end the game now. You don't even need crossbows, actually. You just go Gulem's Lancers. He's showing a lot of respect to Louis, assuming that Louis is teching as well. But the reality is Louis is not ready for a tech at all. Raid on the flank. Actually a smart move here. Louis, the reality is he knows that this deep into Feudal Age, his opponent has to play out the base. The difference between Japanese and the Abbasids here is the Japanese just can build farms at home because they get them from the Kura storehouse. They have their conversion there, right? For the Abbasids, there's no way that Beasty could have kept that pressure up, built those rams, lost those rams, and then still teched up and built farms at home. He could tech up. He could do anything at this stage. Beasty could probably just A-click towards the enemy base and quickly go to the toilet. He's very far ahead. And that's why Louis has to bank on a quick recovery. And if there's one landmark in the game that fits that category, I mean, this is one of them, right? The floating gate, the Yorishiro drop that can boost you up. He could get the Owner Begisha all immediately up to veterancy and continue the spam. I actually think that this is a game where going for the stables probably loses you the game. You're too far behind. I don't like Mount Samurai from behind here. You'd be much better served by upgrading your existing infantry and then getting into a mixture of Samurai eventually. He still hasn't found this gold. I can't believe this. But it might be about to be revealed. No way. It took 18 minutes, but he found it. Unfortunately, Louis is already running. No, did the wolf just give him away? Did Beasty not see this? You've got to be kidding me. He doesn't scout him out. Unfortunately, I've got a bad feeling that Louis is about to walk into the berry patch and reveal himself. Now, he does at least have his gold at home, right? He recovered that a while ago. But it's still 8 idle villages in a game where you're already 8 behind. Tech up complete. Beasty now already prepping for relics at the same time, so he'll be making his own moves. Yorishiro drop is going to be coming in, and it is indeed going to be for the racks. Smart choice, Louis understands. Mount Samurai loses you this game. Bugisha might yet save you. Oh, the Lancer does find the villagers in the end, so time to run around like a headless chicken. Or get your head lobbed off. Bugisha are going to buy time. We salute you, girls. We don't salute this, though. Oh, my. The mangonel underneath your own 2C. He's like, I'm on your guys' side, right? No, guys, what are you doing? I'm trying to defect. I'm trying to defect. So Mango was lost, but still, you can see that Louis doesn't want to fight. And unfortunately, this Lancer has revealed the backside food. Gulems can't really be contested. Horsemen have to go on top of the archers and crossbows here. The Gulems will get mopped up now by the Begisha. Split of the archers and the crossbowmen here to try and micro down what he can. Beasty may have slightly overextended here. Did not wait for the composite bows. So Louis, the patience pays off here. However, it has come at a cost. He's now down by 22 villages. Relics also now a problem as Beasty's already on the way home with 2. Sure, you may have won the fight in the back of your own base, But Beasty has won the rest of the map. In so many ways. Oh, that is so sneaky. Louis more gravitated towards the left side, right? Because his gold gathering's there. And this is so much more defendable with just one simple wall. A simple wall that's coming up now from Beasty. Looks like the Gullums are at least going to get pushed back. So Louis takes a deep breath, believes for a second that he's still alive. Little does he know, Beasty is trading, Beasty is relicking. Beasty is relishing, reveling in all of his trade. Now, it's one thing to win a fight in your own base, but without Banner Menorah, with just Bugisha, this is much more bold.
Now you're my...
Starts to approach Beasty's base. So he's going to back away. We have now got Mounted Samurai getting added in on a delay. An interesting choice considering that Beasty has still been building Spim. Oh no, are you kidding me? The wall, the wall! Oh no! Beasty! What happened here? The wall just a moment too late. And that's going to reveal the trade as well. Wall's going to be coming out from Beast just to let his opponent know, don't come here, the relics are already gone. So in the end, Louis can only settle for the safest relic on the map. Collision traders have been found. Looks like he's splitting up the forces now. Bugisha getting a bit overzealous with the dive in on the Mango. And I'm a little bit surprised by this, actually. Louis, that was the perfect moment to double down with the Bugisha. He backed away temporarily and sacrificed the Horseman. Yeah, a fight that should never have been given. And now, this means there can be a rewall. Villagers... Wait, no. Wait, what? No, that's like 5 free kills right there. Yup. Well played by Beasty, by the way. He did get the level 2 melee armor. That's really smart here. You have to get these techs against Japanese, especially against Bugisha. You're throwing the game if you don't. Looks like we've got to dive elsewhere. I tell you what, Louis is starting to convince me. Beasty's trying to get the walls up to stop this happening, but there's still so much open ground. In fact, if Louis just splits off into 2, maybe 3 different groups, he can hunt everywhere at once. Instead, he's going pocket to pocket, which is giving Beasty at least a chance of getting out of the way. Unfortunately, it looks like he's a little bit slow this time. Moving in. Even with textiles, it doesn't matter here. Oh my god, Louis. Mass Bugisha proving to be Beasty's undoing here. Oh, Vico being lost. That lead he built up so hard, not looking so big anymore. Relic should be dropped in safely. So there's no way that can be taken away, but what can be taken away is the villager count. What is happening in this game? Beasty, he's so busy microing to defend his trade, he didn't do anything about his wood line. 10 eco difference now, and shrinking. Bugisha are now outnumbered, so they should get outgunned and shut down here. But you're going to see Louis doesn't care about the main fight. He just dodges it. Zoom, zoom, baby. People asking, do Gulams beat Bugisha? Yes. Pretty heavily handily, right? Your attack speed isn't that much worse than them, but you do double strike. The problem in this game is you can't fight them because they never fight you on fair terms. That's why you're in a game where militarily it's 51-27. That's a huge advantage for Beasty. But he can't use it because all his units are too slow. Everything that Louis is doing is about mobility. I love the fact that behind this, although he might not be able to get the relics, he has the sacred sites to trickle more gold in his pocket. Walls after walls here. How is it that despite all the walling efforts, Louis still keeps finding ways in? This is incredible. How do you beat what Louis is doing? You wall reasonably. With the way this game is played, trying to wall the length for the map like this is not exactly reasonable. But it's because he wanted the trade, right? So he played for the widest wall first, and it kind of cost him. Trade once again going to be intercepted. Free TC now from the Abbasids, who did not go Eco Wing, by the way. They went Trade Wing. This is at least very smart. The armor is pretty sick here. Armored caravans against Onabagisha means you should not really be losing traders very quickly to raids. The villagers, on the other hand, once again get caught walling. And all of a sudden, look what happened to the military count. Eco's about to be even. At this rate, actually, Louis is going to be ahead against free TC. On 1 TC. Oh, I see. All trades being taken out. Archer count being carved up like a turkey at Christmas. Walls are at least going to complete. So, whoo-sa, deep breath, sigh of relief. Beasty will finally be able to... Oh. There's more gaps. Now, weirdly enough, Louis isn't going to rush in. Slows himself down a little bit. Even weirder, he's choosing to go for Rams when he can just go into the choke point. So he wants to open up different gaps and stay away from his opponent. And indeed, we have got level 3 Daimyo coming in soon, right? 800 of the required 12. Not that many farms, mind you. But that's the power. That's the secret power of the Japanese on Lipany that I talked about. It's the berries, right? He went for the Fudasashi. 75% better gathering rate on berries than standard. Walls getting disrupted again. I wonder, does Louis consider going for a second TC here? Not before he gets the Shogunate, I guess. He's just focused on punishing Beasty for his greed. This is so smart. This could be Japan's best map. I'm not sure about that. Holy Island does exist. But it's definitely up there. Looks like the last of the raiders, last of the samurai has been cleared up for the moment. However, not for long. Walls are being breached. Trade is about to be incepted again. This is sick. I think Beasty's had enough. He knows he can't just keep reacting. He needs to be proactive. He's moving in. And Louis immediately moves out. 34 villagers in retreat. He didn't gather enough stone for the Shogunate, though. This might prove to be a problem. Army is going to try to cut off the trade again. And my god, the amount of samurai count. Beasty wasn't expecting this. He barely has any spears. Mistakes have been made. This is so disgusting. You know, I put my power rankings up, and I think some people were like, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you saying Louis is doing better than Beasty right now? Yes! This man is insane. How many players could do this with Japan? This is incredible. Man Samurai will chase down the infantry. Beasty about to lose a fat blob of the army. Trade is still being cut off. He's at least free TC. But what has he really got in that corner if you think about it? Not much gold for sure. Army gets mopped up. Looks like the Onabagisha getting a perfect fight as the veteran archers do come out from behind the tree line, behind the walls. A little bit surprised by that choice. Rams, in the meantime, are denting the walls in the center. And Louis is ready to start flooding in again. Last of the berries in the center here are under his control as well. Actually, quite a few berries. And you know what? That's a big thank you very much. You know what the dream is when you're playing against the Abbasids as Japanese? They drop a mill and then don't eat what they came for. An extra 600 food for you to gather at a better rate of 75%. Woo-wee! Wall's also going up. Just to block the re-wall. Wood being gathered in a dangerous position right now by Beasty. Louis just about out of vision of seeing it. Is Beasty just dead now? I mean, how is it he's got 1,700 food and it just doesn't matter? Look at this, 2,600 food income due to the berry mass. Army's just getting flooded. I can't believe he's done this. GG gets called. Louis, under pressure from the start of this game, on the ropes for half of it, and yet somehow he pulls it back in the most disgusting of ways. Raid after raid. Tempo kept up to a maximum of 10. This guy may be fabled for his late game, but he just played it like an 11 out of 10 Vortex. Woo! Dude. You gotta give it to him, man. Like, this is why I'm such a big Louis MT fan. That game was nasty. The way he recovered that game should have just been over about halfway through. What a freaking Giga Chad. But yes, welcome back. I am full of food. Oh, I had to rush the food down, though. That was very fast. So I noticed a bunch of people coming in on both the YouTube side and Twitch side to ask about the show match. We have got a show match. We are basically the players doing the show match for a new Civ. Hosin has created a brand spanking new Civ. The modding community are just incredible what they do, the limited tools they have. They've actually created Vietnam in Age of Empires 4. So we're going to have that coming up in just under 25 minutes. We're going to have two known faces around here. Dragovan and Gully Deck are going to play all 5. They're going to open the series with a mirror matchup of the new Civ to see how it performs against itself. And then they'll alternate taking turns playing the Civ and then trying to beat it with different Civs. So it should be a really fun one. We'll also have 1 or 2 core maps that you guys have very rarely seen before. We'll be opening up on Pigeon's View, which genuinely I think is... they should just indoctrinate it into the base game. It's that bloody good. Hello and bonjour to all the Jeanne raiders coming through, though. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. I think you were like clashing with Doom at the end. Hope you got a win against Ben. I love Ben, but he wins way too much. So hopefully you're able to give a little bit of an upset there. But I will now show you guys a little bit more info on those new Civs we talked about. So let me pull them up. So this is the Vietnamese we talked about. We did show this before. They've got some really cool things around explosive traps. They have smaller outposts that build faster, cost less, but have less garrison spots in them. The outposts, the TCs, they all fire poison arrows, not just standard arrows. So it's kind of nuts from that perspective. They have worker elephants, which are basically moving drop-off locations. Like, imagine a GUR if you didn't have to keep deploying it to drop off in it. That's what worker elephants do. I wonder if that will be strong or not. The only issue is like the population count, right? But then outside that, you've got some interestingly quirky little things around the farms. The farms are basically bigger than standard farms, but gather a bit quicker. And then we've got some cool landmarks I'm looking forward to. I'm especially excited for these type of details. Hideouts, the outposts can actually be enabled to produce military units. They also have a tunneling ability that lets them enter their keep and then ungarrison at other castles or TCs, right? So there's loads of little fun things like that I'm looking forward to seeing utilized by our 2 kid prodigies later, because we've got 2 16-year-old aspiring pros who are going to be going at it. They are easily always in like the top 100, top 150. So it should be a really fun one. Ooh. You know what, actually, I just realized. Give me a sec. I'm going to add some more ice. Ice, baby. To me drink. And then also, I think we're going to try one of these new Red Bull flavors. That's a lot of caffeine for one day, but you guys know me. Is it that much caffeine for one day? I mean, you know, if you haven't had a heart attack once a week, are you really even trying? All right, let this ad finish. And then, all right, back on 1 sec. I have to run through the rain to get a cold can of Red Bull because I'm not a savage. up on the goodies. All right, guys. I've got something. I've got something interesting actually. They sent me some new flavors. So they sent me the green and the pink. The pink, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna just like out the gate. It's summer fruits. I don't know about this. Does anyone know what a Karuba is? Because we have invisible Red Bull here. Courtesy of my green screen. So this is a Karuba and elderflower. I'm trying to figure if I've ever had something that had elderflower in that I was like crazy about. I've had things where I'm like, that's alright. But I'm not sure I've ever had anything with elderflower where I'm like, damn. Mies needs more elderflower, please. Karuba. It's like this. Like I'm writing it down so you can Google it. I can Google it too. So, Karuba... Oh! Oh, that sounds nice. It's... I mean, it doesn't look nice. It actually looks horrible. But it's banana passion fruit. What a peculiar... What a peculiar choice. With elderflower, though. Almost looks like it'd be good on its own. Yes, for those wondering, the show match starts in 20 minutes. Hey, it's upcoming. You could throw 10 euros per match, one, to spice the show match up a little. I mean, I appreciate that coming. I think they're going to sweat it anyway. Remember what happened last time on the same prize pool? Because there is money on the line. Hostin's put some money up. Because remember, Dragovan literally clown card to get some victories. So, definitely, like, I mean, I think I've got the coffee right. That I think we'll look to use the coffee for prize pool funding. Oh, is there not? Oh, there's actually nothing this time. I mean, yeah, like if you want, you can throw across on the coffee side, and then I can disperse those funds to them. I think last time it was $5 per map, so maybe we could use that to get another show match going, like at another time as well. Oh, they volunteered. Jesus. All right, well, screw it. We'll pay someone else. Yeah, maybe we'll figure out like someone. I mean, to give them. So I'm wondering if we can turn 50 euros into like 2 show matches, which would be really cool. I love that they volunteered though. I made a prediction that I thought maybe a certain other bird would turn up. I thought Corvinus might turn up asking to play some matches as well. So it should be down below. I think I added a coffee link. It's, yeah, under my Patreon, I've got the coffee alternative. I really need help figuring out Patreon and like what to offer. I just not had the time to put into like putting things in that would make sense. So I stripped back a lot of the things other than coaching at a high price until we can figure out more on that. But yeah, there is an alternate link below the Patreon banner that just says it has the coffee link typed out because I forgot to make a banner for it. Oops. But I think I might just use the coffee one for prize pool fundings. What's Civ is Vietnam based on? You have to pick China. You pick China and you can play Vietnam. I think that's what he meant. But yeah, let's give this a try. This Karuba and elderflower. So banana passion fruit and elderflower. This is either going to be absolutely delightful or absolutely horrible. I don't know what that smells like. Almost smells like a sweet wine. Actually, I don't even know if I say wine. It smells nice though. That's not too bad. I feel like the elderflower is dragging it almost towards more of an apple-y-like taste. I wasn't expecting that, but I like that. Pretty good. That's their one of their summer editions. Karuba and elderflower. I was a little bit heartbroken because I don't know if they do the Juneberry ones anymore. I had the Juneberry ones in November when I was in Germany, and they were incredible. Oh, I need to restart. Oh, yeah. Nice. So start up my AoE4 because apparently there was a last second patch going on. You can play Juji and Vietnam? I believe so. Because the way the tuning packs work is it replaces a Civ. So for example, you can make like a new Civ off of Order the Dragon and still keep HRE. That's the goal. Just completely remove Order the Dragon. He has found the bug with fishing. He just confirmed that, so he already released an update. Yeah, did you find the link, Camian? Do I even want to know what this bug was? Does sound kind of intriguing. Alright, so let me have a look. Because I think the boys are getting ready, so they should be good to go quite quickly. So I'm just checking messages as well. Wait, did he really? Oh my god. I might have to go back and cast that one on first day. Apparently Recon just clown card crackety. My boy. Oh, that's what I need. You're a legend, Camian. I'll try and figure something out. I'm trying to think what we could do. I want to do something around maybe some new maps. So that might be cool. A Socotra only little tournament. But it would be cool to try and organize some show matches in the midweek. I'll have to put out the feelers and see who's intrigued, who's interested. Maybe we can get 1 or 2 show matches going extra this month, and then like probably put half of that towards this one for the lads. I kind of, well, we either do like 250 euros per map or like 5 euros per map, and then we can use the rest into additional show matches. You're interested in more show matches, so you don't want to be paid for this one? Okay. Jackpot. Soccer tourney? I know, right? What was it? Like, actually, dude, we could probably get a Pigeons View one going as well. That'd be good, because so far, like, the data we have is skewed around the new civs, right? So it's kind of... It tells you something, but it doesn't tell you everything. Because, like, you're learning a new map and a new civ, sort of thing. Yeah, I've heard that Pigeons View map is pretty decent, Cavallo. I wonder who created it. Whoever it is probably like a Giga Chad of like map creation. They should probably make more maps. So I think we'll chat because there's not enough time to definitely hop into a match before they begin. I think they're getting ready now. So I think they're just getting to grips with the civs because they're in-game warming up. So they'll be ready to kick off in a few minutes. Dragovan's already said he's ready to go whenever Gully is. What if he like Recon was playing the Benny Hill song when he was doing the clown carring? Dude, I mean, I told him for so long. You know, I'm starting to think that Recon just, he's starting to appreciate that you listen to me. Been around the block a bit, you know. I know a few things. Yeah, no. I noticed before, Hosen. But like Dragovan, you're saying like you'd rather just have more show matches instead of money going into this one? I mean, yeah, we can put it towards extra ones instead then. Yeah, no, it can't mean, just to clarify for you, Hosen doesn't have money on this one. Being a AoE4 modder, surprisingly enough, does not pay very well. Being an AoE4 content creator, surprisingly enough, does not pay very well. Being an AoE4 player doesn't pay very... Being an AoE4... I guess we all just, you know... We're all poor. Which is why... We've got to get more sponsors. Is this a fan project? It's created by one of the modding community, yeah. It's basically... It's a design concept that came in from Chile Empire and then was put into action by Hosen. Need pro players to sponsor us with their fat tourney checks. Yeah, they're happy to play your maps. It is a tough one I've highlighted before. Is like, where does the money come from to get people to do show matches? Like, I would genuinely love to be able to say, yo, I'm gonna just run show matches all the time, or I'm gonna run midweek tournaments all the time. These type of things. So I actually love them. I actually prefer them than just doing ladder games. Because like the reality is that as it stands, the AoE4 community is heavily biased towards top-level pro players, and I don't know how to fix that. It's a long, arduous process, and it's hard to do it without new eyes on the game, right? To kind of create a low elo Legend series that really hits off requires new faces coming in, and we don't have many of them at the moment. So you're stuck with like that pro angle, right? But the problem is I can't justify like giving out even $100 a week would be really pushing it. So it's always a tough one. I appreciate Dragavan. It's the challenge is finding people up for it as well, right? But I may need to look at that. I don't like the idea of just taking advantage of people for free. It's annoying. I wish I had like money to offer, even if it's small pittances. At least then feels like there's something I can give back. Because yeah, I think you know, before, without disclosing names, I've talked to players about this, and I've been like, "Yo, what would it take to get you a show match?" And they give me a number. I'm like, "Do you think I make Drongo money?" Right? Because like there is not many people that, I mean, I'll give you, it's just, you'll see what I mean. It's like there's not many people that can justify spilling $20 per map in this community. There's probably 4 or 5 people that can do that while still affording to pay their bills off of content creation. Maybe. Oh, are you talking about the Atlanteans with the like built-in little drop-off point? Yeah, Cammy, I think I mentioned it. Like, I haven't really talked about it too much because it's like I still need to organize it and figure out the details. The idea is I was thinking Patreon. I still need ideas for Patreon. By the way, guys, if you haven't joined my Discord, that is completely free. ! Discord. Good way to communicate with me when I'm offline. Lets you guys communicate with each other, bring together ideas. Also lets you kind of give feedback on things you'd like to see for the channel, directions for it for the future. You know, you can even drop ideas around for stuff like the Patreon. Like I've said before, I've had people say they'd love to support me, and I'm like, I want to give some back. What do you want? Some people are like, I just want to support you, which is great. But for people that would feel they want to be incentivized to donate to the Patreon, that's a perfect place to voice what would kind of get you opening the wallets. But yeah, the other thing is, I know a lot of people have been asking for more low elos Legend series. I'm weighing up a way of doing it because of what I just said earlier. It's at some point you have to basically build the bridge to get away from all content focusing around pros to something else. But it's still a really, really tough challenge, especially when you're stuck in the midpoint of growth and then trying to find a point to like make a living off of this, and you know it's gonna like sink you before you potentially resurface. I don't know. It's a weird one. My brain's been racking on it for a while. It's easier when new players come in, so maybe it's easy to do. Maybe I should have done it when the expansion hit straight away. Yeah, Gully's sweating, right? Oh, dear, dear. But yeah, this is going to be fun. I do think that Feudal is going to be a very strong point, actually, for this Civ, though. Like, the extra wood and the extra ranged armor is going to be big. Really big. And then what was the other one? It was around the houses, right? Dude, actually, like genuinely, the more I think about this, I think Feudal is going to be like OP. Because I think the defend the homeland thing should be locked behind like a castle tech or something. A 15% attack damage buff on a Civ that is going to have villagers out building outposts anyway, right? Because you're going to like, I think people are going to like creep close to the enemy base, build houses and build an outpost. That crap's spooky. One sec. More messages coming in. So I guess Gully's just trying to figure out an opening build order. Don't reveal your plan. That isn't your plan. Dude, Dragaman, you're not going to... Actually, no. Now that I think about it, Dragaman 100% would build siege tower, would build outposts, because if you think about it, siege towers have less garrison spots than rams, and hideouts have less garrison spots than outposts. You have an idea for a good OOTD buff? Yep. It's really simple. Hosen just needs to start using that for his tuning packs as the Civ to replace. There we go. But yeah, like Order of the Dragon, I have a bunch of tough issues around them. I mean, Order the Dragon, where to begin? I think if you give them marching drills, they're immediately OP. Like, really, they are broken. Some of the units feel a little bit overtuned, some undertuned. It's almost like spears kind of underperform. Men at Arms still feel weird to me in the Castle Age. Maybe the bio and elite army tactics and incendiary should be a bigger percentage increase. Give an extra 10% on each of the techs. Then the units are more tanky. It doesn't fix the issue of how they can actually just be outspread. Because like one of the biggest issues with all the dragons, they suck at playing flanks. 20 more pop. I just think it's a very unintuitive way to design. Maybe if certain units could be reduced to 1 pop, but I think that might just be broken. The Gilded Knights feel absolutely terrible at most stages of the game, actually. Like, in the Imperial Age, even with that tech, they feel really, really freaking bad. Teutonic Knights? I think we already have that somewhere. I believe I know a person who may have already made the Teutonic Knights. Yo, wait, hold up, chat. Wait for it. Is that Don? Dude, no wonder Don pretended the guy wasn't inviting him. Determined Exterminator is a conk free. Don Terman, dude, for real. I love. This is why I love Don so much, man. This is Don, by the way. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Have I cast any Vietnamese games yet? No. I read the PDF a bit, but other than that, I didn't want to spoil it for myself. Is it happening? What's going on? We're about to see why Determined Exterminator is so good. It's definitely not just Dom pretending. Wait. Maybe that image is actually good after all. Let me just save that somewhere. That might be useful. What are we waiting on? We're waiting on them to start the game. So I think Gully was doing a little bit last second pracky, so they should be starting soon. Ooh, let me turn on my overlay as well. Oh, where'd the music go? That was a good one. Alright, so let me toggle the score on. It's going to be a play all 5. Now we have Dragavan versus Gully Dickle. Dickle. Don't know why I said it like that. Good old Dickle. Everyone loves a good old Dickle. Oh, I just realized I don't have an icon for the Vietnamese. I mean, I guess you just start off by having China. Because they are using China to play Vietnam. Sorry, those that want to wage war over the fact that's not the Vietnamese flag. Don't blame me. Blame Cal. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort messages in the background while we wait for a sec. What if you want to play China versus Vietnam? Too bad, you're playing Juji, sucker. Whoop, whoop. So Juji is still an option, by the way. You cannot play China because the way these tuning packs work is they have to replace an existing civ because like Microsoft is so egregious in their ability to constrict and willingly like stop the modern community from doing what they want, that you can't actually add entirely new civs or new mechanics. You have to utilize existing components. You know what? While we've got a moment, perfect moment to highlight that, by the way, guys. A bunch of people may have just got in now and not heard me say it today. We actually have partnered with Protein Works for another month. So in a few days, I should have a new order of goodies coming through. I've said to them to send me over some of their new tropics, some of their soups, and some of their savories, as well as some more of the meal replacements. So we'll hopefully get hands on that. Actually, we'd love to check out the breakfast as well. But we will be partnering with them throughout June now as well. Remember, if you want to take advantage of my code, Killer Pigeon at checkout gets you 10% off on top of all the other discount you get. So definitely worth piling those together. And there is a free delivery attachment. It's £60 or more in the UK gets you free delivery. I can't remember if there's a free delivery in the EU, but both in the EU and NA, the more you spend, the cheaper the delivery is going to be. So we had, I think Fablab was asking about this before, like when you spend under $50, it's $30 delivery. Between $50 and $150, it's going to be $20 delivery, and anything over is just $10 delivery. So there is that nice scaling element for you, and we should have a nice painted picture. I think a few people have been getting their products. If you guys have been buying them, by the way, let me know what you think. I'm curious to see what flavors you got, what you like, what you don't like. Oh, and don't be like Recon. Do actually bother to get these shakers, because... Oh, so I'll drink the last bit. So... You see in there? There's like a ball. A shaker ball. Those shaker balls are really good. A lot of brands are now looking to switch to them. The reason they're really good is they break up all of the mix, the powder, so you don't get clumpiness or anything. So I think he just used a standard like thing, and I think he might even use a cup and mixed it. You definitely want a shaker, and I'd say these ones, the balls, are the ones to go to because it smacks around the powder a lot so that it doesn't just clump. All right, so I think we should be ready to go in a second. They are now in lobby, so we'll be getting underway in a moment. Yeah, they're really good. One I found for like energy-based things, I had like another cup brand that sent me one to try. They have like, it's like a flap. Because the thing that I don't like, that a lot of brands still do, especially in energy drinks, are these. Many of you may be familiar with these. These are not great. They're pretty bad. Because what ends up happening, I don't feel like they really break the powder up that much. They at least keep ice down, which is cool if you add ice to your drinks, which I do. The biggest problem, though, is what you end up getting is a lot of grime that builds up on all these little flaps. And a similar thing ends up happening with the tops because of the way they're designed on the inserts. So they're actual pain in the ass to clean. Or you could just buy a can. All right. Looks like they're about getting in game, so we should be ready to go in a sec. Just update title. Okay, I got baited. We're still loading. But yeah, we'll be starting off on Pigeon's View, which is basically a better version of High View. You trust me. When you see it, like guys, what I want you to do is after you watch it, form your own opinions on it. And if you agree, hit up Reddit, put a thread in there, show it off, tell everyone about it, and say you want High View replaced by it. They're not even a loading screen yet. Was the map named after you? Yeah, but I didn't have any input in that. That was just a Kaivayu choice. Kaivayu is the one that went and made it. I provided the design, and he ran with it. And it's so much better. So much better. Are they loading? Yeah, they are. There we go. The new Rice Terrace. Looking forward to that. 3x sounds really big as well. So I'm curious. Let's get the predictions ready as well. It's going to be Dragon. What is it going to be? Alright, let's get ready to go. Vietnam in Age of Empires 4. Yes, you just heard me correctly. It's happening again. We have got a new civ added to the game, courtesy of the community. First of all, really big shout out to Chile Empires for the design of the civ, and an even bigger shout out has to go to Hosen, our resident mod creator, who created Persia and has now also added another new civ to the game, because this right here may look like China, but it is in fact Vietnam. And we are going to have a play all 5 show match to show off this new civ. So we're going to start off with a mirror between these two. Both players are playing, and you are already seeing an Order of the Dragon farm, I guess. This is kind of insane. So they have a lot of unique quirks. We'll try to go through as many of them as possible. Just to highlight the map, this is a unique custom map. It is high view, but actually good. It's called Pigeon's View. Kaivayu, the guy who created Moving Out that you're seeing in tournaments at the moment, created this. Go give it a check out as well. You can also get your hands on the Vietnam civ to try for yourself right now on the mod store. It's created by a guy called Hosen81. That's the one you're looking for. Definitely download it. But introducing the players, we have got Gully, Deco, and Dragavan. It is indeed the battle of the toddlers here to try out the new civ. In fact, they loved playing Persia so much in that last show match where we paid them. They said, we'll just play this one. They didn't even care about money. They said it was so much fun, they just wanted to do it again. So let's talk about a few things that the Vietnamese do here different. You may be seeing a mining camp right now, but that's not the only way you can drop off resources. Do any of you like worker elephants by any chance? Because this civ actually has mobile drop-off buildings that function as everything. And I'm wondering if we're going to see them quite quickly in this game. We're already seeing these openings on the rice terraces. I should explain these a bit. These are more expensive farms. They cost 100 wood instead of 75. But your villagers gather 30% faster from them. They are noticeably bigger. But where this game gets really interesting, and I think we're going to be seeing it, it's Po Min Tower time. So what's so cool about this landmark? It's what it's going to enable. Because something that the Vietnamese do really well is they make the Mongols jealous. Like, I read the PDF document for this civ, and my first thought is, Mongols just standing there going, are you a joke to me? These guys don't build outposts. They build hideouts. And hideouts are pretty bloody strong. 75 wood instead of 100. They build quicker, and they have another few quirks about them. They give a movement speed buff to infantry. They have less garrison spots, but they're inherently kind of just as good as 5-slotters because a funky detail about this civ is that the emplacements have poison arrows on them. So Po Min Tower's coming up. This is really cool because not only is it just kind of a defensive landmark to stop you from early cheese play, the other thing that's really powerful about this is all of your outposts get turned into production buildings. They basically allow you to produce any type of infantry out of them, but it takes 75% more time, right? So like a spin takes, what is it, usually 15 seconds? Instead, it would take you, I believe that would end up being 27 seconds. A little bit surprised no one's tried for the outpost shenanigans yet. It looks like it is on the way, though. Dragavan moving forward for the outpost. I knew he'd be the first one to make the move. This is another reason we started off with a better version of High View, is we thought this would be really fun, because something I noted when I was looking over the Vietnamese document, this is a civ that loves stealth forests, not just because of the hideout rushes, but they also have this quirky little thing here called an explosive trap. So the explosive trap is quite a funky little thing. In fact, let me just quickly switch over so that you can kind of see it without too much in the way. Just my head. Okay, that's not going to work either, is it? Have I got the... Let's go win cap. So, just to quickly show you this detail, read that. Nearby enemy units will trigger it. After a 1-second delay, it will explode, dealing 30 damage in an AoE. They're like a little mini demo ship on land. What's even cooler about this, not only just villagers, but light infantry can build them as well. And also, they recharge every 180 seconds. So you have to target them with range units to get rid of them. That's going to be really important to keep an eye out for, especially in these stealth forests. So outpost lock in. We've got deer shoving coming in as well. That's interesting. Is he going for an elephant? Because this is the thing, there's another landmark choice that allows you to build elephants out of it at a heavy discount. I think it's 50% off, which is significant considering these elephants, these moving drop-off, universal drop-off locations, cost 150 resources normally. And this landmark, I think this is a neutral asset, if I remember correctly. Merlin did use this in his King of the Hill land, King of the Hill mod, I remember. Yeah, look at the production times I was talking about. Spearman take 26, Archie take 26. You can even use them later to spam arquebusiers. Yes, you heard that correctly. This Civ has arquebusiers. But notice these outposts aren't quite flimsy. Only 600 HP to work with. It's interesting that neither player tried an outpost rush. I guess it's because the matchup they're in. Like, if you outpost rush, your opponent would just counter outpost, and they'll probably to poison you quickly. We have got a second TC coming in from Gully, though. Stable's also being prepped behind this. There are no unique cav units. Well, there is a unique cav unit, but it's not your atypical cav unit. It's elephant-oriented, because this Civ actually has a certain rocket launcher that I'm hoping we'll see a bit deep in this game. Archers on the way, though, and this is for a very good reason. Archers are really beneficial for multiple reasons for this Civ. For a start, your houses actually buff the damage of nearby melee and ranged infantry. Actually, they have the cav one as well. I don't know if that one was intentional. Yeah, you heard that correctly. These are like static bannermen. On top of that, this Civ gets 5% more gathering for each wood tech upgrade. Instead of 15% per level, it's 20%. And then on top of that, yes, I'm not done yet. This Civ has something bonkers in their archery ranges, but he hasn't got one to show it yet. They have a unique tech that gives them an extra 1 ranged armor. I think this Civ is going to be very much feudal focused. I think that's what Dragavan's here to show. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't got blacksmiths yet for a guy who's infamous for his clown carring. Needs to be careful. Notice the poison arrow there. Oh, by the way, I believe Hosen fixed the way poison arrow works compared to Malians. If you guys remember, Malians, there's stacks to a certain degree, and then it doesn't overstack. From what I read on the PDF document, the poison infinitely stacks with the Vietnamese. A lot of rice terraces coming in. And yes, you can actually do Persia versus Vietnam. I look forward to the point where Hosen's added 16 civs to the game, and he just combines all of them into one tuning pack. Dude, I swear, Hosen needs to get a job at Microsoft. They need to offer him one. The fact that he's fixing things they could never figure out, because you guys remember, for a long time, Malians were meant to be able to stack toxins infinitely, but it doesn't work. Looks like we've got Fast Castle on the way. Before they tech up, let's have a look at the landmark choices. Dragavan, he could go for the Resistance Headquarters, which is just basically a TC. I think that might be where he's going to kind of catch up with Eco. I personally love this. The Imperial Citadel is sick. It's a keep that gives you this cool ability called tunneling. Now, what makes tunneling so amazing is it allows you to garrison units inside it and then ungarrison them at another castle or a TC or another landmark. So I'm hoping we're going to see that coming out from Gully Deco. I think it's actually potentially a really strong thing here. It reminds me of Dawn of War. Dawn of War with the Winter Assault added the Imperial Guardsmen, and Imperial Guardsmen had this thing where the Raxes could garrison units inside, and then you could send them to different Raxes elsewhere on the map. It was so fun. And yes, traps only 25 wood is definitely one thing I'd already highlighted. I think they probably should cost 5 or 10 gold, especially considering they can auto-refresh. We haven't seen a single trap yet, by the way, which does surprise me. Headquarters about to complete. Okay, I gotta give it to Hosen. This choice of building for the Resistance Headquarters somehow fits, right? When I look at it, I kind of just get that feeling. Like, I've played those kind of games growing up. It's almost like a Maple Story-esque where you just go to the ninja hideout. This is kind of what it would look like. So yeah, this is basically just TC. It's essentially King's Palace. Only it's better than King's Palace because it has the 5k HP, right? The reason why you might make cavalry in the late game instead when you have that teleportation ability, by the way, is one important thing to note with it. Check this. It does have a substantial cooldown. 120 seconds. So you can't just spam it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. 120 seconds is a very long time. I think it's going to be most useful for arquebusiers in the late game. I hope we get to see these arquebusiers, by the way. They are kind of like Azutsu. They're a hand cannoneer that has an AoE splash damage. Gully, close to his tech up. Horsemen weren't able to slap, and the crossbows are going to be able to scare him away. Oh, another funny thing about this landmark I forgot to mention. They're stealthed. If Gully was here, he wouldn't be able to see them. You heard me correctly. Your villagers and traders both get stealthed by this TC. I think it had a lingering effect as well, right? Oh, that's a... Okay, Hostin, that looks like a UI bug. They keep the stealth even after they leave range. Wow, yeah. So neither one of them even wants to try using the alternative. It is going to be double resistance headquarters coming in. Wonder how invisible they are. Not as invisible as you guys in the tree lines. No traps being added yet, by the way, still. Could be really advantageous up against these horseman raids, especially. I think the traps are going to be very valuable when you're up against Cav movements, just because Cav will not be able to easily react quick enough before they run in range. Moving in, though, after the tech up comes through. First Lancer tries to body block off here. Outpost being rushed up, but not quick enough. He's got to back away. Gully, a little bit of a panic here. Stealth villagers are about to reveal themselves at the worst possible time here. Oh, actually, no! Dragoman, no! Big mistake! He pulled the scout back. If he had the scout in, he'd see all these villagers right now. He could just shoot whatever he wants. Instead, it's going to be a bite back here. So Gully just trying to reclaim the front of his base again, and we've got it coming. I wondered why it was taking so long. This is the tech I was talking about. Rattan Shields. It's actually a feudal age tech, and it gives you a +1 ranged armor for all ranged infantry. Even the late game ones, your hand cannoneer boys. So crossbows, archers, and arquebusier. It's not as strong on an archer as a scale armor that the Order Dragon has, but it has that same kind of value, just flexibility-wise, right? Instead of having the +3 on one unit, you've got +1 on each unit. And yeah, I already assessed this, but I felt like the landmines might be just a bit too cheap. Still shocked we didn't get a single one, though. That might change as we go deeper into the series, though. And look at this. Empty Gardens. Oh, that's cool. So this is a unique tech that lets you get the houses 50% cheaper. I think it's locked behind feudal, though. It's still decent to get at this stage of the game, though, right? You've got a long way to go. And the reason this is important is, remember, these houses are a damage buff. So actually, Vietnam are pretty good defensively because of this, even through outposts a week. Is right now, if you look at these archers, they are getting that Yumi bannerman effect. Same with the horsemen. In fact, Dragoman really benefit from bringing one villager up here to set up an outpost for the movement speed aura, and then set up a house for the damage aura. Like, once again, this is just a better version of Mongols in my eyes. You know what is kind of surprising me, though? We haven't seen a single elephant. I could see other maps it being good. Like, for example, Prairie would be a perfect example where elephants would thrive, right? Because you have to move tree lines so often. But I guess I can kind of see why it's not really coming out here. Wait, is he building mines? What? Wait, what? Okay, dude, I'm not going to lie. I played too much Red Alert 3 because I'm expecting a guy to jump out of the ground and ambush me. Little teepees in the ground. I mean, even if it wasn't an explosive, if you landed on that, oh. So those are the mines. So he's got a little fallback point here. I love that he just done it right on the edge of vision, so I don't think Gully saw it at all. Interesting build speed on them as well. Dive in. Garrison move towards the TC. It's going to be a dive past. Gotta be careful. Dragoman does have the military lead, but he could easily lose it with these type of dives. So it's going to be a backup. Remember, these are all poison arrows coming out. So notice the health starting to just tickle down. Oh, that's interesting. So the poison arrow, I think it only comes out from the emplacement shots, if I remember correctly, because I think I read that. Ooh, that's an interesting thought, Hosen. Does it affect all types of emplacement? Because on like the keep, right? I guess not. It's just going to be the primary, right? Yeah. So you don't stack 10 shots of poison, which is reasonable. It would be broken. But the one every flurry can add up in those early defenses. Oh, okay. Wait, no, does it apply to every arrow shot? Because it didn't look like it by the numbers on the health. It only looked like the primary arrow attack was doing it. All arrow. Okay, I stand corrected. Huh. Felt like that was quite weak. Boom. He's still got one more explosive trap sitting here undetonated. Outpost now being rushed up as Gully Deco needs all the food he can get. This clash looking pretty damn good. The house, a clutch reaction by Gully, but unfortunately, too late. It's going to have to back off here. Dragon was like, hey, these are pretty good. Remember, these do 30 damage in an AoE after a 1-second delay. All siege damage, so no damage reduction coming out. They can be sniped by ranged attacks. They have quite a lot of health, though. 60 health for 20 wood is a... Well, 25 wood, rather, is a pretty good deal. You target them with range units. You can click on them. Although they do feel very hard to click sometimes. Yeah, okay. So, Hosen, you're going to have a problem with this Civ. You see it, right? Sometimes it's actually really hard to click them because of, like, trees. You know, I felt that these were going to be OP. I just didn't think that was going to be the reason. How long until the recharge? I don't see a cooldown indicator. But I imagine we've got like what, an extra 140 seconds to go. And wait, why do they have 50 ranged armor? Oh no. Hosen, did you miss that detail? I think that may have been an oversight in the mod with testing. Unless they take bonus damage, but they don't. Yeah, these are broken. These are actually broken. It's intentional? Wait, so how are you meant to kill them? So it is meant to be melee. Is that what you're saying? I feel like that's so difficult. So I guess the optimal strategy then is to run one unit in, trigger the detonation, and then run in and melee them afterwards. Damn, that's strong. Don't worry, guys. Just pick GG. Lancer Horseman Raid coming in. Gully has found a flank point here. Eco lead starting to inflate. Dragon has got 5 relics. Yeah, I actually think these are going to be broken. Maybe if they... It's almost like they need to... You know what they need? They need melee vulnerability. Melee vulnerability times 5 or something like that. They actually... That's the way you fix it, is you take the RAM melee vulnerability and amplify it. Or maybe times 2. I mean, I would actually be a big fan genuinely of the friendly fire thing. I kind of wish they had friendly fire. Culverins would not be able to one-shot them. Culverins at 85 base, so they take 2 shots. Trebs, now with the siege. Dragavan. You know, he could actually just be setting... He's actually setting up more in here, isn't he? Guys, this is why we picked this map to open. There's an explosive trap right there. He has no way of seeing it. It's so perfectly masked. Okay, so I praise Stealth Forest. I love Stealth Forest. You're now just trying to justify the players who want Stealth Forest nerfed. Raid coming through from the Lancers. Well, he's in a bit of a pickle, though. Army noticeably weaker on the front line. Only thing I'd criticize here about Dragon's play right now is no house. Like, you're missing out on so much damage for your army without a house here. We have got 2 6 slots locked in, by the way. Something that is feasible on this map that is not feasible in high view, and is why you guys should be playing it and making Reddit threads telling everyone this needs to be added to the game so the devs listen. Because this is 100% a better high view. Dragran. Sieging down the headquarters. I don't know if Gully's going to be able to get out quick enough on this. Yeah, because of that detail. Okay, Dragavan went a bit overkill. Remember, when you build too many things close together, it does do this to stealth for us, so there is a chance Gully sees it coming. The problem is, like, what do you do with that info? Not walk in and kill the siege that's killing you? I don't think that's an option here. Hey, what's up, my boy Excessive Profanity? Big shout out to Excessive. He's playing through Songs of Conquest at the moment. Hopefully having a good time with it, buddy. You came in at the perfect time for some Vietnam War. Backstab coming through. Wait for the detonation. Wait for the... just... there it is! My Little Pony fans in turmoil right now. And now the extra detonation comes through. Oh my god. Dude, he's so done for this game. Golly, surely there's no coming back here. So much army lost in that fight. Sacred Site timer is still ticking down. Second landmark now being sieged. Dragavan. I mean, I guess we can't fault him. At least he didn't resort to clown carring. Thank you very much, not your papa for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. You don't want to miss a moment. Listen, with how quickly those explosions can end a fight, I wouldn't want an ad creeping up on you in that very moment. Gully has to make a stand before the min tower goes down. Wait, guys, if you build a min tower and then get a cannon emplacement, is that a min-max tower? All right, I'm going to stop now. We've got serious action happening here. I kind of want them for every civ. I mean, Gully has just no way in now. Maybe he should have just focused on raiding more. He did try that backstab, and I mean, the problem is you basically have to get in and get out before the mines detonate. I do think also the mines need some indicator that they're on recharge visually. Because otherwise you just don't know when you can safely go in. I think that's going to be a big problem with Take 1 of Vietnam here. The mines for many reasons. But visual acuity and understanding is a big one. Second landmark down. Mango Wallop comes in big. And Gully, he can't afford to back up here. He has to go in, which means he is definitely going to get wiped. Crossbow stand their ground. Kaz been wiped. That is going to be the end of Little Gully Deco in game number 1. Looks like Dragavan is going to get a pretty convincing win in the Vietnamese mirror. But fear not, folks. This is indeed a playoff 5. So we've got 4 more games featuring Vietnam coming up here on this channel. I don't think the recharge is the ridiculous part, by the way. It's 180 seconds. I'm kind of okay with that. They just need to be like easily killable for 25 wood. And you need to know when they're actually on cooldown. I don't mind I actually genuinely don't mind the recharge that much. Because at 25 wood anyway, it's like, let's shrug. 180 seconds is a long time. Gully vacating the front of his base. He seems to refuse to admit this game is over, which is surprising. I mean, he did dent Dragavan's army pretty heavily. He has still his economy alive behind this. The bigger issue now is going to be production. He has started to ramp up stables on the east side. And just to confirm for everyone coming in, if you want to play this civ, you can do it by playing with mods. This is a mod creation. Chile Empires came up with the design concept, and Hosin executed on that to develop it. You basically install this tuning pack, and then when you pick China, you get Vietnam instead. It is publicly available right now. Anyone can try it. Cannot play it on the ladder, obviously, because it has to be a modded game mode. But I definitely recommend everyone giving it a check out, give it some feedback. 6 mangoes? Okay, you know how I said this game's over? Like, there is a world in which Gully just wipes everything. Oh wait, okay, no, there isn't. There's traps. Trade out the Springles. Wow, he frontlines with the mangoes to bait the trade. That's perfect. I mean, dude, he lost 2 mangoes but got rid of all the anti-siege. Horsemen now riding in, but the traps have been set. And the villagers went in early. That's going to force the detonation on perfect timing here. Horsemen get wiped out. And he is out of this one. Vietnam. I thought this was meant to be like medieval imperial, but apparently we are just going to the 20th century Vietnam because there are traps. Traps everywhere. Oh, man. I mean, in fairness, right? Like, overpowered is a better direction than starting off underpowered, which is kind of what we have with Persia. But yeah, I think that one of the big things with those traps is you need to... I actually think they should cost a little bit of gold as well, by the way, like 5 or 10 gold. But some of the big issues, the traps need melee vulnerability, quite high melee vulnerability, and a big hitbox if you can, so they're easy to click. But, you know, one really big thing to me is visual acuity. I don't like the fact that after they detonate, you have no way of knowing how long they got left. And even if you put a cooldown bar when you click on them, that's also bad because there's so many of them. So I should just be able to understand looking when they've shot their load, right? So maybe they pop more out of the ground. That's actually a cool way of doing it. And the cool thing about having them pop more out of the ground after they've shot their shot and then go back down when they're like reloaded is that tells someone what just happened as well, instead of confusing them. They're like, oh, there was a mine there. No, guys, once again, you're overthinking about the reload. Like, trust me, you're overthinking. It's 180 seconds. That detail doesn't matter as much as you think. Trust me, that detail doesn't matter. Like, get rid of it you really want, but like that is actually not the issue at all. It matters because it's not. I don't give a shit about realism. Anyone who like comes in and quotes realism, dude, like you're playing video games. There's nothing realistic about like being 200 feet in the air, looking at a battlefield, and everyone reacting to you in perfect timing. Realism is never important. Believability is, but realism is not. People, I think in general in gaming, people need to stop using the term realism. They use it way too much. We're not armor here. When you can make it... No! Dude! By that logic, like, half your people should die of the fucking plague halfway through the game. You should be like, look at me, I'm about to be Beasty. The plague has arrived, my lord. Pestilence in the streets. What? Right, like, dude, come on. No. Believability, yes, but realism, like, realism is an overused word in gaming in general. 100%. You know when people are like, I don't get it, man. Like Call of Duty, you like, get shot and then you hide and then you like repair yourself in a few seconds. It's just not realistic, man. It's like, so what? You want the game to like have you get shot, and then what? You have to go to a hospital and lay out for 2 months, crapping into a bag, peeing into a pot? No. Yeah, trust me. Like the actual reload isn't the problem. That's not actually where the problem... Like, you're all just seeing the reload and thinking that's OP. Maybe it's OP down the line, right? But I can tell you, it's not even the top 3 most important things about why the mines are broken. Right? So, like, how hard they are to kill from, you know, what the counter is, because they don't have melee vulnerability is a big deal. The hitbox size is a big deal. The fact that it only costs 25 wood is a big deal. Those are all much bigger deals than it reloads. Right? Yes, people use the wrong word. If you want to go with, like, it doesn't feel like it belongs, sure, that's different. But realism is 100% the wrong word. All right, I think they're ready to go. Good when you guys are. Imagine villagers die. Yeah, dude, imagine they did just die of old age. It's like, and the worst part is, like, because you didn't calculate when they were going to die, they never dropped off the food. Imagine if food rotted. That would fix the Miss Macro issues, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. I just like whenever I hear the realism thing, I do have to chip up on that because I hate how often people fixate realism. Believability is more important. Immersion, whatever, you can go with those, but realism is not. Most things which are realistic would make games in every genre not fun. You know, except simulation games. Yes, you can build mines anywhere with either villagers or you can use the infantry to build them up. And did I say anything about the prime? I think I did. Thank you again, though, not your papa, for the prime. Good time as well, man. You saw how quickly those mines worked. You don't want to miss a fight. Need to bump my emote arts. I think they've been, I don't know, they've been a bit AWOL for a bit. I was meant to get 60 new emotes added, but it's been taking a lot of time. Okay, so let's have a look now at what we're doing with the draft. Ooh, so we've got Vietnam versus Abbasids. I love how Gully went and picked Dragavan Civ. Wait, is that right? Yeah. So Gully picked Marlins Abbasids, and then wait, what happened here? They're sending me two different drafts. They've redrafted. So it's actually Abbasid Ottomans, and they're doing a pick snipe. I mean, it is Dragavan Civ, Voldy. Oh, you redrafted. Got you. Wait, which map did you guys go for then? I didn't see the map draft. So, I mean, the fact you picked Ottomans here. I'm wondering what map this is now. Oh, the Fog of War map. Oh, gosh, my brain didn't clock that when you typed Fog of War. I thought it was like... So, Fog of War Ottomans. Did that map have trade posts? I think it did. What is the thought here with Ottos? I mean, I guess Sipahi could theoretically kill mines quite quickly. Because they have high base damage, they can increase attack speed with Fortitude, and they have extra reach. So I think Gully is fixating on the landmine problem. Jesus, I sound like an awareness channel for like wars in far-off countries. No idea what the map is exactly. This is classic Gully. He's like so busy looking at the Civ, figuring it out, and he's like, huh? Yeah, so Gully, first thing you're actually going to hate this map. Because you know how like part of the problem with the mines in that one was visibility? This map has fog. It's not easy to see. It's not just the fog, it's something about the way that Kaivayu done the fog that screws with your depth perception as well. Oh, the fog's been long fixed? Oh, okay. Well, it would actually been funny in this one, but we'll see. You can't target them if you see them. Hey, not with panoramic view. All right, wait. You know how this is the thing. All the people recently have been like, KP, you need to stop zooming in so much. I've just been prepping you all for Vietnam. All right? You don't pay full attention. Bungee stick. Was it punji stick? Bungee stick. I can't remember what it's called. It's punji stick, right? Punji stick to the groin. Oh. Yeah, punji stick. Alright, bye, Gully. Bye, Dragavan. Good luck. Crank up to 11 for the memes. I mean, at that point, dude, you just work with Hosen to create a Minesweeper game mode or something. Yeah. I hope no one felt targeted about that whole response about the realism. It wasn't about you. It's just in general in gaming, the realism argument comes up way too often. And it doesn't have a place. It's the weakest fruit to grab for because you're setting yourself up with a poor debate to begin with, right? It's like getting into an argument about anything and then like being that person who immediately goes, "It's the immigrant's fault." Like you might as like in a situation where you're in a country that has no immigration, you're like. Okay, so waiting for them to load up now, and then we'll hop in. Oh yeah, thank you. We do need to pay out the prediction. Dragavan to Strunka. we gave Draggy's point. Oh, and this match is going to be... Put another China on there for Dragavan. Meanwhile, on the other side, we said it was Ottomans, right? Yes. So there we go. We'll update that as well. You know what? I'm going to be real, actually. Do you want to know what I think the biggest hate about the reload thing is coming from? I'm going to shine a light on the AoE4 community here. Y'all just don't like extra micro. Because the more... Like, even the initial kill is very micro-intensive. Think why a lot of people don't like the Roos minigame as well. By the way, did you guys make it... Are you... I'm going to beat you both with a goddamn stick. Mine's made this game have less micro? No, because if you want to snipe them, it's a lot more micro. Did they forget? Yeah, I think they're playing a private game. This is what I have to deal with. Right, put some music on so while I figure this out. I mean, it's Ottomans versus Vietnamese, so it could just be 10 seconds long and the game's over, right? If you whisper someone in game, does it show up in their in-game chat when they're in match? Does anyone know? Because I can try that.
Fortunately, we don't get an owner's manual for ourselves. There are no simple instructions for what to do when we feel down or when we have conflict in our lives. That's when therapy can help. And BetterHelp is a convenient way to get started. It's 100% online, flexible, and
I'll restart my game in case it's me, but I'm almost 100% certain it's not me. Reload's a problem because it hurts clarity. That's my point, right? Like actually, for many reasons, having it so, like, let's say when they detonate, the TP comes up out of the ground a bit, makes sense. I mean, start code, and I'll be honest, if you do that little mini game of the Roos, you'll be conk easily. It's that OP. It's actually not. It's not even funny how OP Roos Bounty is. It's actually depressing how OP Roos Bounty is. So I just need to quickly... I think my partner's home now. I didn't cook her food. I was busy. Did my message come through in game to you guys, Dragavan? I wasn't sure if it was going to. It's all good, buddy. At least you know what the map... That's good. Yep, there you go. We'll be finding out in a sec. Dragavan noticed. Oh. Wait, so just to confirm, the message doesn't come through in game if you like use this in-game messaging thing, right? That's so dumb. I don't know. I don't think it'd be that ridiculous if it did. As long as you only see messages from people in your friends list. All right, so we'll get them back in lobby. We'll get this one underway. Apologies about that, folks. Let them work like the boom ship. I agree. Mine should be able to move with their own conscious thought. When they see you, they change. Dude, I look forward to the moment someone runs their siege line over unidentified mines. Yeah, dude, delivering PMs in game. What am I going to think of next? Pause? Reconnect? Could you imagine? Dude, how expensive that would be. That's millions of dollars. That's the gazillion-dollar tech right there. Not going to happen. SC2 flashbacks. It's so polarizing for me because I started in Dota 2 as a commentator, right? It's like coming here and like all the things that just aren't there. It makes me realize that there's so many things I just didn't appreciate that Dota 2 had. And yes, if you guys haven't checked out New Ways, definitely check that out. That's another one of Hostin's creations who made this mod. He basically adds new units to every single civ in the game. So Petard's just got mentioned there. He did originally call them slaves for reasons that I don't think he truly can even fully fathom, considering the alternative option. But he did roll with slaves as a name to begin with. I was like, outside of content creation that's making it awkward at the beginning of cast, there's probably a better name for AoE. But yeah, I think one of my favorite ones to this day was the minigun for the, I think it was a minigun, a long gun that the Roos got. Thing was insane. Okay, I think, lane game? Yes, Legends. Oh yeah, dude, I kind of want to do some more New Ways at some point. And maybe that's why I try and set up some show matches or tournaments in. New Ways 1v1s. Look at this beauty. Wow. The new Civ show match continues. That's right. Vietnam on show for the first time publicly in Age of Empires 4. We've got two pros here to whip it out. Dragavan now will play the Vietnamese. We're done with the mirrors. We are into seeing how this Civ performs against others in AoE 4. And Gully's been quite humble about this, actually, because we use a pick snipe system. Oh, sorry, no, I think Dragavan made the picks, right? So it gave him Ottomans. Oh, man. Ottomans on this map. What can you really do with this Civ? You know, we've noticed already, if you didn't catch game 1, you definitely should go back and watch it. We noticed in that game that the mines are a small problem. And by a smaller problem, I mean they're small, but they're a big bloody problem. Sipahi aren't a bad idea for dealing with that. Because Sipahi, well, for a start, they're actually more tanky, so they can kind of take a mine hit. But also, on top of that, they do have increased range. They have an attack speed boost they can activate. So they might actually stand a chance of wiping those mines quite quickly before they detonate. Little thought here, by the way, on top of that. I think Order of the Dragon might be a good pick up against Vietnam for that reason. Also, Zhuji with the Chicken New. Dragavan is going to go for that Rice Terrace opening. We saw in the first game that was popular with both of them. It's become quite popular with a lot of civs. It's really cool because it lets you stay on the map for longer when you're scouting. Unfortunately, it looks like he didn't choose to do that. They do not have much info on this map. This is another map you guys would not have seen before. It's a Kaivayu creation. It's called Fog of War. It's pretty heavy on Stealth Forest. So, of course, after, the fact that we have a Civ that has outpost rushing potential, mines, pretty much wants to make the entire AoE 4 experience like you're in the Vietnam War of the 20th century, we had to choose another map that has the Stealth Forest to allow for that. Big praise, by the way, to Kaivayu on fixing this map. I remember I was one of the judges looking at this map for the map-making tournament that happened at the start of 2024. And I had to give this a quite low rating because one of the big issues was visibility was kind of confusing. It had a weird depth perception issue and the fog was way too aggressively tuned. You just couldn't see what you were doing. In fact, even just looking at the screen kind of made you want to vomit. But this looks a lot better. I think the idea is meant to be on the low ground, the fog comes more dense. On the high ground, you have a bit more visual sensibility about it, right? Like you don't actually feel like you're blinded. Military school coming in. Looks like it's going to be a push across with the Spearman. Scout is going to reveal the base soon. And another Pomin tower build. So Dragavan has absolutely no interest in the alternative. These boys just don't like elephants. Remember, the alternative choice, the one pillar pagoda, lets you get those worker elephants 50% cheaper. A worker elephant that we just haven't seen yet. For those that are wondering, what the hell is a worker elephant? Imagine if a Gur didn't have to deploy and undeploy. That's an elephant. It's a mobile, universal drop-off location. But by default, they cost 150 resources. I think it's just going to be too expensive, if I'm being honest. Because, like, especially with the current format where you build it out of the TC, it just doesn't feel good. If I remember correctly, you can build them out of mills as well, if I remember correctly. But still, 150 resources after you drop 50 resources for a production drop-off building, right? It feels a little bit weird. Maybe on water maps I could see the validity of it because you'd have the wood line always moving so fast and you want to keep moving that elephant. But on normal maps, I wouldn't be surprised if we never see it. Sultani Trade Network coming in. On a map with no trade. I mean, this build has been growing in popularity, but usually it's because eventually you turn it into an actual trade network. That won't be happening in this game. So, Gully, I hope he finds a lot of food. Otherwise, this is going to be dicey. Currently sitting on 10 sheep doesn't feel amazing, but remember, he does always have the Anatolian Hills to buff him up further. And oof, Spearman stays alive on 2 HP. Oh, did we ever trigger predictions? I think we forgot to. I think it's early enough to still do it. I'm only going to give you guys a minute, though. So get them in fast. Dragoman first up in the age. And notice he immediately queues up the archers inside this landmark and inside this outpost. You heard me correctly. You can build infantry out of outposts as the Chinese. Now, it does have a negative to it, and that's the fact that they don't produce quickly. They actually take 75% longer than standard production buildings. So, for example, an archer takes 26 seconds. But it's not a bad deal if you think about it, considering you pay 75 wood. Like, actually, if I'm being totally real, it's actually a really good deal. Because you spend 150 wood for one building or 75 for two. And these can also be garrison and help you defend. They also give you the mobility with the movement speed aura. And if you think about it, at that stage, it's actually better than single archery range, right? It's actually, was it 60% better? Because you have 2 to 1. Nice straight out to begin with, so Gully is going to lose the opening Spearman. Archers are on their way. Now, what I find very interesting about this matchup is Ottomans, you'd think they'd have the edge in archer spamming here because of the meta, right? With the attack speed aura or the ranged armor. But Vietnam have a lot of that themselves. It's just focused around the defenses. So you can get the movement speed that the meta gives if you build hideouts in the front line. Your houses also give a 15% damage buff. And then if you ever build an archery range, there's actually I think it's Rattan Shields, which is a +1 ranged armor to all range type units. So Dragovan, if he brings a villager up here and builds a hideout, a house, and then an archery range, he can eclipse the Ottomans' archer mass. Gully, how are we looking? It looks like he wanted to go castle. Ooh, is this going to be strong enough, though? Dragovan is going to be the house drop we talked about. Does he just clown car this? Remember, we're watching Dragovan, the infamous clown car boy. Looks like stable's going to be built at home, so no blacksmith play. Okay, so if you guys didn't catch our Persia Showmatch, you should check that one out, because we had these two players try Hosen's first custom civ creation, which was Persia. It was a Delhi variant. That time around, he was a bit of a naughty boy. He basically just kept clown carring, which is where you build archers, you build a ram, and then you just keep garrison and garrisoning and shooting things underneath the TC. I think Dragovan is trying to reform himself in this game, and it's odd to watch. Archer's hiding that tree line. I wonder, could he just try to circle with the scout? Because if he gets the timing right in the tech up, he could just shutter the game straight away. Wrap around the south. Gully has pulled off the gold, so it looks like he's reinvesting in this age. Interesting. So he wasn't expecting a fast cast, a fast castle interception here. I think he was expecting Dragovan to go fast castle as well to get his hands on the second TC. So reinvestment in the resources now. However, from a disadvantage, even the blacksmiths to kind of escalate you faster, is still very difficult here. And remember, each of these outposts is a production building as well, so it allows you to get archers, reinforcing archers, into the fight insanely fast. Moving in with the archers, though. This position there by Gully is going to cost him dearly. Just about gets away with that one. But military count is not looking great. Undermesh is now on the way. Dragovan does need to consider adding in blacksmiths. You are playing against a civ that tends to force more aggressive timings for that. Remember, for the Ottomans, it's kind of a way of life to build blacksmiths quite early because it increases your military school production speeds. Well, yeah. Not to mention your regular buildings as well, right? These archers are coming out every 12 seconds. Villagers getting ordered up. Jesus, I can't believe this realism discussion is getting so deep. Okay, all I'm going to say is for people who are trying to argue that AoE 4 should be as realistic as possible, do you really want to begin making the list of things in AoE 4 that just aren't realistic? Archers perfectly shooting every arrow into something seems a bit over the top. Okay, here's a thought, guys. Why am I not losing wood when these archers shoot? Wait, what? Wait, where are the quivers? And oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've shot more than 5 arrows. How are they not out of arrows yet? Remember, sensibility, logic, all those things. Yes, never cool for realism in video games, though. Dragavan, outpost doesn't go up. He was trying to crawl outpost into house here, I think. Dragavan made a mistake, though. I can't believe this. He still doesn't have the blacksmiths. Dragavan has at least now got the movement speed, so he'll be able to fully disengage, but he's got to show some respect here. Like, the biggest mistake made, I mean, for start, where are your mines? Like, actually, 1 explosive trap here would have been huge, 2 especially. But the bigger deal, actually, is the fact that he didn't get Steeled Arrow Undermesh. There's really no reason for this. You know where this matchup is going the moment you start seeing archers coming out from your opponent. Finally, he's willing to concede that detail. Blacksmiths is on the way for Vietnam. Oh, the point was you can't have realism and game balance? You can. You just have it within reason. Right? Whoa, wait. You guys don't think that the laser man you can get in AoE 4 is realistic? And balanced? Still arrow coming through. This has a big increase, remember. Same logic with Yumi, right? When your base damage is higher, the 15% increase is higher. So it's kind of a nice little double up there. Gully sees an opportunity here. Starts to poke. These hideouts cannot get in placements, by the way. They do have the poison arrows if you garrison inside, but you have to sick a unit inside is the issue. And at that point, you only have the 6-star range. Interestingly, he's still producing archers back here. He's not using all of his hideouts. It looks like Dragavan is forgetting to bind the new hideouts to his production. It is one of those annoying things, right? It's not something you're used to doing, is having to put outposts in his production buildings, and I'm pretty sure they do not show up by default, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pressing F1 right now, and it literally selects just the stables. So the auto key bindings will not help you here. Golly, getting closer to that castle trigger. And we have now got Raxus getting added in. Now, that's intriguing. There are a few Sipahi, but not so many that I think it would justify this type of investment. Much moving in. Villagers are starting to expose themselves a bit here, but Dragavan just needs to chill a bit. He's looking for a bigger edge, but at this stage, production truly should be on his side. The best thing he could actually do is just peel the scout around the back, look for the tech timing. Because once you see that tech timing is when you need to go in. Still, I think the thing that's making him fear as well is you have to remember the longer that this feudal age goes, the more of a feudal age plus effect you get with those vizier points coming through. Things like the extra military schools. I guess you could say it becomes a little bit of a premium flavor. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the ad on screen. Use code Killer Pigeon. I don't know what code Dragavan uses to get out of this situation, because if he doesn't time this perfectly, Castle's going to creep in, and I don't know if he'll be able to do enough damage. It's interesting. I feel like if he took a little bit of a slow approach originally, it would be better. This could be it, though. Rattan shields. If he gets this tech and goes, that's the fight. That is the one he needs. The golden goose. It'd be nice if he could get a house right up against the edge of the wood line, because then he can force the fight with the buff, but timing might be off because of this. He's waiting for Rattan shields. Mehmed Imperial Armory is now on the way. Dragavan, house moving up. Gully, give him way. Needs to be very careful about the way he times this. Will he sense it? It's kind of suspicious, right? Like, why would Gully back off the wood line if he's playing longer feudal? This should be the thought going through Dragavan's head right now. If he's still playing feudal, he needs more wood for archers. If he's fast castling on me now, if he's rushing it up, there's no need for wood. Dragavan hesitant to leave that house aura out of the equation, though. May end up being his downfall here. Remember, when he's near the houses, when he's near the outpost, he has the movement speed, has the damage. When he moves away, it's not there, which means that Gully, in theory, once he completes the tech up, needs to just push away and wait for archery upgrades. But here we go. Fight comes in. Meta, immediately sniped. Aura's been removed. Perfect opportunity. Dragavan going in. Gully has to stand his ground here. Veterancy got queued, but by the time it comes through, there might not be much of an army left over. The rattan shields truly making the difference here. Oy, oy, oy. +1/+1, right? Like, I actually think he got the timing perfect. Gully, he's going to lose everything here. Remember, he's got eco exposed on the flanks also, so there could be a knock-on effect from this. Dragavan needs to hurry up finishing that army. First men-at-arms, first lancer has been queued up. Archimass still looking pretty damn healthy at 25 in the enemy base. And Gully, you might as well cancel at this stage. You've got practically no archers left over to get value out of the veterancy. Damn, what a timing out of Dragavan there. He does now have a bigger issue with the knights, right? He can start adding in spearmen, but the only issue I'm seeing here is, like, Dragavan seems a bit indecisive. He's adding in spears, but he's holding 900 wood. You need to be doubling down on archer plus spears and just cycling into the economy right now. Because if you have to fall back for a tech up, you're going to give a way for Gully to get back in this. You haven't actually done any eco damage, really. Not in the last few minutes, right? You've got some worker kills, great. But if we're being totally real about this, you haven't hit the heart of it, right? This cast lace can now start to unlock. What sick timing. Retreat towards the houses. Has got the extra little bit of damage buff coming through, but needs to get more troops out here. Dragavan has made the correct choice now to just back up. He would be way too late now to invest in the archers. I know I said to go for it, but he wasn't setting up the production. If he had 2 extra archer ranges coming in or extra outpost spam, it makes sense. But at this stage, you basically have to play for the age. How's Gully's food looking, though? Because that might be a problem for him, right? He's got the berry bushes here. Okay, that's kind of disgusting. Is Dragavan, if he just poshes here pretty aggressively, keeps scaling as he techs up, Gully's going to run out of food. He's got the berries, but they aren't going to last very long, and he doesn't have Madrasa. Remember, usually it's deceptive how long an Ottoman player can last because they have Madrasa. But as you can see, he's got, what, 3 sheep left over, a handful of berries. He needs this screen right here. Oh, no, that is interesting. So we've got Imperial Citadel on the way. Guys, this is the other defensive landmark. That's right. Vietnam has 2 defensive landmarks back-to-back. It's going to look like a Great Wall Gatehouse, but it actually is more like a Great Tunnel House. Because what you can do with this landmark is you can actually shift garrison units from inside it to another landmark or TC somewhere else on the map. It's a tunnel network. It's a really cool idea, actually. I wonder if the thought process here is... I don't know if you can do men-at-arms because your opponent already has knights, but I could see some strategies that involve going for like men-at-arms and tunneling in from a different area. Is it going to be quick enough, though? Looks like we actually did have a few mines out here. Maybe only the one. Gully is going to start clearing all this up, though, and a critical time where he needed the food, but he's also going to get the relics as an added benefit. So here you go. Check that. Instantly teleports them from the Imperial Citadel to any of your landmarks, TCs, or keeps. The other landmark is basically the same as King's Pass for the English. It's a TC. With a quirky, spicy little detail, actually. It makes workers in range of it invis. Golly. Ooh. This is really good game sense from the 16-year-old. He understands, right? Like, Dragavan must be playing pocket resources. The amount of units he kept building, there's no way it's just mass farms and that's good enough. On top of that, it'd be very risky even if it was mass farms because you'd be away from the TC. Remember, the rice terraces, the farms that the Vietnamese have, are bigger than standard farms. Judge comes in. Villagers not reacting, and that garrison, he actually built a mine? Okay, I don't think that was worth it. 30 HP removal on 230 HP just doesn't feel worth it standing still. So many villagers going down here. Nice 7-kill strike. And only cost him a single knight. On 4 base, Dragavans has more or less been mopped up, so we are getting into the deeper stages of the game. And that worries me, actually, for Vietnam. You know, I don't think Vietnam are a civ that strike me as comfortable in castle. I mean, Imp maybe has some potential behind it with the Arquebusiers, which is their unique gunpowder unit. But for the most, I'd say this is kind of a feudal and early castle-focused civ. Meanwhile, Ottomans is a civ that we know thrives off that late game. Dragon's like, well, when all the new experiments fail, go back to what worked for you in game number 1. More landmines. Oh, this is fantastic. How many mines would you need to take down knights? That sounds like a joke. I don't know. How many mines would you need to take down? Okay, you need 8. You need 8 to take them down. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, that was brilliant. By the time Gully realized he was in too deep, he was running back into triggered explosives. Absolutely fantastic. Looks like he did get rid of them all there quite quickly. Push continues. Dragavan's like, okay, do it again. Yeah, the landmines, they do 30 siege damage, guys. I like how we call the first attack an alarm, by the way. Two relics already grabbed. 2 more on the way home. Gully's in a great position in this game. Dragavan now switching to Horseman. That feels so expensive. Wait, hold on. No, actually, I've got to go deep on it. You're switching Horsemen against Janissaries. I mean, you don't see them yet, but you have to be suspicious it's coming. They aren't here yet, which means a good time to actually strike. Does move in. Siege is going to be found. Archie's able to dodge out, and it's going to be a wipe with the front side army. Gully tries to stand his ground here, but... And this trade out... wait, no. Oh, okay, no. He's not going to win this. He didn't upgrade the archers. I mean, the crossbows can kind of stand their ground. Remember, they have got +2 ranged armor to the +2. So we'll end up okay for him, especially considering that defense is on his side, right? This is close to Dragan's base, but I think Gully got a lot more out of that fight than he probably should. Gully. Have we got it full set up now? We have. Second TC's coming in. Military school count is only 3, so he's still got that 4th he can pump on soon. And he has got them switched over into Janissary production, right? No. Why? What do you mean you don't spend your life arguing over video games? Were you guys not around for the Dota is better, League of Legends is better? It's always something. Remember when people were like, Yu-Gi-Oh's better, Pokemon's better? And there's that one guy's like, but Digimon, TCG, come on. So the game's slowing down a bit. I'm wondering if Dragavan realizes Gully's on 2TC. Because his economy is getting weaker as the minutes go on here. There's no denying that. I mean, his farms are definitely at least better, so that pads it a bit. But when you consider all the passive production, the 4 relic situation, it's really hard to favor Dragavan in any meaningful way. Unfortunately, Gully doesn't know about that 5th relic, by the way. Oh, he's going to find out about it with the outpost crawl, though. Ooh. I know it's a playoff 5, but it's always nice when you can feel that it's going to be a close series on the scoreboard, because Dragavan essentially has to survive for, what, 7-8 minutes to test the power of Vietnam in Imperial Age, because they don't really have much unique about them in Castle. But by the time you're in, you know Ottoman's going to be there as well, and I'm struggling to see a world in which anything matches up to the power of the Great Bombard Janissary spam. And the main thing he does have is those arquebusiers we talked about. I mean, in theory, they could be good enough. They seem like they should be very strong, right? They cost, what is it? 240 resources total. They have less attack, but they do have that AoE. So maybe that could be his redeeming factor if he gets that deep in the game. And Dragavan. Okay, that's kind of cool. So in theory, this is exactly why the Imperial Citadel can be good. Is you can play very loose TCs, and then if your enemy attacks you on that side of the map, you can instantly just pull your troops there to react, right? Yeah, Rocket Elephants could be an interesting way, but it's like Rocket Elephants going to die quickly to Janissaries, right? I'd favor Arquebusiers over Rocket Elephants, because the Arquebusiers are kind of like a Zutsu for the Vietnamese, whereas the Rocket Elephants might in theory sound really OP, but Janissaries will chase you down. Especially because I do believe we have the meta movement speed. Okay, maybe not. Still, at this point in the game, it's definitely not a scalable option, right? You still have to get the age up first anyway. Moving into farms. Decap's coming from the sacred site, or should be anyway. Works. Oh, Dragavan is so cheeky. He's like, you'll need that food eventually. The Civ has to be so annoying to play against. Just that thought of anything you move out to could be booby-trapped. Yeah, it's kind of like when you walk in the wild, like, oh, look at that delicious cake. Hold on a second. Charge coming out from Dragavan. He's Sally's 4th here. Mango should be able to turn around the range mass, though, and considering it's Janissaries, this is a terrible fight. It's doomed for Dragavan. There's no way you can win that. In fact, if anything, he needs siege of his own. So right now, coming his reinforcements starting to arrive. Let's dive into the main. A little bit of an overextension there. Gully needs to reset, get the army back together. Lancers are starting to raid towards the north side TC, and the eco lead is swelling up here. In fact, Gully at this stage, if he just recalibrates his economy, gets the rest of these farms down, we should be looking at Imperial Age before 30 minutes of the Ottomans. Scary times ahead. Dragavan just needs to get on the offensive. Dragavan, please. You tried to have ethics. You tried to not resort to it straight away. It's too late now. You should have listened to the little Sidious voice in your head saying, do it. Sacred Sight's once again locked in for Gully. So Dragavan, his best course of action here would be like double Springald, 3 mangoes, and probably just spears. Going mass crossbows feels like a death sentence. Like you're against Sapahi, you're against crossbows, Janny's on the other side. I don't really know what the thought process is. I guess he saw a few lances coming out and thought it was worth doing. Raid now coming in though. Villager's going to get picked. I have a feeling if this TC goes down, Dragavan might just call the game. I mean, at this stage, I'm not sure what he's looking at about this and thinking he can finesse his way out. Maybe he's just kind of doing this feigned defense of like, yes, I'm very strong. And goes like, whoa, maybe he has like mobile landmines. But we have the full picture here. We can see there's no real clear element to Vietnam's play now that gets them back in for at least another 10 minutes. This game does not have that much time left. Village is trying to run for the life, but with Cav already here, That's going to be another dent to the economy. A few raids do come on the east side, but there's simply not enough eco here for him to try and exploit. Oh, God. Honestly, sometimes how quickly some of these villages flop to the floor makes it look so vicious. Other times, they look like terrible C-tier actors, but no acting here. Just top quality AoE for game 2, and we have got a 1-1 score. So, Vietnam underpowered, guys. We're going to have to go ahead and, yeah, we're going to have to go ahead and buff them. You know how it is. No, I think Dragovan kind of had a cool idea at first, and then it almost looked like he had no idea for what was meant to happen in Castle Age. I think you could see it as well, the way that played out. Like, it just kind of flopped instantly afterwards. But cool that we get more of a series. Always love to see that. So, another game down. Tried the fun castle landmark, but it sucks. Yeah, I think what it needs to be is that you can basically send troops to anything. Like any building you have, maybe. Because that has some cool implications, right? Like imagine... Okay, so imagine you snake an outpost in the back of your enemy's base, and they fail to take it out, and then you send 15 men-at-arms in straight away. Wouldn't that be too OP? I mean, I feel like you get that play if someone's really ignorant, right? That's my feeling on it anyway. Either that, or, Hosen, what you could do is you could make it so that something more comparative to Nidus Network, right? Where you start to burrow out somewhere on the map. But maybe you make it so that it has to be near an existing building you have in the area. And then that burrow out location is good for a certain amount of units going. All right, so it looks like next up we are going to be going Normiville here. It's going to be Dry Arabia. Remember, Gully Deckle is now going to be the one playing on the Vietnamese. So curious to see what Dragovan gets access to. Let's have a look. Okay, so obviously Gully has the Vietnamese. In fact, let me pull this up for you guys. Alright, so bans, Byzantines, HRE to be expected. I mean Rus, right? I'd be shocked if you don't ban Rus. Yeah. All the expected bans. Dragovan, maybe Japanese. And... could Jeanne be good against Vietnam? Oh, who am I kidding? It's Dragovan. It's going to be Abbasids. Ibids. He's going to pick Ibids. I'm freaking calling it. It's Dragovan, guys. Like, come on. This is... He's like, what civs can build rams very early? Oh, okay. He went for the Delhi pick. I mean, if you think about it, clown cars are pretty good against mines. Just saying. Of course, the Abbasid style. I bet Dragovan's kecking right now. I think he actually wanted Delhi. Like, there's no way... When you play like a Dragovan that's kind of infamous for a certain civ, you pick it intentionally to like get someone else. And then if you do actually get your hands on Abbasids, you're like, whoa. Okay. Right, but like the second pick is 100%. You know there's no contest. It's so annoying when you get these type of players with pick snipe formats like this, because if their civ isn't a top 6, then you just feel terrible banning it. All right, they're browsing now, getting ready. You are looking at a mod. So if anyone who's watching right now wants to try this civ, go here. Type Persia in the mod section. Download this one because you should be trying this as well. This is created by Hosen. And then after you've done that, for this one, type Vietnam. And it's the one called Vietnamese. Hosen's created both of these. Vietnam is good against aggressive civs. Depends on the style of aggression. I think Mounted Samurai, Japan, Fast Castle, like, would actually be really good against Vietnam. Because you can't stop them. Yeah, Hosen has quite a few. Actually, I think I requested it a long time ago, and I think they did add it in. Where you can now, there you go. You can actually search by author name. They still never added in the author profiles I asked for, but I want to at least give praise to the devs. Like, I remember I gave this feedback a long time ago, and they did say that it was a good idea and done it. So, you can now actually search by author. So he's done quite a bunch of things. Back to basics. So Basses with no unique text. Okay, that's kind of funky. Yeah, you've got new ways, which adds new units to every single thing. You've done a siege rework. I haven't looked at that yet. Mangonel range armor nerfed. Base damage reduced. That's kind of intriguing. Then you've done the Make It Quick mods. 12 villages starts for Nomad. The Puny Villages mod, where everyone's small. Yeah, he's done a bunch of things. Boy works hard. That was a request by you. Yeah, I can kind of believe that. Takes a certain degree of psychoticness. Uh-oh. Please tell me you remembered. I'm hoping the lobby is just loading up. We're good. Good lads. They remembered. Alright. So let's choose prediction. Pay out for Gully on that one. Next one. 2 minutes. Your only 1-star mod is back to basics? Yeah, that's what happens when you listen to Cal. Our show match continues, featuring the brand spanking new Civ Vietnam, a cool creation designed by Chile Empires and brought to life by Hosen81, a popular mod creator in the community now. Gully Deckle this time will be on the Vietnamese. Meanwhile, Dragovan, he had the choice of Abbasids or Delhi. Gully, of course, snipes away the Abbasids. So we're going to see Delhi up against this Civ. One of Delhi's favorite maps. We are indeed on Dry Arabia. How do you approach this as the Vietnamese? Because so far we've seen Vietnam try to play more of an aggressive start to the game, right? In the first game, there was a little bit of boom, but definitely kind of a fixture point, came in very fast around archer massing. Then, when you look at that second game, it was all about Vietnam trying to send it to the Ottomans. You can't really send it to the Delhi here, but the problem is you don't really have much of a choice. If this was some Civ like French, Ruse trying to all-in you, it's kind of different, right? You can maybe try to hunker down for your timing. But with the Delhi, these sacred sites force the matter very fast. So curious to see how Gully Deckle's going to address that. Scout-wise, looks like a safe rotation. I'm not a fan of what Gully just done here. If you're going to build the opening rice terrace, you shouldn't really cycle like this on the map. It looks like what happened is he saw the enemy scout, but he didn't have the confidence to go by it. It looks like he was actually worried he was going to get cut off in his own corner. So he conceded the map in a really ugly way. And okay, that was a lot. What is happening to the... We're just not going to check from player vision. All right, so... Hosen worked really hard on this Civ. He was like, that stealth on the TC seems really good. We should have stealth on everything by default. Welcome to the new Vietnam. There's no one there. It's fine. The rest of the game is working. So we just have to keep off of specific vision. That's an interesting capture rate. Well, maybe capture rate related bug. It's an observer related bug. Yeah, I've never seen that bug before. I think it was after we selected the scout and then changed vision somehow it caused that. So Tower Victor in the way. Gully yet to make a choice. It's usually a good idea to choose an age up at some point. Please tell me he's not waiting to see what his opponent is doing. Gully? What? Did he DC? I think he DC'd. Yeah, he must have DC'd. That would explain what that bug was then. Okay, I guess we'll have a remake on that one. I think he just crashed, guys. That would explain why it went weird like that. All right, so we'll let them get the lobby remade up. Free channel points? Oh, no, no, no. They here? Let me check. Are they communicating? A Vietnam versus Persia game. Not currently. That would require a tuning pack that combines the two, because the tuning pack slot, like you can't combine multiple mods because how to put this? The AoE4 modding tools are about as limited as a play track that just has What Is Love in it. Actually, that's an insult to What Is Love. What Is Love has a lot of variability. And also, from hosting's perspective, it's probably a nuisance to try and modify the civs after you have multiple mods to track, right? Because any change you make, you have to go make to each of them. Okay, Gully's internet died, so we should be able to get him back on in a minute or two, hopefully, and then get back underway. What is this? Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, Marabun really likes these type of maps. It's a shame, because I actually like Marabun's design layouts on some of these, but I just don't like his resource. It's way too much resource. That's insane. I mean, there's a lot of things I wish for with AoE4 right now. But sadly, camera off, I'll be blunt with you guys. At this point, I kind of reached an exhaustion point. Oh, Gully's internet is out. Oh, what's that? Might we have to reschedule? I'm checking now. We'll find out if he's able to get back, guys. Just bear with us. Yeah, this... I feel a bit depressed to even say it, but it's like at this point I've kind of given up hope on even some basic but logical things making it in anytime soon. Reduce pop cap from 5 to 2? This guy likes boats. Dude, Jiffa 2, you are the boats girl from How I Met Your Mother. You know the one, guys? Jiffa is... Let me get the person up. Yeah. So Jiffa...
It's the Farhampton Boat Show!
Is this person.
It's the Farhampton Boat Show! Boats! November 5th, 6th, and 7th at the Farhampton Civic Center! Come on down!
Jesus. Imagine decreasing the pop on those things. Alright, let's see. Alright, so while we're waiting for that to see if we can actually get back into these games, we can at least have some gameplay footage going on to entertain us. So let me hop across here. You want more boats? Dude, I think the guy just wants so many boats that you can't actually move. That's his goal in life now. So, let me have a look. While I wait for them to get ready to go again, like I said, I'll put someone up for you guys. And us, well, and me as well to watch. While they get that sorted. Do we have anyone we notice here? think I saw anyone. Got no crackies. All right. Just trying to think how long we can wait before it'll be like GG, it's chalk tonight. What happened with Artie versus the Exterminator guy? I mean, I don't know, man. He just magically disappeared. I don't know. Determined Exterminator. You know, his duty's called. He had to go exterminate something somewhere. Yeah, so Crackety, who's he up against here? Let's have a look. Oh, he's up against Ravane. Ravane has been ranking pretty highly recently. I think they're down to 36th in the world, but they were actually ranked 10th at one point. So actually performing really bloody well at the moment. So let me have a look here. He's back in 6 months telling us about Mongols? No, dude. In 6 months, like after Ibid's been nerfed in the ground, he'll be telling us about his Ibid gameplay. That's how he works. Atri versus English, man. You know, wow. The best part is people brought up Determined Exterminator at the perfect time. Was this not the matchup for the game where he went to war with Don? I'm pretty sure it was. And yeah, the farm build's really popular. It actually is pretty decent for the Civ. One farm has gone really popular with Order of the Dragon. Two's, I know Anatan likes to do. The thing about these farms is like they're worth it if you think you can stay out longer. I'm just not sure on this particular map. It looks like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool then. Yeah, this isn't bad on this spawn for what Ravane done. Check what he done. He actually went straight down the center and tried to like yoink some sheep away and then cycles over. That's really smart because typically you can't afford to stay out this long before returning with sheep, right? You'd have to do a full side and then come back. But by going 2 farms with HRE, you get more flexibility to do that. However, you know, scouting still matters a lot. The only thing that I do find a bit risky is timings can skew when you're playing HRE, because remember, HRE gather food quicker than other civs. I think it's why it's very important you've done this double farm. Like 1 farm, which is the build we see for a lot of civs, you would have ran out of food. 2 farms who have enough to come home. But I think he's rushing, man. This is really bad. He's missed out on a lot of sheep. Crackety's going to catch, what, 3 in the other corner? How are we looking? It's still going to be a majority. It looks like he's actually staying out. Okay, thank God. Yeah, if he went home at that point, it's just you're throwing your lead, right? But this is a really good start from Ravane. I've been quite impressed by Ravane actually maintain that kind of upper echelons performance for a while. Little update. It looks like Gully's struggling to get the internet back on. So we might have to postpone and try this again another time. I mean, we got some data on it, right? We got the mirror matchup. We got one against Ottos, which definitely gave some insights. Looks like Hostin already was stroking his chin and saw some things that need to be tweaked. It's unfortunate, though. That's a bit of a bummer. I was excited for that. What's the sheep count? 12. 10. Wait, where did this go wrong? I feel like he missed sheep. Oh, yeah, he got some hiding up against the edge. Obviously, Crackety gained those ones in the corner. That does feel like a bit of a blunder in this type of build, because it's what, going to be Abbey of Kings into... Is it 2TC? You have to wait, right? If your opponent does all in feudal, you can't go 2TC. I think that's a bit greedy. If he goes fast castle, you're probably just going to want to go fast castle with King's Palace. Rain, tech up complete. Oh wow, he actually has a really good spawn for this Archon as well. Double tree line is kind of crazy. Darkin is a bit bad, though. Like, he basically chose a position to buff that second tree line. But by choosing that, he now doesn't have as many farms around. I actually think he could have easily just dropped the Ark in here, and it isn't bad, right? Like, you actually block less farms. You only block a corner farm that way. Instead, you've just got this giant chunk missing. In theory, it's not bad because you actually buff farms on the other side here, so I guess that makes up for it a bit. But definitely feels like this one is worse than this one. And this one also pads this choke point if the king comes in, because he has to go around a building instead of straight in. It's like you basically kind of insulate your villagers more that way. The only downside, obviously, is that your villagers are going to be further away from a TC. Let me have a look. Okay, so... that's annoying. It's looking like we probably aren't going to get more matches of Vietnam today, guys. Sorry about that. That's annoying. I was actually really excited for more, but these things happen, right? In that case, I guess we'll get ready to raid someone. Convoke Cow as a temporary substitute. Damn. That would be the play. I mean, Corvinus just came online. But I think, is he scrimming? Yeah, he's scrimming against Beasty. Okay. I'll raid. So, guys, if you want to watch this, Crackety's live right now, so you can go watch this match between him and Ravane. Looks like it's an interesting one as well. I mean, Burgrave is almost complete. Crackety's going to rush castle. Crackety actually legit has to go for... Oh, now I'm curious, dude. Like, speed this up a bit. All right, watch this, and then we'll raid through to Corvinus. But yeah, Crackety's also stream as well. Yeah, dude, I think, like, King's Palace kills you here, right? You died to Burgrave spam. This is really bad for Crackety. What a sick read. Starting to see how Ravane has been ranking up like this. Blacksmith drop on the way as well. Probably should have done that sooner because you want undermesh prep before you dive the TC. Knights queued up on the other side, but the problem is when there's this many men-at-arms already, that's a bad sign. You won't win with Knights against this. That's kind of cool. And yeah, definitely, I think there is a kind of recurring theme. I wonder if Rising Empires considers the economy much with his designs. Their Castle Age especially feels a bit weird. So it might be someone to visit. And arms arriving, though. I think Crackety misread this entirely. Did he actually scout the Burgrave? Because it's so weird that he went TC into immediate monastery if you scouted the Burgrave. And then you go Knights? I don't get it. I feel like Crackety must have just about missed the Burgrave when he was diving the front of the base. Because if you saw Burgrave, there's no way you open stables like this. Archery ranges are finally being dropped, which is the correct reaction. And then arms are coming in. If he peels away, like, this could work quite well. Okay, actually, this game might have a bit of distance to it then. That actually worked out quite well for him in the end. The biggest problem I see here, yeah, oh my god, he forgot about undermesh. Yeah, no wonder he couldn't dive that. He died so fast under that TC because he never got undermesh at all. I mean, guys, you actually don't even need mace upgrade. Like, when you have Burgrave like this, you just have enough men-at-arms to beat Knights. That was a mistake. And a big one at that. Ravane, like, that type of detail, you have to be playing against English enough to know by now. It's a high priority tech. Undermesh level 1 is an absolute mandatory for diving TC. I mean, you know, that was just with King's Palace. Imagine if it had been a white tower you're walking into. It would just been curtains closed. What's up, Myriad? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Unfortunately, mate, you just missed the 2 games of Vietnam we got. It doesn't look like we're going to get our full play all 5 today, sadly due to technical issues, which is a bit of a heartbreaker. Yeah, I need to start plotting out some show matches when I get a bit breathing room. This week has really felt like catch up, catch up, catch up. Then next week on Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going into London. So we're trying to figure out some show matches at some point. Yeah, it is an interesting Civ. Definitely probably needs a few eco tweaks and quality of life improvements, especially around the mines. But I like some of the ideas. It's kind of cool. All right, so Crackety, where are we going with this? Longbow's now coming against Master Spears, makes a lot of sense. You could even think about just a handful of men-at-arms now, and then you trick point defend, but dive coming in, dude. Oh, Wallalow caught him there. Nice conversion, he even got the men-at-arms. Yeah, I think Ravane might just be dead, guys. This was a desperation play, and Crackety calmed his tits on it, right? He didn't overreact. This is so chill now for Crackety. He's got, what, third farm cluster on the way. Other side of this farms are set up, but it's a Burgrave. Relic grab also does favor Crackety, so he's pretty much ahead in every single department. Yeah, I think it comes back to Ravane's Burgrave rush without Undermesh. Blacksmith should have been dropped before tech up completed. Undermesh should have already been on the way. And then, when you've got your first 5 men-at-arms out and they're about here, you start queuing up ranged armor number 2. So by the time your 12 men-at-arms reaches the enemy base, you've got the extra layer of defense. But this is... I mean, this is Ravane dead and not actually aware of it yet. It's kind of funny because Longbow plus Crossbow should actually be able to beat this, as long as he doesn't kind of A-brain too fast. Sacrifice also locked in. He could just build a handful of men-at-arms here, and it's like impossible to break through him. Or Spears is even better, right? Like, you don't need anything other than just a bit of meat to this formation. Who dives without Undermesh? Right? Like, I've never seen a player who, like, forgets to get Undermesh before. That would be so weird. You know how, like, you fix that issue, guys? Undermesh isn't required if you just play water maps. All those people earlier like, I hate water maps. Well, guess what? You'd be able to dive without Undermesh, literally because you're on boats. And it doesn't affect boats. There you go. Figured it out. How does Ravane recover? He's going Horseman, but we already mentioned Spears were a good choice to begin with, right? Like, Spears plus this Archer crossbow mass just wins the game. Armor class has been queued instead, so we're actually getting a switch up. I don't like that from Crackety, by the way. There's no real reason to go into men-at-arms right now. If your opponent has a massive crossbows, you need to remove them first. The Minework H3 Archership push, very strong, guys. You get the Steeled Arrow level 1, and then you like open the chat box, which I can't do because it doesn't exist in spectator mode, and then you type in Flying Dutchman. And then you just send it. And of course, because you're on land with HRE, you have marching drills, so your archer ships are quicker. Right, pushing back for the time being. So we got an archer switch on the way. Attack speed aura is in though, and this is where the fight should heavily start to favor Crackety. Longbows starting to target down that back line of crossbows. In fact, this is a lot lost here. King? It's going to get taken out at least, but he just doesn't matter, right? Numbers have been reset again, but the eco lead just continues to inflate here for Crackety. Remember, this is 2 TC versus 1. New outpost also going up. How does he... like, dude, the outpost reach sometimes in this game is insane. Remember, it's not this aura, it's actually wider than that. That might be the backbreaker, guys. 14 longbows left over, 12 crossbows. Men-at-arms numbers are starting to inflate. And we are talking about mass farms now, right? Like, Crackety's up to 48 farms. He's not going to run out of resources now. Oh, here you go. Do need to turn off that overlay now, though. Guess people don't like my ugly mug on the screen. Military Academy as well. Yeah, this is going to turn into a flood. Red is getting a bunch of horsemen together, but I think the men-at-arms count is going to be flooding high enough that it doesn't really matter. And also, Crackety is fully aware of the counter to his comp. He's even adding in spins. Like, a lot of players right now would just go men-at-arms, and that's a mistake. This is really cool that he's keeping a small comp of spears. And also, Ravane, like, you start adding archers and then just cancelled, right? So it's just a wasted effort now. More resources just down the drain that are never coming back to you. Probably the last Urara out of Ravane. He's outnumbered in his own base here. Horsemen trying to get around the back. Just brute forcing their way in, but I mean, I feel like they're spending more time running and getting hit in the face than returning fire, and that's making it even harder to win these fights, if that could even be possible. That's going to be GG. Well played, Mr. Crackmeister. Performance enhancing seems to work wonders for you. Wait, what? We don't do those kind of things around here, guys. We will in the next few days be doing nootropics, though, courtesy of Protein Works. Whoop. Oh, I'm excited for when that package arrives. I wonder how long it's going to take. Probably 2 or 3 days. Buzz to kind of try it out. I hope they send the blue raspberry and the green apple. But guys, I guess we'll get ready to come to a close then. Because I didn't have anything else plotted out. I mean, that was going to take us up to like probably 8 hours for the show match. I mean, Don is queuing. And a wild game versus Crackety 2 yesterday? Ooh. I might have to check that out another day, Myriad. I don't know how many games you can play on that account, but my next stream's on Thursday, right? So I'll definitely check it out then if it's up. Just because I've got a few things I need to sort behind the scenes when I get off. So I probably should hop onto those. And we have been live for, what, 7 hours? So it's still a decent length for stream. Oh, looks like Don's playing 2v2s. Interesting. So what I think we'll probably do is, we said about raiding through Decor who's scrimming with Beasty right now. 7 hours? Yeah, I know, it's rookie numbers. We usually do longer. But I'm imagining Thursday is going to be like 10 hours, and there's a high possibility that I'm working both days on EGC on the weekend. So I'm trying not to burn myself out in AoE4. I'm kind of thinking about having a day a week by default, which is just a non-AoE4 day where we play something else. Or part of the day is where we play something else. Try new strategy games, for example. I guess the thing that holds me back is the classic thing is when you're trying to make a break for a point where you make a living as a content creator, you do tend to look at numbers a bit too much. But let's have a look at who's live. I think I said we were thinking Corvinus. Perhaps there's someone else. Thank you, K-Value. Yeah, I do enjoy casting it. It's something to do at the moment. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't feeling kind of a bit deflated about the state of the ecosystem right now and what really 2025 looks like for me and for Age of Empires. Maybe that's another reason why I want to kind of explore other games as well. Is I'd love AoE4 to rebound and be big. But I think the thing that really, really hit it more than anything else is the thing that freaked me out is how Microsoft has been treating some of the studios recently. Like what they've done with Tango Gameworks was possibly the biggest eye popper of the year to me from a game development side. Yeah, I'm trying to stay positive. I'm also just trying to be realistic, right? So I might start looking at upcoming strategy games, and maybe we'll try and plan some streams around those and see, how it feels to mix up the content a bit. Could be fun. Did I ever cast Red Alert 3? I've never cast Red Alert 3, no. My goal, so the reality is my goal is at this stage, I need to think of a way that, we can get to a stage where we can see growth. Because the classic is if you're not growing, you're stagnating, right? I really, really was hoping Sultan's Ascend was going to rebound the game. But I am getting more increasingly worried that Microsoft's responses are way too slow to take advantage of what was an incredible expansion. Yeah, we'll see. They've maybe got a few months to get it right. But I'll definitely have a look. Maybe, I was talking to, we had a raid through from Excessive Profanity earlier. He's playing through the Songs of Conquest right now. Maybe it'd be cool to try and do some content around Songs of Conquest. I'm really proud of the Songs of Conquest developers. They sold over 500,000 copies of the game. It's, for those that know this, it's basically a modern version of this. It's a Heroes of Might and Magic spiritual successor. I've played it months and months ago in the past. I really love it. It's a fun game. definitely recommend checking it out if you haven't already. I should probably do a giveaway on that because I do have a key as well. But yeah, we'll have a look. I'll try and keep an eye out for more upcoming strat games. Like I said, whether it's part of a day or two in the week or whether it's a day where we play a different game, might be cool to kind of like, show off new games to people. And then the nice thing about that is I find like when you do that and you bounce back into AoE4 whatever, it makes the content feel fresh. Because the reality is, dog, I've like cast almost every matchup. Like you guys have seen how excited I am when I see this scrims going on, something that we can watch, right? Because I've seen every permutation of Dry Arabia in the current patch. I do feel like there's almost nothing left for me to see. God damn, I want a patch. But god damn, no, they can't do it in the middle of a tournament because that'd be dumb. All right. Speaking of dumb things, for some reason, I'm now watching Japanese versus Order of the Dragon on Holy Island. So I guess I'll let you guys get across to that one. I'm going to raid through to Corvinus, go have some fun with that. Community games, I mean, the community games doesn't fix the issue of my like paranoia of trying to find a way of building a community to a size that like I can host events and then also feed my children. It's sad reality, right? I've said it before, like I don't know how I fix for it, but currently AoE4 from a content creation perspective is not community games and custom games friendly. It's weird. And I have to a certain degree chase the growth because otherwise it will never get to a stage where I can invest more hours. Anyway, a lot of business talk. I'm sure no one cares to hear that. Go have some fun with Corvinus. He's scrimming right now up against Beasty. Looks like he might be... Is he losing? Oh, God. There's an L's back in the center of the map. He's losing. All right, off you go, guys. Have fun with him, and I'll catch you all again very soon. Toodaloo. Peace.